60 year and a new start of 2023. And first order of business is honorable members of the City Council in accordance with the Virginia Beach Code, Section 2-21, and by the authority vested in me as Mayor of the City of Virginia Beach. I hereby call for a special meeting of the Virginia Beach City Council on Tuesday, January 24th at 2023 at 8:30, at Wednesday and June 25th, 2023 at 8:30 at the Virginia Beach Convention Center, 1019th Street. The purpose of the special meeting is for the council retreat. Very good. And would you just like to say hello and welcome everybody, and I'll give a few opening remarks.
I would love to. Good morning to all of you. My name is Michelle Ferguson. I am the facilitator for our time together today and tomorrow. And welcome all of you, as well as it's wonderful to see some faces that I remember from last year, and also welcome a lot of new faces around the table and around the room. I will just remind you, the meeting is being live streamed, and you get to see yourselves over your shoulder. It's a really odd experience when you're standing up here to see yourself behind you, but you know on the screen is what's being streamed. So I will just remind you of that as we get started with today. And then certainly, Mayor, I turn it back over to you for some introductory remarks.
And thank you. Once again, welcome to everybody. This is a very important time when we're able to get together and actually discuss things at length. A lot of times we're limited on Tuesdays, when we have short windows of opportunity to interact. But the other thing, this is an opportunity given that, we were operating under a new system with districts, that it's going to be a kind of a new way to be doing things amongst each other. And this is the opportunity to really get to know and welcome our 5 new members, to our family, to our team, as we go forward. And this is going to be also a wonderful preamble, as right from here we're pretty much going to be going into budget cycle, and we all know how much Mr. Duhaney and his staff love budget cycle time, and I say that very tongue-in-cheek. But once again, I think as we come out of COVID to a degree, and we're facing fiscal challenges with inflation and other things, going into a budget cycle, getting to know each other a little bit, being a little bit more familiar with the, the issues that we're going to be confronting. Obviously, we would like to do everything for everybody, but that's not possible. But what can be done is that we have a sense of what the priorities are. But most of all, it's important that we get to know each other individually, so we form that bond as a team going forward, whether we're a professional football team or a Marine Corps fire team. Yep, there we go. Once again, the importance of success of any organization is going to be the teamwork and, working in like-minded spirit to get things done in the proper way to do our job. Granted, we are but 11 individuals, but once again, I think if we're in united purpose of, working collaboratively together, we're going to achieve some great things. We have recently finished our first 60 years of existence as a city, and this retreat is the launch of how we're going to be working to take our city to the next level. With citizen engagement and, just the plethora of opportunities that are ahead of us. And, so this is going to be a great start, and we certainly welcome the opportunity. And Michelle, we'll turn it back over to you.
As you embark on these next 2 days, I offer a thought. 60 years from today, when there are different people, perhaps, maybe some of the same, but different people, I don't want to make assumptions, but different people sitting around this room, around this table, having an annual retreat about the future of the Virginia Beach City. What will they say about this council? What will they say about what seeds you planted during your time that come to fruition maybe 20 years from now, maybe 60 years from now? So think about that. as you all have your conversations over these next 2 days. So hopefully you've had a chance to take a look at the agenda that's been presented for these next 2 days. I appreciate having the opportunity to speak with each of you prior to today and tomorrow to learn a little bit about what's important to you, what you were hoping would be some of the outcomes for your time together, what you wanted to see on the agenda. And I hope that you see the agenda reflects what you all talked about. One of the things that was very common, almost to a person, in my conversations with each of you was a lot of what the mayor just said, wanting to use this time to get to know each other. It's a new group, it's a new year, it's a new opportunity. And as many of you have just gone through the campaign process know, campaigning and governing are very different. You campaign as an individual, but you govern together as a body. And in order to govern effectively as a body, you need to know a little bit about each other. You need to know what's important in your districts. You need to know what you care about, what's going to be important to you. And maybe perhaps through some of the meals that you all will share together over these next 2 days, just to get to know each other as humans. Because, as you will find on Tuesdays, you spend a lot of hours together. You will have a lot of important and difficult conversations and decisions to make. And understanding a little bit more about where each of you come from and about your priorities will help you all work better together as you work to create the future for this community, knowing what you know about your constituents and about your districts. So hopefully you see on the agenda, we'll spend a little bit of time in just a moment. I'm going to ask you all to, I gave you a couple of prompts to understand a little bit about why you run. And again, I challenge you as you share a little bit about yourself and about your priorities, it's not just your campaign speech, it's not a stump speech, it's really what motivates you to get up on what is today, a Tuesday morning at 8 or 8:30 to sit here for 2 days to engage in these difficult conversations? What drives you? What's important to you about this community? What's precious? What brought you here and what keeps you here and what keeps you motivated working for this community? So I'll ask you each to share a little bit, and it's an opportunity again for all of your colleagues to hear that about each other. Then we're going to spend some time talking about the community and how you engage the community. You'll hear some results of the citizen survey, or the resident survey that was done, and really talk about other ways to make sure that the decisions that you make really do reflect the priorities of the community that you serve. All of those priorities have to be grounded in the reality that is the budget cycle, as the mayor said, and so we'll have some conversations too about the financial outlook for the organization, for the community, and get you really prepped. I know there's been a lot of pre-work that's already been done in some of your council meetings and some of your work sessions to begin to start that conversation about the budget, because goodness knows, if you were to try and do it all in one meeting, I think everybody's head would probably explode because there's so much to consider as you think about prioritization and funding for the important things in this community. And then we'll spend the bulk of the time today as well as into tomorrow talking about your priorities. There were a number of items that many of you mentioned that you wanted to have conversation about. And again, as the mayor said, this is a unique opportunity over these 2 days to really have conversation. During your regular Tuesday meetings, you all know, especially veteran members as well as new members, I know your packets are really filled with important issues, and it's really hard just to get through the agenda items that you have at your regular meetings. This is an opportunity to really sit back, roll your sleeves up, and to have some conversation about what the collective priority is on some of the topics that are before you. It's also a unique opportunity to help staff do a better job serving you. They want to hear what's important to you collectively as the body. And so these conversations are not only important for all of you around this table, they're also important for the other staff that's here around the room. So they hear what implementation of some of these priorities looks like, and they can develop those plans and really reflect those interests that each of you have. And so again, the bulk of the time together will be spent really talking through some of those very important topics. So that's the agenda. We will, I promise, take regular breaks Sitting in this room is wonderful, but there's also some sunshine just outside that door, and getting a little sunshine now and again is a great thing. Being able to stretch your legs, we will do that. We will obviously have meals together as well, but know that we will take some breaks. And so whenever I work with groups, I always put a couple of norms up on the board. And you saw them in your agenda too, that hopefully will guide some of the conversations that you have. First and foremost, in this environment, and I know you do this anyway, but I ask that you listen to each other with respect. And that really means one person talking at a time, not talking over each other, really being attentive during this time together. Like I said, we will take breaks because I know it's a lot. These can be really long days, and it's odd. You sit down all day, but you're really, really tired at the end of the day, and you kind of wonder, why am I so tired? It's because these are such important conversations. So first and foremost, I ask that you listen to each other and you engage respectfully with each other. There will certainly be things that you hear today and tomorrow that you may not agree with. That's part of your form of government, and that's okay. I think the best thing about this form of government is having the opportunity to engage in conversation about different points of view so that collectively you come up with the best solutions. You have staff that helps you with that as well too. But if and when you hear things that you disagree with, it's okay to disagree. It's okay to say that you have a different perspective. That's what leads you to the better solutions. But we ask that you do so in an agreeable way. Again, in a respectful way. Certainly there'll be areas of disagreement, but obviously we want to strive for consensus. In this retreat setting for these 2 days, we don't take votes. I mean, yes, the meeting is being live streamed, and yes, there are members of the public and certainly staff who are watching and listening, but there are no votes taken during this time together. It really is an opportunity for communication and dialogue and conversation around these important topics. And then finally, I ask that you be bold in how you think about some of these priorities that are before you. This is a wonderful community that has benefited from some really bold ideas over these last 60 years. What are some of those bold ideas that you all have, that you think are going to be important for this community, that really are going to bear fruit in the decades to come? Maybe not even during your tenure, but in the decades to come, that are going to have lasting impact for generations on this community. So this is the opportunity to be bold in how you think about the future for Virginia Beach. Are you all willing to abide by those norms for our time together? So as we get started, I always like to make sure that everybody gets an opportunity to put their voice in the room. It's also a mic check, too. But I'm going to go around and ask you just to share an expectation that you have about this retreat. What do you hope an outcome may be for your time together over these 2 days? We'll talk about your priorities later. We'll ask you to share some of those in a moment. But specifically about this time together, what expectations do you have? Mayor, you shared some earlier in your opening remarks, but are there other expectations that you would want to share?
No, but I'm just looking forward to hearing from other folks and developing that close relationship with the new members. I think that's the ultimate outcome I would like to take away from this.
Madam Vice Mayor, would you like to go next, and we'll just go around? Expectation you have for the 2 days together.
Well, I think this is an exciting time for us all to be together, and especially being so fresh. I've gotten to know each and every one of you, but it's never been a time for us to all come together on particular issues. And there are some of the issues may not be all that big. Some of them are big, but it'll be a time for us to really flesh out some of these things and find out how we as a group feel about some of these things. It's really kind of hard to do on a Tuesday. We love Patrick Duhaney, but he packs our agenda pretty strongly with a lot of things, and so it doesn't give us the time to really dig down into some of the other things of how we operate as a body, for one thing, and then how we feel like some of the big broad issues that we've been talking about, like I know affordable housing is important to a lot of folks. So this is going to give us that opportunity, and It's 2 full days, but I think when we all walk away, we're going to feel like we know each other more, like Bobby talked about, but we're also going to feel like we have a better idea of where we're going and to be able to set direction for the staff. Can you imagine being a staff member and trying to figure out what 11 people want to do? So after this, the staff will have a much better idea of what our goals are.
Thank you. Dr. Ross Hammond?
Can you hear me all right?
Try one more time. I'm not sure that we do. Are you all picking her up? No. I joked about it being a mic check, but I think that actually was true.
Teamwork already.
Hello? Okay,
That
there
works.
I go. Good morning to everyone. What is very important to me is us learning to concentrate on what commonly bonds us more than divides us. If we're going to get anything done, we've got to learn about each other and, strike that commonality with where we're going. Because once you look at it, there are many things in our city that is important. And sometimes it looks like one person have a better idea than the other. But coming together, understanding what unites us can make a difference for us solving the solutions. Thank you.
I love that, and I often talk about how in society today we tend to focus on those things that divide us. That's what gets more airtime. That's what is the loudest. And yet, if we really focused on the areas of commonality, that's the majority of where we live. And so I think that's a perfect way to begin. So thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Councilmember
Good
Lee.
morning. I hope that an outcome from this meeting is that we are able to build trust, respect, and understanding among the members of council and city staff and the public. I think that there are times that these virtues are lacking in our deliberations, and the result hurts our community. So a baseline should be that we treat each other, treat the public, and approach city staff, approach the public and each other with trust, civility, and respect. And if we can, and we do, then we'll be in a very unique position to serve the public who elected us to sit here and to help them. I think we all know each other. We knew each other before we joined this body because we're connected citizens who love Virginia Beach and are active, but we've never worked together. And if we can establish those values as a working baseline for how we interact with each other, there's no limit to what we can achieve as a council, as a city government, and as a community.
It's a little bit like dating is different than marriage. Dating's the fun part. That's when you get all the fun. Marriage, that's the hard part. So figuring out, I love that. You know each other, but you've never worked together, and that's different. So what can you do to lay the foundation for a strong working relationship? Thank you. Councilmember Taylor.
Good morning. My expectations would just be for transparency, that we would be honest with one another, and that we would really focus and be attentive to the citizens' needs. And I think if we can accomplish that in 2 days, then we'll leave with a clear path for the next, the budget cycle in the next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Remick.
Good morning. Some of my expectations are I'd like to learn something about each of you that I don't already know. A lot of times, we make assumptions, especially in the political world, about certain people and certain interests. So I'd like to learn something new about each and every one of you. Some I know pretty well, a lot of you I don't know but so well. So And something about me, I might have on appearance to be, somewhat the nice guy, I'm a salesman, but I like to make a difference and I like to win and I like to make results. So I think we should come out of here with some results. Thank you.
And Worth, just so you know, the one thing about me, I'll do a lot as mayor, but I will not jump out of a perfectly good airplane. I've been asked that before, and it ain't gonna happen.
Patrick, would you like to share anything, any expectations you have on behalf of staff?
I think for, oh, that's not working. I think my expectation from staff is really what we're looking for from the council these next 2 days is a sense of clear direction in terms of the path that you want us to traverse on your behalf. As Michelle mentioned, you're not taking votes today, but you're laying out your priorities in terms of what you want us to explore for you to bring back further research, further analysis for you all to make a decision at a future date. I would suggest one thing, especially for the new members as well, is that staff right now, we're in a position where we're trying to navigate multiple different conversations, right? We got 6 tenured veterans that know the city from frontwards and backwards. And then we got 5 members that are learning this information and probably drinking from Niagara Falls. And we're trying to get to a place where it becomes a fire hose. So staff is trying to navigate how best to provide information to 6 members, but also get 5 members up to speed so you can make very critical policy decisions going forward. Again, I would say to measure your expectations for this retreat, we're not looking for a definitive, absolutely yes, go forward and do something. We're looking for a sense of what do you want us to prioritize so that we can come back to you all, do some research, and give you some further guidance so you can make that policy decision. And I look forward to getting to know each and every one of you as we gel as a group in the next couple of days.
Councilor Holcomb.
Thank you. And I think the city manager hit the nail on the head. And what I hope is that when we all leave here on Wednesday, that we say, that sure was a productive meeting, and that folks have clear guidelines and understanding of what direction we're headed and how we want to move the city forward. And when the city manager goes back to his department heads and he has a clear understanding. And I understand things can change midstream, but I certainly think that when we're in this setting, we have the opportunity to make sure that we have our goals and priorities listed and that we leave Wednesday and everybody says that sure was an effective meeting. So I hope that's the end game with this meeting over the next 2 days.
Thank you. Councilmember Rouse.
I think 2 ideas came to mind. So one is I think everyone at this table and staff has their sets of strengths. And so leaning into that, either life experiences or professional experiences that give a useful lens to looking at these issues and talking about these issues. So leaning into all the strengths that each of us are bringing to our deliberations. And then secondly, it's like blending personal and impersonal with our discussion. So sort of like Councilman Berlucci, where there's always a value of humanizing and dignity in our conversations with each other, but also remembering impersonality, that this is a discussion of issues and ideas. So disagreement isn't a personal attack, it's working through the information that we have in front of us. So that way we can maintain transparency, that if I disagree with Worth, it's not Worth personal, it's this is how I think about this idea in a different way, so that we can keep that at the forefront of our conversations.
Thank you. Councilmember Schillen.
Good morning, everybody. I am very much looking forward to working with this body, and a goal of mine that I hope we see out of this retreat is the beginning of an establishment of a comfort level as a working body. Because, speaking of that Niagara Falls, I see, and we've seen that this city has a lot of different things going on. And we've got to find ways to sort through some of the noise and prioritize, because we can't do everything. And if we can find ways to be effective, that's why I ran for office, is to, people ask, what do you want to do? And as a new member, it's kind of tough in the second week or third week of your tenure to have a really well-rounded sense of what is possible. But I hope we get there and get a little closer to being able to prioritize and be effective through this process.
Councilmember Wooten.
Greetings. I hope everyone is doing well this morning. It's so good to see everyone out here this morning. And so for me, my expectation, and I've been through several retreats, is to see, as we've compiled and prioritized several subjects and several issues throughout our city, I like to see what we have accomplished, what we've overcome, and what are the challenges ahead that we need to focus on. Thank you.
Well, it's all been said by now, but in not prolonging and so forth, I would just say I just want to have a better understanding of what the priorities are of each council person. And I really like this thought of why you ran, so that we all know what we each want to achieve and how we can work together to put all of that together into the priorities for the whole city. And I think that's a very important thing for us to understand, what each of you want to achieve and how it relates to all of us together. And we can get back to that point where every time we leave a council meeting, we say Virginia Beach is the greatest city in the world.
Councilmember Henley set up that next item really, really well. So we planned it that way, and appreciate the handoff that way. When we now move into you all getting to hopefully hear a little bit more from each other. Thank you for sharing those expectations. And I will remind you about them a few times throughout these next 2 days, just as a marker of what you said you wanted to accomplish. And it's a great way to kind of check in at the end of the day today, and certainly tomorrow morning, to see if we're on track to meet those expectations that you all articulated. So moving on to the next item is, again, to hear a little bit more from each of you, to learn a little bit more about why you do this, why you chose to do this. Everybody has a story that brought them here to Virginia Beach. There's a story about what keeps you here, and what that voice was in your head that said, I think that's something that I could make a difference at when it came time to run for office. There may be some Tuesday nights where you're questioning that decision, those late nights and those difficult conversations, and yet I'm sure there's something that keeps you going. That those of you who just recently chose to run may have motivated you, and those who have chosen to run multiple times, and perhaps in different ways, and have served this community in a variety of different ways. And I've heard those stories from each of you. It's not all been about service on this city council, but other ways that you have served this Virginia Beach community. And so I will invite each of you to just take a few minutes and share a little bit about what your priorities are, why you run, and what's important to you about this group and this time. I loved what the mayor said about 60 years and thinking about the next 60 years. What will people say about this era in Virginia Beach's history that you hope will be true? So I'm going to offer the mayor the option to go first or last.
Let's hear from the other folks, and I'll finish up.
All right. Well, you have a volunteer here, so he wants to go first. So I'm going to let Mr. Holcomb go first.
Mr. Mayor, I don't mind. Thank you, and I will certainly go first. And I'm going to tell a little story, and if you've heard it before, bear with me. But when I saw this section in the agenda about the why, I agree with Michelle. I think it's so important that we know, the why and what's going on and why we're sitting here today. And for me personally, I've spent over half of my life serving this city, and I'd like to get into my why. So if you've heard it, just bear with me. So I'll start out by telling you a story. The year was 1968, the month was June, and the location was a small coal mining town in southwest Virginia in the town of Bluefield. A baby was born to a Methodist minister and a home care nurse. The family had very little money and very little in the way of resources, but they had big love and they had big hope. When this baby was born, the baby had a collapsed right lung and was placed on life support with very little chance of survival. So the parents were told to gather the family and start the grieving process. As the baby laid there on life support, the family prayed and hoped for the very best. After a day or so, the doctor said the baby's not getting better, but the baby's not getting worse. Let's take him off life support. So the doctor took the baby off life support and handed the baby to his father. And his father said, "This is my son, and he has had a rocky way to go." So as the family handed this child around the room, each family member said, "Let me hold little Rocky." So folks, that is how the world got to know the man humbly before you today. And my grandmother, rest her soul, she was a real prayer warrior. And she would tell me this story of my beginnings over and over, each time expressing on me the responsibility I had to the community and making this world a better place. See, I tell this story to help each of you understand my why. See, my entire life I've been reminded of my beginnings and the blessing that I received, and more importantly, the responsibility that I have to make this community a better place. See, fighting for something or someone is all I've known since I was born. And that fighting spirit is why I joined the United States Marine Corps and served this community. And upon my honorable discharge from the United States Marine Corps, I started my employment at the Virginia Beach Sheriff's Office. And I have lived behind a badge for 3+ decades, serving this community that we all love and enjoy. And that same fighting spirit is exactly why I got into politics, to have a seat at the table and fight for those in need of help. So for me, I'm no stranger to rolling up my sleeves and tackling the tough issues that make a difference in our citizens' lives. Issues like speeding at a dangerous curve in Queen City on Carrington Avenue. Miss Yolanda, I heard you, and we're going to work on this problem. Issues like flooding on Cresthaven Drive and the problems it causes every time it rains. Mr. Bobby, we are going to work on this problem. Issues like drainage in Avalon Woods on Oak Terrace Drive. Miss Amanda, Miss Patricia, Miss Sherry, we're going to tackle these issues. The folks over off Cresthaven Drive, I understand your problems with flooding, and I look forward to addressing these problems. Mr. Lukic, help is on the way. And to the residents of Woodstock, I understand you need a sidewalk to help your neighborhoods become safer, and I'm working on that problem. And to Mr. Walter Camp, I understand the need for trails and bikeways and connectivity in our city, and we're working on that. See, these are just a few of the issues I'm addressing in District 1. Other issues that are not unique to any one district, just to name a few issues, like maintaining the lowest tax base in the region, youth violence prevention, updating our schools, providing workforce housing for our citizens, the dangers of sea level rise and recurrent flooding issues, treatment and care of the folks that suffer from mental health conditions, and establishing a permanent voting system that is fair and equal for all citizens, and many other issues that we must face here in our city. I understand that we must maintain a safe city that allows residents and neighbors to feel safe and protected, whether it be at home, at school, or out enjoying any one of our beautiful parks, beaches, or shopping centers. I understand that we must enhance opportunities for our citizens to increase their wealth and prosperity. I understand the need for a first-class school system. Schools are the places which build the future workforce and drive our economy. We do this by letting folks know that we are open for business and we are a business-friendly city. This council today is facing very real 21st century problems that must be handled not with solutions of today, but scan the horizon and find the solutions for the future. Let's work together with all peoples to be the one single community that is to me and always will be VB Strong. I believe that Virginia Beach can and will be a city that is an inclusive city that values all people and their needs and their contributions equally. I encourage my fellow council members to join me on this journey. And in the words of the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack Obama, change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change we seek. So I challenge all citizens to help this council with guidance and input to be the inclusive city that we strive to be. Thank you for allowing me this time to talk and explain my why and why it's so very important to me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Rocky.
Wait a minute, how do you follow that?
Yeah, Rocky, I almost cry every time I hear that story.
Thank you, Rocky. Very inspirational. I ran this past year because I saw an opportunity to serve our community, the community that my family's been in for almost 200 years. When I go into my dining room, I look at a picture of my mom and her sisters, neighbors. They were the first to integrate Kings Grant Elementary School in the 60s. I look at a picture of my great-grandmother, Charlotte Ann Berry, whose mother was the first black woman to work at the Francis Land House when it was a residence. They became landowners in the early 1900s without many rights. And I think about not the challenge, but the opportunity that they took to make a difference for their family. I also saw a lack of youth representation on our council. And I thought, how do we move the city forward if we have no representation from that next generation? I looked at my two boys, Caleb and Christian, who will attend the same school their grandmother attended, the same school I attended, and the opportunity that would be in front of them. And so those are a few of the reasons that I chose to run for city council. Before the 10-1 was implemented, before we knew what was to come, it was an opportunity, yet there were challenges ahead. Our schools have challenges, and I saw an opportunity from someone that had attended the schools, graduated the schools, participated in the schools, to provide insight and my experience going through our public school system, which is one of the best. As a small business owner, I saw the challenges for the thousands of small business owners who take a risk, the lack of economic development for those at the bottom, and the challenges that small businesses face seeking support. We started in a 10x10 kiosk with no loans, no trust fund, and we found a way to grow that business by working together. A priority for our district, for District 8, is I've listened to the citizens, and District 8 is one of the most affluent, yet we have to find a way to lower the tax burden for the families that are struggling. We have to continue to provide a safe community for all districts. There's an epidemic of drugs, a mental health epidemic, and these children, these young adults, and adults are crying out for help. We have to preserve open space so that we have places our children can play in the future. We have to take care of our veterans. We have to take care of our teachers, our public safety workers. Each month I speak to former classmates that have gone into the teaching field that are leaving teaching to start small businesses, to find another way to provide for their families. Stressed, overburdened, and so how do we assist them with those challenges? And finally, a diversity of thought is needed in this season, in this time. Not necessarily a diversity of color, although we did make history having the most diverse city council, but a diversity of thought. someone that's willing to go against the norm, to be the outcast, but that tells the truth to the people. We have an opportunity to be transparent with the citizens, to tell them if it's reasonable or even realistic to lower taxes, to share with them if there really is a housing crisis or if there's just a lack of desire to build affordable housing. We have to be honest with our youth that aren't attending colleges, that there are very little vocational programs available, and that their options are limited. And so I hope over the course of this next 2 days and on my time with City Council that we will be bold in our transparency, that we will operate with a level of civility, and that we will produce results that our citizens can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Barbara?
Well, when you ask why did I run, I say which time. But I'm thinking about it, my issues have been the same every time I've run. Thinking back to the first time, and this was the late 70s, when the county, new city, was in the rapid growth frame. We were the fastest growing city in the nation, east of the Mississippi. And I was a 35-year-old nobody from Pungo, who, when I saw the rezoning sign that went up on what is now General Booth Boulevard, then was just a 2-lane little road for a rezoning, and it was going to leapfrog over miles and miles of undeveloped land. I went down all by myself to the City Council and told them that I thought it was a mistake. Opening up this new growth area when we did not have services, we had more unused classrooms, the mobile units, than we had classrooms. We didn't have roads, we didn't have services, and that we should not be developing in this fashion. And actually, I think that City Council turned it down. Today it's a red mill, but the courts remanded it back to the council to be reconsidered, and there we opened that growth corridor. But the issues have been the same for me. It's how we grow, and growing in a responsible fashion, and providing the services that our citizens deserve. Of course, there were divisions on the council at that time. We were the pro-growth or the slow-growth people, and this went on for a while. But on the other issues, the councils always worked together well, like finding a water source. We never would have accomplished that had we not been able to work well together. So even though there are differences, people can work together. And I've had a wonderful experience with many city councils who have accomplished a lot. I was first elected in '78. I was the second woman to ever serve on the council, but that was never the issue. The issue was always my issues with services. And in 1979, we adopted the first comprehensive plan for the city that established the Green Line, which was the urban growth boundary or the urban services boundary, and it's still in place today. And so we have had to address these issues. In '94, I had been off the council in 1990, thought I was going to maybe teach government, went and got my master's in urban studies, but instead I looked around and we were still developing farmland, which had been my issue to start with. So I came back in '94 and we adopted the Agricultural Reserve Program, the first purchase and development rights program in the state. And now we have many localities that are trying to replicate what we've done, but nobody's close. As a matter of fact, the Open Space Committee had a good presentation about the ARP yesterday and how it has impacted our city as a whole. But we did it right because we adopted it with a dedicated funding source. And I think we have really made a lot of progress over the years, but there's still much to be done. And one of the other issues that I've always worked on from the very beginning was the issues with Back Bay. And I kept saying for all these years, it's different in this area. And finally, I feel like we are getting a handle on why it's different. We have come to understand the differences between the Chesapeake watershed and the Albemarle watershed. And in the southern watersheds, we not only have flooding when it rains, we have sunny day flooding. And finally, with a lot of the research that we've done and the work that we've done, we've come to understand this whole concept of sunny day flooding and the wind tides that come in from the Albemarle. And we finally have some hope. And one of the things that really drove me to say, I've got to do it again, was this particular document, and I really appreciate the City Council so much in the budget of 2019 when we got the final report from Dewberry, but I said, could you please let Dewberry continue to work for a little bit more and see if there's something that can be done to address this flooding from Back Bay. And so the council agreed, and then this was done. It's a great body of work that really looks at these issues. But there's one statistic in here which is so important. Why is it so hard to get rid of that water? What can we do? Or are we always going to have this flooding in that area? And when we think about the intensity of it, it was determined that 2.7 billion cubic feet of water would need to be removed from Back Bay. This is equivalent to approximately 31,000 Olympic-sized swimming pools of water. That's the intensity of this problem. But finally, with this work, they looked at what the public had said, would you look at a new inlet, a pump, a siphon, or possibly doing something with the green infrastructure. And they ruled out the new inlet, but a siphon and a pump would be extremely difficult and costly and so forth. But they came up with rebuilding the marshes as a real possibility. And the very fact that we have some hope at last is really what drove me to run this time. Because if we really can slow down that water, and instead of having it come up here in 3 days, it takes 5, there's a chance for the winds to shift, and we really might be able to offer some hope to the people in the southern part of the city that they don't have to be flooded even when the sun is shining. And all of this work that we have done in the past several years on the flooding issue is really big because it affects everybody, and it has let us see that our city is different in different parts of the city. The southern part of the city is very different from the northern part. And I think this is what we have finally come to understand, that we might be able to do some things that are going to make a real difference. And I think this council has that opportunity. I think at one of our retreats, I called this flooding issue this council's Lake Gaston. In order to do the providing the water, it took 15 years for the council to work on it. And it wasn't easy because we had everybody up and down the coast suing us and everything else, but we stuck with it. And this is not going to be an easy issue either. There are a lot of issues that we've got to iron out, but we can do it. And I think when we have an overall goal like this, and our public in giving us that over 70% approval for that bond referendum is saying they've got confidence in us that we're going to work at it. And so I really see this as an opportunity that we can make a big difference. And I put this in with the study that we did with the ITA, the interfacility traffic area. This deals with this one area, which is below the green line, but it's that area that saved Oceana when we agreed that we would not have any more residential development there because of the flight path between Oceana and Fentress. But we also found that in order to do that, we needed to do certain things, and those things are outlined in this plan, and it really tells us what we can do when we think we've got a liability, but we can turn those liabilities into assets. And I think we're really poised. I think this is an intersection for the council in going forward. Yes, we had growth problems back in the 70s and the 80s. We've got growth problems now because we're at the point of redevelopment. And how we're going to do it, and provide the services to our citizens that our citizens deserve, but also do it in a responsible fashion that lets the next generation have this wonderful area that we are so lucky to have as our home, and have it without this problem that we know we've got. We know we're the bullseye on the East Coast for sea level rise, and we can't forget it. We've got to make it one of our priorities. But we also, I know that all these other issues are important too, but I also know that when we work together, we can accomplish something that sounds impossible. And bringing water from Lake Gaston sounded pretty impossible too, but we did it, and we can do this, and it's not an overnight thing. It's going to take a lot of commitment, and now is the time that we have to make that commitment, because I think we finally have the knowledge and the data and the support of our citizens to do it. All of these other things that we have that we're dealing with are troublesome. Certainly, whatever has happened to the world, and it's not just a city Virginia Beach issue. We've got some problems with how we get along. This constant shooting everybody is a great concern, and it seems to be getting worse. But I think the only way we're going to address that is with each individual person deciding that we're going to do something about how we get along with each other. I think one thing we have to do is to stop holding grudges. I think the big word we all have to live with and learn to do is called forgiveness, and we work forward. But this stuff that's been happening every night when we cut the news on and there's another mass shooting someplace, that somebody has decided they were going to go out and get even with people that maybe they didn't even realize they had done something to this person. We've got to get over this whatever has happened to us. I think we've suffered in the world with an illness, and it's not just COVID-19, it's something else. Maybe it's mental health. But we've really got to learn to work together. And I think at our local governing body is a good place to start. Everybody is watching us, and they're seeing how we're working out our differences and our difficulties and how we're achieving things. And I think this is a great challenge that we have right now, and I think we're up to it. I'm ready to go, and I hope we're going to come out with some good priorities in a way that we're all going to get our achievements accomplished. And I look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you, Barbara. Yep, Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I ran for office because I view our city's fundamental challenge is how we continue to grow this economy while being mindful of the serious challenges that are presented to us by sea level rise and flooding, respecting the integrity and the character of our many unique neighborhoods, and making sure that Virginia Beach is an affordable place to live for the people who work here. I've felt uniquely qualified in some ways to help address those concerns, given my background in business community leadership with the Central Business District Association, Virginia Beach Vision, the Chamber, the Alliance, and other initiatives, but also environmental initiatives like participating on the Wetlands Board and Lynnhaven River Now, and working with Councilwoman Henley on forest conservation and reforestation initiatives. My passions are, besides my kids, our economy and our environment. And those two things traditionally, I guess you could say, are at odds with one another, but they don't have to be. We have tools available to grow responsibly. We have a strategic growth areas plan that in large part was predicated on the transit extension, but even though that initiative failed, the reasoning is still sound. We can grow responsibly by concentrating growth in areas where we have infrastructure in place to support the growth instead of pushing into environmentally sensitive and flood-prone areas. My story, I guess, of community involvement started with CBDX. It's the Under 40 Young Professionals Division of the Central Business District Association. And what that experience taught me, among many other things, is the importance of involving young leaders so they can feel a vested interest and stake and learn about pathways to really contribute to the future success of our city. And partnering with local colleges and universities, helping educate our youth so that they might take part in emerging industries and to help us address some of these serious challenges that we face. Our population in not only Virginia Beach, but our region is trending older, and we've had relatively stagnant population growth. And if we're going to succeed, we have to attract and retain young workers by promoting our city and our region as a place to live, work, and play that's vibrant, inclusive, dynamic. We have to invest in public art and cultural investments, neighborhood revitalization, parks and open space and outdoor recreation activities. I want my kids and everyone's kids to grow up here and have meaningful opportunities to thrive in Virginia Beach. I used to joke on the campaign that it's their job to get older, stay here, find a job, and take care of mom and dad when we get older, and it's not a joke. I really want it to happen. So I'm a believer in investing in our economy. I mean, the reason I am here in Virginia Beach, I didn't grow up here. I grew up in Michigan, but I came here because the economy was horrible in Michigan. The schools were horrible in the Detroit area, and I came here because of an opportunity. And the reason I'm here is because people had a vision to create town center in our central business district. They put their reputations and their capital on the line to create a place that employs over 4,000 people and puts $16 million a year back into our general fund. I'm living proof that when you invest in this economy, it works. We have to promote a business-friendly atmosphere, but also one that's inclusive and invites participation by everybody. We do a better job of communicating to the public the value of public investment, involve them from the beginning and make it a shared journey together. I think outcomes will be a little bit more in line with expectations. I believe we should be a better regional partner, a leader and a collaborator in our regional economy. And I see value in differences of opinion. The world is not black or white or red or blue or right or wrong. We're all individuals, and we come to the table with the sum of our experiences. And we have to respect our differences of opinion and be good listeners. I've got a little story for you, and it tangentially related to light rail, but don't worry, I'm not bringing that back up as a priority item. You're welcome. So we planned a rally in support of light rail in Town Center. The folks that felt the other way about that issue chose to crash our party, so to speak. And during that experience, I was invited to come to the No Light Rail rally. And I went. It was down in Pungo, showed up. I bet you they didn't think I was going to be there, but Councilmember Moss walked me around, introduced me to a lot of different people, and I was invited to come up on stage and say one or two things. I said a member from the dark side was here, and if I wanted to get up and say anything, and I did. And at the time, I was living in the Princess Anne district, and I got up there and I said, I live right over there. And no matter which way this vote turns out, we're all neighbors, and the day after the election, I'm still going to live right over there. And obviously that didn't turn out the way we all thought, at least on our side of things, but we do. My point is I think we need to have a willingness to work together. And we all have the same thing in common. We just need to listen to one another a little bit more and approach situations with a little bit more empathy and understanding. Priorities of mine include improved transportation, stormwater infrastructure, neighborhood revitalization, and sustainable economic growth. I would like to gather the stakeholders in the Shore Drive community and finally implement and update the Shore Drive corridor plan. I believe a lot of folks, in particularly our side of town, feel as though that has been a neglected priority over the decades. And we have new tools available with work we've done with the Joint Land Use Study in the Navy, our sea level wise reports to incorporate some of those flood adaptation and mitigation strategies into what we're doing. Shore Drive is the gateway to the resort. There are over 7 million people that visit our resort city and come across the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel, and I think our residents and our visitors deserve a better gateway. We have lots of aging shopping centers and large parking lots with impervious surface that present opportunities to help with housing affordability and flooding. And the fact is we're running out of land, so redevelopment must be a focus, but we have to do it with the support of the community and by engaging them from the beginning and along the way. Items like parks, open space, sidewalks, bikeways, trails, pedestrian safety, preserving and enhancing our tree canopy are also priorities of mine. I think we need to support our school system. That's the reason why residents and businesses choose to locate themselves here. And I think lastly, we have a great city staff and workforce, so we need to make sure that they feel appreciated. Better job satisfaction means better service, and we need to make sure that our staff and the people who work for our city can afford to live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'll take a stab. As a lifelong resident of Virginia Beach, I was born and raised here and lived here almost all my life. I feel very strongly that we live in a great community, and I could cite thousands of reasons why I believe that to be true, why I know that to be true. And I'm sure that each of you could as well, and so many of the people who live here. And so I ran because this community, the city, has given me great opportunities. It's given my family great opportunities. My family lives here, and I want to be part of a team that makes this an even better community for everyone who lives here. So that's part of the reason why. But, and I don't talk about this a lot, but the other reason why is because growing up here as a member of the LGBTQ community, I grew up and I had a feeling that I needed to leave Virginia Beach, where I grew up, in order to find success. And that experience is not unique. I know many people who grew up with that feeling. And they left. And they left and they brought their talents, they brought their ideas, they brought their contributions to other communities. And I did leave for a while, and when I moved back as an adult, I realized that while we had made great progress about some of the issues that I cared about, we still hadn't come as far as we needed to be. To be an environment where every single person, no matter who you are or what your background, has an opportunity to fulfill your full potential. That's something that each of us deserve. And for generations and generations and generations, that environment did not exist here for everyone. And that's not unique to Virginia Beach. That environment did not exist in many places for everyone. And while I don't know what it's like to be a person of color or a woman or a religious minority or any of the other categories that make us unique individuals, the experiences that I had growing up inform my understanding of what exclusion looks like and feels like, and what it's like to look out into the world and wonder if you have a place. And so the inspiration for my entrance to public service has more to do and most to do with helping to create an environment where each of us guess what we deserve, which is that opportunity to fulfill our full potential. And we've come a long way. I think that we've made a lot of progress, but I think we have more work to do. And a lot of people are coming back, and a lot of people have understand that there is opportunity here. And in some ways, I feel that I'm an embodiment of it in some ways, because this community has been so kind and so gracious to me. And I want to make sure that we cultivate an environment where everyone can find that success in professional life, in personal life, and in civic life. Now, a lot of that sense of exclusion had to do with my own insecurities and a lack of understanding that there were people here who were contributing. I just didn't know them. And so I think we have an incredible opportunity to work together to create that environment where everyone can be successful. And in order to do that, there are a few conditions that need to be in place. For one, we need to be safe. Public safety is paramount. It's our principal responsibility. And I'm so grateful for the men and women who serve our community by sacrificing their own safety to ensure ours and the safety of our families and our loved ones. We have to have good jobs in a vibrant economy, in a growing, sustainable economy, to borrow Mr. Schulman's words. We have to have a dynamic, strong public education system where parents, staff, teachers are supported and have the resources they need to do the jobs that we've asked them to do and the compensation they deserve. We have to have flood control and flood mitigation. I have the privilege to serve the neighborhoods who are most severely impacted by Hurricane Matthew in 2016 and many other flood events since. And we can't achieve our full potential. We can't have success as individuals and as families if we're worried about our homes and our property and our life when there's a storm. So flood control is paramount. We have to live in a clean city, a clean community, that not only we protect our environment and respect our environment, but also maintain the infrastructure that the city has committed to the residents to maintain. We have to invest in mental health reform. Mrs. Henley talked about the terrible events that we've seen unfold just this week. We've experienced tragedy in Virginia Beach, but it's not just mass tragedies and shootings that we're experiencing in life. It's a lack of mental health services is destroying families in Virginia Beach. It's destroying lives in Virginia Beach because we're not connecting residents to the services they need in order to maintain their jobs, in order to maintain the integrity and structure of their families in their own personal lives. And as a result, many of our residents find themselves incarcerated, suffering with addiction, suffering with depression, anxiety, and other serious mental illness. And the lack of resources and housing is causing incredible damage to Virginia Beach families. And we must promote policies that are inclusive, where every single person is treated with the dignity and respect that we deserve as human beings. And I could go on, but those are some of the priorities that I have brought to this council from day one, and that's what inspired me to enter public service, which I did long before I became an elected member of this body. And I know so many of you share those goals, and I'm so glad that we're here at this table together with all of the incredible workforce and citizens who have joined us to create solutions to make life in Virginia Beach better for citizens, for the future, for those seniors who have served us so well, that we can ultimately find ourselves in a position where we know, we don't wonder, that every person has the opportunity to fulfill their potential. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm honored and humbled to be here with you all and look forward to serving. I ran because I felt like it was time for me to present my experience in the business world and in the community. because I have a passion for the city. I love Virginia Beach dearly, and I felt like it was time for me to step up and help move the city forward on several fronts. The priorities that I support have been spoken to before by many of you. Helping our city staff. Just yesterday with Deputy City Manager Ken Chandler, I met with his department heads. I've met with other department heads around the city. And Mr. Dehaney, we have a very good staff, and I think we can always get better and do better. We need to support you. Second area of focus is enhance and improve economic development around the city and at the resort. Third area is neighborhood protection with implementation of the bond referendum for flood mitigation and support our parks and recreation and promote open spaces. Lastly, I'm a strong supporter of public schools. I support workforce initiatives and support more housing opportunities for low income, our workforce, and young people. So let's talk a little bit more about each of the 4 areas. On staffing, just like in the private sector, our staffs need more employees. Going into 2023, I feel like we're in a pretty good place now and versus during the height of the pandemic, but we need to remain focused, listening and meeting with all employees and staffs, paying fair wages and giving opportunities to our folks to grow, learn, and reach their potential. Economic development. Yes, Mr. Adams, we're in a very good position, Mr. Mayor. As a city, we have a lot going on, but we need a level playing field and we need more product for all businesses. This is my background for 38 years now, and I feel like I can bring a lot of value to council. Our resort has several really good opportunities now with Atlantic Park soon to close and to start construction, the potential of Rudy Loop to become an iconic public park, potential of the Central Resort around the Sports Center and the Vibe, and then elsewhere around the city there's broadband expansion, offshore wind opportunities. I'm on the Mayor's Commission on Offshore Wind and Clean Energy. Town Center and Pembroke Square are poised for new development. And we have a real need for more land in a very hot industrial market. I'll stop there, but I'm happy to talk more in the years ahead. Third area, neighborhood protection. This is what makes our city so great. This is why I moved here and live here. It's a great place to live, work, play, and raise a family. We need to protect that. We need to ensure that our neighborhoods are protected and enhanced. Open space in our parks and rec centers are important, but so is infrastructure and our drainage systems. I serve as liaison to the Flood Prevention Bond Referendum Oversight Board. Did you say that a couple of times? We need to get this right. We need to educate the public, be wise, patient, prudent, and transparent. There's a lot of projects, there's a lot of money, and a lot at stake, as we've all said so today. I look forward to working with staff and stakeholders on this ambitious and needed project. Our public schools, we've already heard from each and every one of you, and more. Our public schools and teachers have been a real asset to our city for many years, and we also need to be ahead of the curve. Modernizing our older schools and supporting teachers, administrators, and staffs should continue to be in focus. Our students need to be reaching for the stars, while we also need to help all students. Workforce and vocational training do need to be a part of our schools, and efforts are underway. We need to give that support as well. Lastly, housing is getting a lot of attention, and rightly so. Demand has exceeded supply, with low interest rates driving up higher values. This makes it difficult for many to own the American dream, a home. We need to be creative about housing opportunities, as we've already talked about, for the low income, but also our workforce. Not just in rentals, but more opportunities for ownership. So kind of on an aspirational basis, as the mayor said earlier, Virginia Beach does turn 60 years old this year. We're very young as a city, with so much more ahead of us. I'd like to see us become Virginia's beach, with all of our residents around the city and the region and the state embracing our finest asset, our beaches. It's our brand, so let's make it shine. Did you know that the $2.1 billion resort and tourist industry here in our city lowers each and every household tax burden by $1,700 per household per year. That's $1,700 per household per year. That's a big number for each and every one of us. But beyond the resort and our beaches, we have incredible assets: the Chesapeake Bay, Lynnhaven River, Back Bay, historic SeaTac, our rural and agricultural assets, Town Center, our volunteer rescue squads, our parks and rec, our libraries, our schools, and a whole lot more. It's incredible assets, and I think the assessment we're going to hear later speaks to that, how happy people are, but not everyone is happy. For a young city, it's a pretty darn good place to live, but we need to improve it, protect it, and make sure all opportunities are available on a level playing field. When I coached boys and girls tennis at Cox High School, each and every year I asked the student athletes to look beyond Virginia Beach and the region, but look towards the better tennis programs in Richmond and Northern Virginia. Likewise, I asked Virginia Beach, let's raise our star. Let's lift our standards and goals and aspirations. We need to be a leader in the region and in our state. We have the abilities and the assets to be that leader, and I think we should set our sights higher. Let's do not settle for anything less. Let's find creative ways to make Virginia Beach work better. Let's talk about the aquarium, Rudy Loop, the best parks and rec, modernize our schools, and offer a top-notch resort experience, having a thriving town center and best neighborhoods. At the same time, it is imperative to retain our AAA bond rating, maintain our low tax structure, and responsive local government. We may be in a position, I think we should consider always the tax burden on the taxpayer and consider lowering the grocery tax, perhaps, maybe the real estate tax, maybe the car tax. Always need to be putting the taxpayers in the forefront as well. We just gave small relief last December, this body did, to small business, so I think we should look at that for our citizens. So I look forward to working and collaborating with everyone and the staff and our citizens. Thank you.
Good morning again to everyone, to our city manager, our staff, and my colleagues. The reason I ran in the first place, as many of you know, I'm originally not from Virginia Beach. My birthplace was in Liberia, West Africa. I was privileged to have parents that saw the need for education. I'm one of 5. I'm the eldest. I have 4 brothers, and they are all educated, holding different positions, because my mother used to say, Mama may have, Dad may have, but God bless that child that not only has his own, but continue to make room in his way or her way. I have been a worldwide traveler. I went to school in West Africa and Liberia for up to age 12. My parents were the kind that gave us opportunity as long as you did what you said you were going to do. So my passion was composition, music, and a lot of that area. I learned as much as I could. And then they said, well, I would like to play the violin, I like to play this, I like to play that. Well, they didn't have that there, so they sent me off to boarding school. So I lived in England in boarding school from 12 until it was time for college. There, I was exposed to many different cultures. I play about 13 different instruments. Many people don't know, but those were important. I had to become that second violinist in the city's county group. Next thing they did was send me to the United States. You can imagine a young person, 16 years old, coming over here, looking around, walking through New York City with my family, seeing people rushing back and forth, but nobody stopping to talk to each other. And I thought, this is a strange place. But they said, we want you to have all the education you can. So I came to school. They sent me all the way up north because as a young person, they didn't see me trying to get an apartment at that young age. So I was all the way up New York State. I studied again with a very diverse population. I was at Ithaca College. 3,500 at that time, about 35 African Americans and a few other cultures. While I'm saying this, is education became my rock. We all learned. I graduated, as you know. I went on to my terminal degree. They helped us, and when I got to my doctorate, I was on my own for that. But the point is, I have lived not only in these cultures, but other parts of the United States. I went through something where I went back overseas. I was teaching at the international schools with about 33 children from different cultures. Suddenly there was a war. I happened to be that day somewhere else. My family, luckily, were overseas because my father, as I mentioned, was first mayor. He moved on to Congress. So they were in Sweden. And they were blessed because when war happens, everything happens. I went to house sit for one of our teachers. That was the last time I stayed in my own house. You can imagine the next day you come back, everything's gone. Everything's changed. When we called our family overseas, they said, you'll be okay. You're educated. So I came back over here, started again, but guess what? I had all my different degrees and education, and that had me start all over again. So I know what it's like to have the world and suddenly have maybe 2 change of clothes because your car, everything has been taken. So this is why it is important that I notice and push for education for people, because there's one thing no one can take from you if you've taken time to learn. So when I came to work here in Virginia Beach and started in schools and then spent about 18 years at Norfolk State University, I always lived in Virginia Beach. And I saw a lot of teachers concerned because they said, we're not getting enough pay. We're trying to teach the kids. And I said, oh no, we need to do something for the teachers. Some of them felt threatened. We need to do something for our safety. So these are important. The next thing that happened was I decided to start going to city council and listening. And I remember once even speaking about giving teachers better salaries. I met some mothers who could not do full-day work because they didn't have full-day kindergarten. So those became my priorities, getting full-day kindergartens, paying the teachers better. So I decided to run for office because as I worked with the city in other areas, community development, we had a diversity group. One of the people said, you know, Dr. Ross Hammer, have you thought about running for office? I said, well, I'm not, but I'm going to run, and I'm going to run for city council. And they said, why not school board? I said, that's where the sausage is made, on city council. They provide what the school needs. So I need to be where I am to make that change for the schools, for the children, for education. And so, long story short, I got on city council 2012, and people wondered, how did you get along with all these different people? Well, you see my background. I'm used to getting along with people of many cultures. This was nothing new to me. And at that time, I was the only African American on city council of 11. I stood in the courts and they said, how did you get along? I got along fine. We all worked together. We worked so hard that we actually campaigned together. The point was, we've got to put away a lot of the differences that we continue to divide us as people. If you cut yourself, I cut myself, we bleed what? Red. So knowledge is key to me. And these are some of the things that when I came on council, I worked with. I was for Kempsville. I noticed history, culture, those were important. Because if you do not understand your culture or your history or your background, that pride, that connection is missing. So when I got here, some of you know me as a walk-a-talk person. It was strange, we had flooding out in Kempsville. I talked with the utilities. They said, we're going to go to this lady house. There I was in my boots. And I said, Councilwoman, what are you doing out here? Well, I wanted to see what was wrong and be there to show them our public utilities were going to be there. And that's how I like to walk, not just get on the phones. I will go. I went to Asheville when they were having the flooding, walked along to see. Those are things to me that are important. So some of my priorities, and continue, was working to increase our culture. And this is why one of the projects I started was the African American Culture Center, which today we now name Virginia African American Culture Center, because they can impact the Commonwealth. After all, we had the first landing here. Second thing that happened during that time was cultural affairs, with all they do for all the inclusive groups, because being a military community, we have people from all over. For example, we were out in Lynn Haven recently, cutting a ribbon for Black Eyed Peas. The next day, Michael and I were out, Sushi Mama, and I saw this green stuff, and I thought it was avocado, it was wasabi. And I had put it in my mouth. That's all, the whole thing. That's all, oh my. That's all I can say. But this is how working, you notice, with different people. I had Jennifer over at one end, cutting the ribbon, Michael, Bobby, and that's how we must learn it's not about us, it's for our city. After that, in Kempsville came not only getting more increase for culture, because that is important per capita. We increased it. Went ahead for Kempsville to get $2.5 million for that history, culture, doing the streets. And then besides that, another thing came up. I'm another person you will find out when someone says why, I will ask why not? Why don't we try it? Our Kempsville school was having problems. A lot of the people come to our city because of our schools. And suddenly, the grades weren't up to par. It impacted real estate. So I asked, the bottom line was that, well, they don't have an academy. What happens is each academy, even if your student is from Kempsville or other, their grades go back to the academy. They don't come back to your home school. So I said, well, how many do we have? 7. Well, what about getting an 8th? An 8th academy to do what? And this is where, with the business community, the principals, and our council people, we worked to have the Kempsville business entrepreneur that you have there now that is doing very well, and it made a turnaround for our areas. Again, these things are important. Our Kempsville Rec Center, and it's one of the finest, I'm proud to say, but those parts were very, very important to me. And as a result, today, I didn't get to finish some of what I wanted to do, and so I ran again. And here I am today. Our priorities haven't changed too much. We still have education, but this time the buildings are old. After all, once we're born, we can't turn back that clock. Once we're built, it's over 50 years for the schools. So we need the Bayside High School, we need Princess Anne, we need a lot of other schools, renovations. Also, our elders in this area, because Josh and I share a borderline. We have where the oldest love staying where they are, but they need certain amenities for their recreation, so we're looking for the Jericho in that area. Besides that area, we have our safety, just like what Barbara mentioned. Mental health, I call them our all-hazard safety group. They are a safety net. The police, the firefighters, the EMS, they protect us day and night. So we need to make sure, protect them. Other areas that are important to me, as we mentioned, the stormwater, this is serious. I remember going out to your area where, from that last Matthew, getting some families, taking them to Burlington to get clothes because they needed to go to school. The flooding had happened. So there are many personal stories that make up my passion for doing what I do for the council. Most people have talked about the other things, but you've heard that I'm on transportation. I'm now chair for the HRT transportation. It is important for us to have better, well-maintained transportation. We had the microsystem. I was up at legislative day all day yesterday because we're pushing for more funding for the microsystem that can go throughout the neighborhood. But my passion is for shelters. If you don't have people that get to work dry, they're sick, they're standing out in the elements. What can we do to improve that, to put more transportation and shelters? Because it's a pride if you go to work and you're well and you can do the best to your ability. Two other areas I wanted to mention for me to do with the affordable housing. We really need to define affordable housing and workforce housing. And also for people to understand it's okay to live in workforce housing or affordable. It's not saying that you are any less a person, but you need somewhere to live. We need to work. I'm happy with the community and district I have because I have historic, Burton Station, J Gardens, all of those. This is why when we talk about culture, we're trying to build something within the neighborhood. Everything cannot be on the oceanfront. It's time we also look inside to where our steady community lives. But not only that part, besides that, another area that is important, I have the Central Business District. So I'm going to look at how that district can help this side and work together. This is a fantastic opportunity. I'm really excited about it. I know we'll work on the stormwater, we'll work on balancing the budget, our debt limit. All those are important. So one thing I like about what we do, even though we're all different districts, I hope we're all looking at the collective for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
We just have a few more, and then we'll take a break.
Yes, Jennifer.
All right, hey everyone. So I'm from Virginia Beach, born and raised, and I ran to represent District 10 and to bring my values and perspective to City Council. So for me, I have had a lifelong value for including people. I remember instances in school, like middle school and high school, and if people would be left out, that hurt my feelings, and I didn't like that. And I got that from my mother, who got that from her mother, who got that from her mother, because my family history is one of, it doesn't matter whose kid you are, you bring people in and you make sure folks are accounted for and folks are taken care of, and that was modeled for me. And so it didn't make me feel good to see people left out or excluded when otherwise they could be helped and supported. My dad is a retired physician, and I got values from his history and his work ethic. He was in the military and didn't have well, I won't say skill set, but he didn't end up going the infantry route, but he took an assessment that said he had skills in science. And as an African American at the time, he was born at a moment of opportunity where culture and policy were shifting. And he was admitted into Virginia Tech as a biology student, ended up going to graduate school in Wayne State in Michigan at the height, by the way, of Motown. So all his med school pictures are afros and bushy mustaches. And he got his degree, so he went to school, but he had a good time too. And he came to Virginia Beach. He settled in Virginia Beach and started a practice. And that was before I was born. I was born in 1986. And I think about the legacy that I inherited from my parents who lived through civil rights, who were born before all of their rights were granted, but then they were provided opportunity because of policy changes, and then were able to pass that opportunity on to my brother and to myself. And we had a secure childhood. So my upbringing was wonderful in the city of Virginia Beach, wonderful friends, wonderful communities. But I also was a reader. My mom and my dad, they filled our home with books, and so my ethic of service was developed not only from their own histories of looking out for their community, looking out for their families, but reading the life of Jesus, reading the life of Ella Baker, who was born in Norfolk and was a community organizer with the Black Freedom Movement, reading about Jane Eyre and Charlotte Bronte and being touched about the experience of being an orphan and not having family support and what that life looks like when you're out on your own and no safety net to catch you when you stumble or when you fall. And so all of those things have informed my desire to be of service in any way I can to anyone I come into contact with. And in sociology, there's this concept called social location, which is we all share one society, but we experience it from multiple positions and we see it from multiple perspectives. So many of you have mentioned it, from our gender, our race, our ethnicity, our sexuality, our age, our educational level, our occupational background, our income level. All of that shapes our issues and our approaches to those issues and our challenges. And understanding those diverse perspectives, I wanted to bring that reality to City Council. I know we have made great progress in a country and a city that has historically excluded people for all sorts of reasons, and I believe we still have progress to make. And so I'm thankful for an opportunity to bring racial, gender, generational, professional diversity as an educator to this body as we work through and make sense of information and make decisions that are in service to most. For District 10 in particular, it's a district that's characterized by high-density housing. So housing is the big thing. Like, the majority of land use in my district is dedicated to housing. So stormwater management, aging infrastructure is big for my district. Most of the homes were built in the 1960s and 70s. So that plays a role in flooding, and that plays a role in other challenges as it relates to upkeep and making sure that the neighborhoods are preserved and that families feel secure and stable in their homes. And so affordable housing is a big issue for many of us. For me, affordable housing, we'll define it, whether it's income qualification, housing for people who have aged out of foster care and don't have a safety net to fall into. How can we ensure that, are there ways we can support them? Housing for people with varying abilities and disabilities who want to live independently but need supports. What does that look like in my district and across the city? Public schools, so schools, we've got a lot of kids in my district, and they're in our wonderful school system. So ensuring that our teachers have supports, that our buildings are modernized across the city. Our city staff all across this room and in various departments who aren't represented today, they keep our city running and they provide vital services. So making sure that the working environment is safe, making sure that they are resourced in a way to continue to do the good work that they're doing for our city. And I think more broadly, something I'm looking forward to with this new council and in continuation with the existing council members is a broader cultural vision for our city. So we've got institutional knowledge at the table, we've got fresh perspectives at the table, and I anticipate seeing some really cool things happening in the city of Virginia Beach. And thankfully, what it sounds like is a lot of us have similar priorities. So I look forward to listening to how we can really be effective and actually achieve some things, because I know people are ready to see solutions and resolutions and not a lot of talking. So I'm glad to see and hear there's a similar value across the table.
Certainly the reason that I ran for office is to serve the citizens. Specifically, I'm happy to, work with everyone and address concerns. But in the Centerville district, which I was elected to back in 2018, which is now District 7, the priority concerns there was to build a recreation center. So when I came into office and was elected by the people to come in and serve, that is the first thing that I sat down with the city manager at that time, Dave Hansen, and talked to about making sure there was funding and a budget for that center. And so the money was put in the budget to erect the center. And this is my 5th retreat, council retreat. And that has been a priority for me since day one, every budget cycle. And so the reason why I ran leads up to the needs of the citizens, the priority and needs of the citizens in my district is to build that recreation center. That's why I'm here today, and that's what I will continue to advocate for. Glad to see new members on the body, and looking forward to working with everyone to get that done. Thank you.
This has really been illuminating to hear from each and every one of you, and I'm going to share some things, too, that probably hasn't been shared before, since we're sort of having this kind of a moment. So when I was born, I had an abusive father, and my mother decided that she was not going, he wasn't abusive to me, he was abusive to my mother because I was an infant. She was not going to live that way, and thank goodness she made that decision. So she picked me up and ran away, and it was a time when you didn't do things like that. It was a time you didn't get divorces. It was just very poorly looked upon. But she did it anyway because she wanted a better life for herself and for me. And she finally did secure a divorce, and it was not treated well with her family because it was really looked down upon. But then she remarried, and she married a Navy guy, and we lived it was an enlisted family, and so when I grew up, I lived in a trailer. I grew up in a trailer, and this is kind of funny. I wanted to be an airline stewardess. But anyway, it was a Navy guy, so we ended up coming to this area. So I've been in this area since, I think, well, actually, I started first grade at Bayside Elementary, which actually happened to be Norfolk then. We lived in Norfolk. It was an Ocean View. But later on, Norfolk annexed that part of the city, and so that's why it's now Norfolk. But at the time, it was Princess Anne County. And we went to Florida for a couple of years, and we came back here. So I've really been here since I was 5 years old. And education was really important to me because all of my friends were going off to college, and I wanted to go to college too. And no one in my family had been to college. So it was a driving force for me. So I made sure my family didn't have the money to do it, so I was able to get a few grants from the state and work myself through college, and I was able to get my degree. And many of you have talked about education. Well, education was, being a teacher would be a pretty good thing. So I got my degree in Bachelor of Science in Elementary Education, and I became a teacher. So, you know, they always say you can take the teacher out of the classroom, but not the classroom out of the teacher. And I think a lot of you probably still feel that way. Fast forward, you know, get married, kids, and all that sort of thing. And I was very involved with my children's school, and it's back in 1995, which only Barbara beats me in history here. The schools had a real problem, and Barbara will remember what it was because they had spent more money than they had, and their board was told to resign or get indicted. And my principal really thought a lot of me, and he says, I'd like for you to run for the school board. I was like, I don't know. But I really looked into it, and And I decided to do it. I'd never done anything political, but I always voted, always voted. And so that was a crazy year. There were 48 candidates on the ballot that year. 48, 24 in my race. 24 candidates. Yeah, can you imagine that? You thought you had tough with 3. And, but I worked really hard, and I did everything. I must have done everything right because I was a top vote getter in that race. And I enjoyed my time in schools, and I made so many friends, and I loved the principals and getting involved with the kids and making a difference. We started the substance abuse intervention program that's still in effect today, and I was a leading person in doing that. That saves at least 200 kids a year and keeps them back in school. 2000 came along, and I was really ready to do something different. And Harold Highshober had resigned, and so I ran for his seat. And I really wanted more of a business atmosphere. So I came on the council in 2000. So like Barbara said, and then every time you had to decide whether you're going to run again. And there was always a compelling reason. Of course, education was my thing. And a few years ago, I took a lot of arrows for this, but I pushed really hard for the all-day kindergarten. And we thought it was going to require a tax increase. And I was ready to step up if we had to, because every year in a child's life is important. And once you lose it, you can never get it back. But we were able to do it without a tax increase, which was really wonderful. And Chris, it helped a lot of the kids in your district because they were able to get all-day kindergarten earlier than they thought they were going to. So now, the other thing was the swimming program, where we live in a water community, and drowning is the second leading cause of death for children under 15. And we got the swimming program into the schools, and now it's been so successful they want to get it into every school. And 70% of African Americans don't swim. So that's another really great thing, I think, for education that I was able to accomplish. And now we're going to we're around the very beginnings of starting a joint task force between the schools and the council on vocational education. And I was so pleased to hear many of you mention vocational education, because I think that's really the next big step of what we need to do. So public safety, if you don't have a safe city, you have nothing. They're always going to be really, really important. The voters in 2020, they put their confidence in us on the bond referendum for stormwater. We cannot let them down. They said, yes, we will raise our taxes because we want to control the flooding. Because think about your house. Next to public safety, flooding is pretty important because you got to have a place to live that's safe and secure. So we've got to keep that, and I think we're going to get some really eye-opening comments from the staff about what's happening with inflation, and it's going to be really, really scary. We're going to have to figure out how to deal with it, but we will. We've had much bigger challenges that have faced this council, and Bobby and Barbara and I, we've really had to live through some of those. But we'll get through this one as well. I got to say something about Rudy Loop. It's in District 5, and I think that's one of the really great decisions that we're going to have to make this in the next year. It's the most spectacular piece of property undeveloped on the East Coast. I think I don't know what the people are saying about it, but I can't imagine that anybody really wants 3 hotels and apartments. I think they want a park. I think this is a park for the people, and I think I think there's opportunities that the private sector can come in and raise a lot of money for it. And by doing that and turning it over, then it will not become a homeless city. We really want it to be a park for the people that feel they can be safe. I would like to have a splash park for the children there. I think your children would love to go down there and run through a splash park. But other than that, a parking garage and a stage to have stuff. Other than that, I'm an open book on what we as a council want to do with Rudy Loop. That's an incredible opportunity. I'm very fortunate. I have Oceana in my district, Corporate Landing Park, able to do the broadband. The sea cables are coming through and through Camp Pendleton, through there. There's a tremendous opportunity that's happening in District 5. And we're all going to have to work together. And I think we've started a new era where we were all at large. We were accountable to all of the voters, all of the taxpayers. But now we each have our own little district. And it'll be very easy to become just myopic and focus just on our own little districts. But we're going to have to look beyond that, because when we all, a rising tide lifts all ships, right? And so when we all do well, we'll all do well. And we need to work together. And you're going to have to, because you're not going to be able to accomplish anything by yourselves. So these moments of us joining together and hearing our stories, and that's why I wanted to share some of my fairly personal background with you that most of you have not heard before. Because I think these relationships are really important. Relationships are everything, and that's how we're going to get things done. But we have to remember the people that put us here, and those are the voters and the taxpayers. And we've got to make sure that this is an affordable city for them to live in. And I think we've done a pretty good job so far. We have the best services and the lowest tax rate of any other city in the region. And we need to continue to do that. They deserve the best, and we need to make sure that we keep the tax rate as low as we can, but not provide, we do not want to take away the great services that they have, because they've learned to depend on those. And at all different levels, whether these are people that use our rec centers, that go to our schools. These are the things that make our city the greatest city in the world. So I think this is an epic retreat that we're going to accomplish great things, and it's an honor for me to be here with all of you.
Let me talk about the pressure being the last one speaking before the break. We're going to try to be succinct, but once again, I can tell you the value of everyone speaking up. I think this is a very epic and unique situation that we're having today. First of all, with the opportunity for everyone to really get into depth about who they are, where they're from. But the other great thing is this is the first retreat that we're actually video streaming. And I think it's just going to be very symbolic of the new era of accountability and transparency that was discussed right here. It's a great first step forward when you think about it. Just a little brief stuff about, good old Bobby D. You can only talk to me for 30 seconds and figure out I'm not from down here, correct? We'll get together for coffee and talk about it if you want. But I was born in Newark Beth Israel Medical Center in Newark, New Jersey in 1950. And as I started off a speech at Central Business the other day, the city is 60 years old and I'm 72, so I outlived Virginia Beach so far. So we're moving on here. But as a kid growing up, I was identified that I had a learning disability in the first grade. And they pulled me out of public school and put me into a parochial school. I had, at the time, they didn't call it attention deficit disorder. I was just a hyperactive kid with an overactive imagination that had what I call a Reader's Digest attention span. So, I studied with the sisters in parochial school. And then in 1963, the same year John F. Kennedy was assassinated, my dad died suddenly. He had a heart attack. And for lack of better terms, I was a rudderless ship for a long time. So I empathize with the families now that really are missing one or both families. It's tough. I actually dropped out of high school in 1968. My Andy Warhol claim to fame is I dropped out of the same high school that the comedian Jerry Lewis dropped out of, Irvington High School back in the day. And on May 1st of 1968, I went to Paris Island. But let me tell you about that era, if you think we're having some challenges now. I went in the Marine Corps right after Martin Luther King was assassinated tragically. And that was a world-changing event. While I was at Paris Island, Bobby Kennedy got assassinated. The Tet Offensive was going on in the Vietnam War, and there were strong anti-war sentiments, strong anti-military sentiments. I went to visit a friend of mine who was wounded severely in Vietnam and decided I wanted to become a physical therapist. Now, I dropped out of Seton Hall Prep. Because Bobby D does not do algebra well. But then all of a sudden I decided I wanted to be a physical therapist, and for the first time I went to college after the Marine Corps, and I had to take chemistry and physics and algebra all for the first time. And the learning disability was still there. It was a challenge. But eventually I became a physical therapist. I got into I always tell people I was rejected by some of the finest PT programs on the East Coast, and I got into St. Louis University. Of course, with the Jesuits, so, the Catholic thing kept on going on, okay? And, but, I needed a 2.75 to graduate, and I got a 2.85, though, so we did it. But then I became a physical therapist, and I became a department head and started my working way up, and I really needed a other degree, so I got a master's degree in public administration from Fairleigh Dickinson. And at the time, in 1989, I was the vice president for administration at Meadowlands Hospital, which was really kind of cool because it was about a mile away from Giant Stadium. I've been a Giant fan a long time. Due to there was a merger acquisition, and they didn't need vice presidents. They needed nurses and other people. So I came down to visit a friend of mine that was living at Lake Christopher in Virginia Beach in 1990, and there was a house for sale on the lake that I could never touch in New Jersey. So I said, okay, let's move. So that's how I wound up here. So in the 90s, I worked as a physical therapist, and I started teaching PT at ODU. And then I wound up actually 4 years at Hampton University when they started their physical therapy program. And I was told if I wanted to continue being a college professor type, I would need one of those PhD things. So Regent University started a brand new program in leadership, and I enrolled in that. And then I eventually got my doctorate in organizational leadership. But my life-changing experience was that while working on my doctorate, and then once elected in 2004 to city council, and I was the last of the May elections, I had the opportunity to literally work in thousands of homes, and I'm not exaggerating, in Virginia Beach, in Portsmouth, in Norfolk, working with people. And working with people at the worst time of their lives, when they figure out they just had a stroke, they were in a car wreck, they dived into a shallow pool and broke their neck and were paralyzed. Working with people, one-on-one. And the ability to, just motivate people that were in their darkest days with humor and understanding, compassion, and empathy. But once again, being in their homes, seeing how they lived, whether it was a mansion in Broad Bay, or in, some of the poorest housing element in the whole region. It's about people. And that's one of the things I always wanted to be about with people. So it was a privilege to be elected. A lot of folks didn't give me a chance to get elected. I was tremendously outraised in money and everything, but through the grace of God, I got in. And then the opportunity to come up for mayor in a special election came up in 2018. And at the time, I was the Centerville representative, and I ran 3 times without opposition in a row. And the decision to run for mayor was a tough one. But I decided to go ahead and do it. And, it was a very historic election back then because my opponent was also on the council, and that opened up 2 seats. And as a result, Aaron Rouse was elected. He received the highest vote total of anybody within that election. And a former student and friend of mine, Sabrina Wooten, assumed the Centerville chair. But once again, it was a tough decision, and I'll tell you what, it was the beginning of a journey that we had together. You know, we have a historic council right now, but back then we had an eclectic council. We had, by age, by race, by political philosophy and everything. First major decision, but once again, even in that election cycle, 3 of those races went to a recount, and then a judge determined that the guy that lived in the Beach District won the seat, didn't live in the Beach District. So we had to do a replacement. First major decision point to come up was something in the water. And I will tell you, a lot of people advised me against it. And I said, we have to do it. We have to do it. And it turned out to be a seminal moment. And boy, I'll tell you what, it turned out to be tremendously popular. But then we came up to the challenge part of it. And what I'm trying to say is the remarkable eclecticness of our council. We came together through the biggest challenges in the history of Virginia Beach. We went through a mass shooting together. We went through public unrest together. We went through a COVID together. And we were going into inflation. And we went through one challenge after another, but we hung in there. And we came through. But once again, I think and I will tell you, and a lot of you have heard me, on any speech I give lately, no mayor does anything by him or herself. Any mayor thinks that is delusional. It's the council that you're with, it's the management you're with. And, when Barbara was talking about accomplishments, we actually did accomplish a number of things, one of which was hiring Patrick Dehaney, a true game changer. I'm not on council that long, but Patrick's the 3rd city manager I'm working with. So we were always in a state of transformation and flux for a number of years since 2018. But I keep on asking people, name a city that came through better than we did. And one of the first things we did was get the beaches open. And, at the time when things were on a lockdown, let me give you a couple of examples. We found out on a Tuesday that if the council passed it, we could open up the patios at the restaurants. Found about Tuesday, we had a special meeting on Thursday. That Friday, the patios were open. It was a sign of relief. When talking to Governor Northam, now, Governor and I did some work together over the years, being on panels. We're both healthcare guys. And we talked about not only, the disease entity of the COVID itself, but the collateral consequences of not opening up the beaches, where we talked about depression, suicide, drug abuse, alcohol abuse, domestic abuse. And the governor agreed to let us open up, and, it allowed us the opportunity to have families from Baltimore, from Maryland, from Delaware, to come during a time of lockdown. And remember, the thing was only supposed to last for 2 weeks, to have that opportunity. It just made all the difference to the point where we were able to tread water and then finally the next year, we had our best year at the oceanfront ever. It was the tenacity of, and what I saw was a remarkable thing. The people came together. The strength of Virginia Beach are the people. And the way we came together as a community is inspiring. In summary, I'll say, okay, we've been through challenges. And one of the biggest challenges we had was the brain drain. And now I'm proud to tell people, friends don't let their friends' children move to Northern Virginia. We're going to get a job for you right here. We are now on the brink of positive transformation of economic and development that's going to take our city to the next level. And I can't tell you how excited I am to be among you and working in collaboration with you to take our great city to the next level. Thank you all. God bless you. Let's take a break.
You all will plan to come back around, it is just about 10:45, so come back at 11, and we're going to do a little switch up, and now that you've had an opportunity to hear from each of you, you'll get an opportunity to hear what your residents say through your resident survey. And hopefully we met Councilman Remick's expectation of learning a little something new about each member on the body through this exercise. So enjoy your break. Opportunity to hear from each other about some of your key priorities, and now is an opportunity to hear a little bit more about what the community said are their priorities and their feedback from the resident survey that was conducted not long ago. So I'm going to turn it over to Monica, who's going to lead this part of the conversation.
So good morning. Just a few introductory comments before Jason comes up with ETC. I just really want to underscore the specialness of these types of surveys. It's much different than the usual types of surveying that we do. It's random sampled. So oftentimes you all hear, if you think of a bell-shaped curve, you hear from people who are on both extremes, either extremely happy, extremely unhappy. When you do random surveying, you're trying to get that middle, silent middle is what some people refer to them as. So it's random sampled. It's statistically significant. Jason, I believe we had 95% confidence level, a little less than 3% margin of error. And just to underscore what that means, this is a really high quality set of data you have. What that means is if we were to do the survey 100 times, 95 of those 100 times, these results would be within 3 percentage points. So if something is 80% excellent, if we did this 95 times, it would be between 77% excellent or 83% excellent. So really high degree of confidence you can have from these data points. It was demographically representative, as you're going to see from Jason, along a lot of the demographics, age, race, gender. So you can have a high degree of confidence that you are hearing from a representative sample of your constituents. So that's one of the first things I want to underscore is just the high quality of this data. The second thing I would say is that the analysis is just beginning. The report you have, what Jason's going to talk about, is mainly the results at the macro general level and some by district. We have more analysis coming. We're going to segment the data more so we can see how do subgroups feel about this. Do certain demographics, whether it be race, age, length of residency, do they feel the same about certain questions? So we call that crosstabs. We'll have a crosstabs report. If you're going through certain questions and you want to see that segmented a different way, just let us know. Something else we'll do is we'll also look and see, you have general perceptions, but we might want to break it down to see folks who have actual experience with the department. How do they feel versus folks who may have a general perception? What else do I want to say before I introduce you? The last thing Methodologists really advocate for triangulating of methods. So there's going to be some results you're going to scratch your head and you might want to know why. Why is that the sentiment? With surveying, you don't really get to the why. You get to the generalizations and the segmentation. But what we'll do, and the manager's really already directed us to start doing this for certain areas, is dig deeper. We might want to have interviews. We might want to have focus groups. So the research just begins. Surveying is one of the types of research. It's not the only type. And then finally, introducing Jason. Jason Morado has been doing this for over 20 years. He serves as the Vice President of Community Research with ETC Institute, which is one of the largest firms in this space. He's worked on over 500 projects or 500 communities on surveys. So he's just a wealth of knowledge and really excited to have him here. So Jason, welcome to the beach.
Thanks, Monica. My name is Jason Morado. I'm with the ETC Institute, and we are a marketing research firm that specializes in conducting resident surveys for local governments. We recently conducted a citywide resident satisfaction survey for the city of Virginia Beach for the first time. So today I'm going to walk through the results of the survey. The full report is very detailed and comprehensive, and as Monica said, this is really the starting point. There'll be a lot more in-depth analysis later on. So today I'm going to walk through the results at a fairly high level. I have just one slide about ETC Institute. We're based in the Kansas City area, but we're a national leader in providing market research for local governments. We've been doing this type of work for over 40 years. And in the last 10 years alone, we've conducted surveys in more than 1,000 communities across the country. So this is really the type of work that we specialize in. This is just a quick rundown of what I'll go through today. We'll look at the purpose and methodology of the survey. What I call the bottom line up front are our main conclusions from the survey. And then I'll go through the major survey findings to show how we came to those conclusions. And I'll be happy to answer any questions as well. I have quite a few slides, so if you want to jump in as I'm going through, that's fine, or you can wait until the end. Either way is okay. So there are several reasons to conduct a survey like this. One is to get an objective assessment of how satisfied your residents are with the delivery of major city services, and also to determine what residents feel are the top priorities for the community. Hopefully this survey will also serve as a baseline for future surveys. A lot of cities we work with conduct these surveys on a regular basis, often every 1 to 3 years. That way you can measure trends over time and also know what the current priorities are for your residents. And then we're also able to compare your results with other communities across the country. And that's based on surveys conducted by ETC Institute. So this survey was administered by a combination of mail and online to randomly selected residents throughout the city. Our goal was to receive at least 1,000 completed surveys, and we had a good response. We ended up with a little over 1,200 completed surveys, and that includes at least 100 surveys in each of the city council districts. As Monica said, the results of the 1,205 surveys at the 95% level of confidence has a margin of error of plus or minus 2.8%. Which essentially means if we conducted the survey the same way 100 times, 95 times the results would be plus or minus 2.8% from what we're reporting. So even for a statistically valid survey, the results are never perfect, but the margin of error is very small. So here we have a map of the city. The dark lines are the boundaries of the council districts, and the red dots are households that completed a survey. So as I mentioned, we had at least 100 completed surveys in each council district. And as we were administering the survey, we made sure that the demographics of survey respondents reflect the actual population of the city for key demographic areas, such as age, race, ethnicity, and gender. So here are our main conclusions from the survey. We found that residents have a very positive perception of the city of Virginia Beach. 90% of respondents rated Virginia Beach as an excellent or a good place to live. In a little bit, when we compare your results to other communities, you'll see that's a very, very high number, much higher than most other cities. We also found that satisfaction with city services is much higher in Virginia Beach than other communities. You rated above the U.S. average in 44 out of the 52 areas that we compared. We'll look at this in more detail in a little bit, but there are a couple areas I especially want to point out. One is that the overall quality of city services rated 25 percentage points above the U.S. average, and that's one of the most important questions on the survey because there we're asking residents to take into account all the services you're providing and really give an overall satisfaction rating for how well you're doing. Another area that really stood out is satisfaction with customer service from city employees, rated 32 percentage points above the U.S. average. And that's one of the areas where you rated the farthest above the national average. And then we found the top overall priorities are public safety, stormwater management and flood control, affordable housing. Those are the three that really stood out as the highest priorities. But other high priorities are the condition of major streets, managing growth, opportunities for residents to participate in city policy development and decision-making, and human services. So first we'll look at some general perceptions that residents have of the city. This was the very first question on the survey. We asked residents to rate their perceptions of the city in a number of different ways. You can see the dark blue are ratings of excellent, the light blue is good, the gray is neutral, and we interpret neutral as average or meeting expectations, so a rating of a 3 on the 5-point scale. And then the pink and red are ratings of below average or poor. So overall, the positive ratings far outweigh the negative. There's a lot more blue than there is red. If you look at the top row, over 90% of respondents rate the overall quality of life in Virginia Beach as excellent or good. The overall image received very high ratings as well. If you look at the third row, 75% of respondents rate the overall quality of city services as excellent or good, compared to only 7% who gave ratings of below average or poor. So you have more than a 10-to-1 ratio of those who gave positive versus negative ratings for the overall quality of city services. Typically, that ratio is more around 4 to 5 to 1. So that's an outstanding ratio. Here are some more perceptions of Virginia Beach. If you look at the top row, you see 90% of respondents rated Virginia Beach as an excellent or good place to live. You also received very high ratings as a place to raise children, as a place residents would recommend family and friends to visit, and most residents say Virginia Beach is a place where they feel welcome. And we also asked residents how safe they feel in various situations, and you can see most residents overall feel safe in Virginia Beach. Most feel safe in their neighborhood during the day as well as at night, as well as in recreation centers and parks. In retail areas, the ratings are a little bit lower, but still the majority of residents feel safe there as well. So we also found that residents in all areas of Virginia Beach are satisfied with the overall quality of city services. So here again, we have that map of the city, and we broke the results out by city council district. We create a map like this for every question on the survey asked on a 5-point scale, so the report has well over 100 maps. There's just a few that we'll take a look at here. This one's for the overall quality of city services, and you can see the entire map is blue. So this tells us that residents in all council districts are satisfied with the overall quality of city services, and it also means you're doing a great job providing services equally throughout the city. This map is for Virginia Beach as a place to live. Not only is the entire map blue, but there are several areas in dark blue, which is the highest possible rating. So citywide, residents feel good about Virginia Beach as a place to live. And then this is for Virginia Beach as a place to raise children. This looks just like the previous map. The entire map's blue with also some areas in dark blue. So residents throughout the city feel good about Virginia Beach as a place to raise children. This map is for the overall quality of police services. We also asked about some more specific aspects of police services in the survey, such as enforcing traffic laws and response time. This is just for overall quality of police, and you can see again the entire map is blue. In fact, there's one district, I think that's District 6, that's in dark blue, which is the highest possible rating. Residents citywide are satisfied with the overall quality of police services. For fire services, overall quality of fire services, the entire map's dark blue, so very high ratings citywide. And then for customer service, the entire map's blue. So residents in all parts of the city are satisfied with the customer service they're getting from city employees. And then for parks and recreation, programs and facilities, again, not only is the entire map blue, but most of this one is dark blue. So residents citywide are satisfied with parks and recreation programs and facilities. Now for the overall condition of major streets, most of the map is blue, but we do have a few yellowish areas. And those means the ratings are a little bit lower there, more average ratings, still not any orange or red, which would mean the majority of residents are dissatisfied in those areas. Now for major city streets, usually when we ask this question on surveys, there's a lot more yellow or even some orange or red for this map. So this is actually really good to see these many positive responses for major city streets. This is for stormwater management and flood control on neighbor streets. Here the entire map is yellowish, so still not bad ratings, but more average ratings compared to some of the other maps we just looked at. And then the same thing for how well the city's managing growth. More kind of average ratings citywide. So I mentioned earlier that satisfaction with city services is much higher in Virginia Beach than other communities. Virginia Beach rated above the U.S. average in 44 out of the 52 areas that we compared, and that includes ratings significantly higher in 43 of those areas. And by significantly, we mean 3% or more above the national average, which is that margin of error on the survey. You also rated above the regional average in 38 of the 52 areas and significantly higher in 35 of those areas. So for these next few charts, the dark blue lines are positive ratings for Virginia Beach residents, so that 4 or 5 on the 5-point scale. The green line are the satisfaction ratings for residents in the Atlantic region, so that includes Virginia as well as some surrounding states. Then the orange are the ratings for residents from all across the U.S. So this first chart's for perceptions of the city, and you can see in all areas your ratings are significantly above the national average, far above when it comes to the overall image of the city. If you look at the second row down, 75% of respondents were satisfied with the overall quality of city services, and you can see the national average is barely over 50%. You also rate it much higher when it comes to public schools. 53% of your residents were satisfied with the value they receive for tax dollars and fees. Now that seems low compared to some of the other ratings you received, but you can see the regional and national average are both only just a little under 34%. So for that question, 53% is actually a really good rating. Here are more perceptions of the city. Almost 90% of residents were satisfied with Virginia Beach as a place to live. You can see the national average is a little under 50%. You also rate it much higher than other cities as a place to raise children, as a place you would recommend to family and friends to visit, and then as a place to retire. These comparisons are for utility and waste management services. Again, in most areas, your ratings are far above the national average. This includes a wide variety of services such as sewer, trash, tap water, recycling, yard waste. The one area that does rate a little below the national average is stormwater management and flood control on major streets, and that's typical, though, for a coastal community. And then for public safety, in all 11 areas, your ratings are far above the national average, so great job from public safety. And this includes, among other things, the overall quality of fire services, overall quality of EMS, and then overall quality of police services. Here are comparisons for how safe residents feel in the city. And you can see Virginia Beach residents feel more safe than residents in other cities, just overall, in their neighborhood, both during the day and at night, as well as in city parks. When it comes to retail areas, your ratings are more on par with other cities, just a little bit below. And then for infrastructure and transportation, your ratings are very high for streets, including both neighborhood streets as well as major city streets. Sidewalks also rated above the national average. One area that did rate below is street lighting, as well as accessibility of streets, sidewalks, and buildings for people with disabilities. When it comes to transit services, your ratings are really more on par with other communities. And then for code enforcement, the overall appearance of the city is one of the areas where you rated the farthest above the national average. 82% of respondents are satisfied with the overall appearance of the city. The national average is only 56%. You also had high ratings for mowing and tree trimming along city streets and public areas, and enforcing mowing and cutting of weeds on private property. The one area that did rate below is enforcement of junk and debris cleanup on private property. And then when we look at customer service and community engagement, another one of the areas where you rated the farthest above the national average is customer service from city employees. 73% of respondents were satisfied with customer service they've received from city employees. The regional average is just a little under 40%. National average is barely over 40%. Other areas where you rated above the national average are your website, the availability of information about local government services and activities, and then just the overall effectiveness of communication with the public. One area that was more on par and even just a little bit below other communities was opportunities for resident participation in city policy development and decision-making. Now, that could just be a matter of residents not aware it was available or how to participate. And then when it comes to parks, recreation, and library services, in all three of these areas, your ratings are far above the national average. That includes the overall quality of library services, overall quality of parks and recreation, programs and facilities, and then the physical condition of parks, trails, and other outdoor facilities. So the last section will take a look at our top priorities. These next few charts are what we call the important satisfaction analysis, and this is a tool we use to help communities set priorities. The idea behind this is the services that have a combination of lower levels of satisfaction, but at the same time are rated as the most important, are identified as the highest priorities. So the areas in red are the highest priorities. They have that combination of lowest satisfaction and highest importance. The yellow are the next tier of priority. And then the green are more of a medium priority. Now, this doesn't mean you should ignore the areas in green, but making improvements to areas in red and yellow will impact the greatest number of residents. So this first chart's for utilities and waste management services. You can see the top two priorities are stormwater management and flood control on neighborhood streets, followed by the overall management of public stormwater runoff, drainage, and flood control. A couple areas that just missed that are in yellow, but just missed being in the red, very high priority, are stormwater management and flood control on major streets, and then overall efforts to protect natural resources and the environment. Another high priority was the quality and condition of trees and open space in the city. These are the priorities for public safety services. We saw overall satisfaction ratings were very high for public safety. But having said that, the top priority is just overall efforts to prevent crime, followed by confidence in the city's ability to meet basic needs during and immediately after natural or man-made disasters, efforts to ensure the community is prepared for emergencies and disasters, and then enforcing traffic laws. For development services, the top overall priority is the affordability of housing options in the city. This is something that's really been a high priority nationwide, especially over the past year or so. Other very high priorities are how well the city's managing growth, and then the quality of new development in Virginia Beach. A couple other areas that just missed being in the very high priority category are using economic development incentives to support economic opportunities for residents, and then the variety of housing options throughout the city. For infrastructure and transportation services, the highest priority is the overall condition of major streets. We saw the satisfaction ratings are actually better here than other cities for major streets, but it's still something that residents feel is important to prioritize over the next few years. Other high priorities were street lighting and transit services that were offered, and then the availability of sidewalks. And then for code enforcement, the highest priority was enforcement of junk and debris cleanup on private property. Other high priorities were enforcing the exterior maintenance of business properties, city services regarding regulation of short-term rentals, and then enforcing mowing and cutting of weeds on private property, which again, we saw your ratings are better than other cities in that area, but still an area that residents think is important. And then when it comes to customer service and community engagement, the highest priority was opportunities for residents to participate in city policy development and decision-making, and then just the overall effectiveness of communication with the public. Just missing, falling into the very high priority category, was knowledge of how to engage and provide input to elected officials. And then when we look at parks, recreation, library, and human services, by far the top priority here was just the overall quality of human services that are provided by the city. And we saw that satisfaction ratings are really very high, kind of consistently for parks and library services. And then here we asked residents, what are the 3 most significant issues that you think Virginia Beach will face over the next 3 years? The most significant issue was public safety and crime. Again, we saw that satisfaction ratings are very high with public safety, but it's still something residents feel should be a high priority over the next few years. The other highest priorities are the affordability of city services, taxes, and fees, affordable housing, and flood protection. So just as a quick recap, we saw that residents have a very positive perception of the city. There's a lot of examples of that throughout the report. We saw that satisfaction with city services is much higher in Virginia Beach than other cities. There's also a lot of examples of that, but a couple that really stood out were the overall quality of city services and then customer service from city employees. And then the top overall priorities, and this is based a lot on the important satisfaction analysis we looked at: public safety, stormwater management and flood control, affordable housing, condition of major streets, managing growth, opportunities for residents to participate in city policy development and decision-making, and then human services. So that is everything that I had. The results obviously are very, very positive overall. Of course, there's always room for improvement, but the first time you conduct a survey like this, you're never quite sure how the results are going to turn out, and they're very, very positive overall. So with that, if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Michael?
I do have some questions about the methodology.
Sure.
And I know you spent a little bit of time introducing this in the beginning, and I'm really pleased with the results, and I think that what you've shown us as the areas that we need for improvement are ones that, you know, we've heard from the citizens and discussed at council that we recognize the need for improvement in those areas. But I'm just going back to the methodology. I just wanted to find out a little bit more about, you know, you said that there were 100, at least 100 responses per council district. And could you describe a little bit more about how you solicited those responses? And if you did previously, I apologize. It's a lot of information to take in, but I'm just curious about where those responses came from. Were they voluntary? Did you reach out to them? And if you could just, you know, provide a little bit more insight about the accuracy of the responses. Because while they're very positive and high, I believe them because that's the sense that I get from the citizens too. I just am interested in the assurances about the accuracy. And then I do have a comment after you answer that question.
Yeah, absolutely. So the way that works is households were selected at random to receive the survey. The typical response rate for a survey like this is around 12 to 15%. So surveys were mailed to about 9,000 randomly selected households throughout the city. And the idea behind that is that every household in the city had an equal chance of being selected. The mailed survey also had a link to an online version of the survey, so residents had the option of filling out the print survey and mailing it back to us, or going online to fill out the survey. We also sent postcards as a follow-up that had a QR code with a link to the online survey, and then we promoted the survey on Facebook to those who received the survey in the mail. So we gave residents multiple ways they could fill out the survey, and the reason we do that is it allows us to reach a more diverse group of residents. If the survey were only by mail, it would skew much older. If it were only online, it would skew younger, so we like to do that mail-online combination. And then there were a lot of demographic questions on the survey, such as race and ethnicity, age, gender, household income, and we use that to make sure that the demographics of survey respondents reflect the actual population of the city. So that's the method we use. The results we looked at here were just overall 1,200 responses. But we also have the ability to dig deeper and break the results out by council district, which I showed here a little bit, but we could do even more of that. And also break the results out by those key demographic factors such as age, race, gender, household income. So, sure.
They get addresses from the United States Postal Service, so they get a full listing of all addresses in the city. So when he says each household had equal opportunity, he really does mean each household. For those who go online, we saw some people would put the link online, but what they do as an extra step for validation is at the end of the survey, you put your address, and only those that were part of the random sample are included in your results. So they have a lot of safeguards that we, part of the contract, made sure that they put in place.
Thank you. Well, that gives me even greater understanding and confidence in the accuracy of what you presented. And I think that is so important with regard to what I'm about to say next, which is that we hear from citizens on a regular basis every Tuesday who tell us all the things that are happening wrong with the city. And I'm glad that we do, because it's our job to listen to them and to be responsive to the concerns that they raise. But if you judge citizen satisfaction based on the crucible we work in every Tuesday, you would think that the city staff, the city council, and the entire organization is doing something terribly wrong. And it's important, I think, to take this moment to really examine these results and recognize that there are more than 460,000 people who live in Virginia Beach. We don't hear from many of them because they're satisfied with the work that this organization is doing to promote the quality of life. And we have to be careful about being led exclusively by the critics and the hypercritics of what happens in the city council chambers. And I'm not here to try to take credit for that satisfaction, because I've only been here for 3.5 years, maybe approaching 4 years. But the credit belongs to the organization, which has been working for decades, 60 years, to build the infrastructure where this environment for satisfaction can exist. All the men and women of the workforce and the citizens themselves. And I just want to really drive that point home about the level of satisfaction that we see. And no, it's not perfect. And absolutely there's lots of room for improvement. But it's easy, I think, even for me, to get caught up in this notion that everything is terrible or worse. And I'm so glad to see these results and have an even greater level of confidence in the accuracy of the results, because I think it demonstrates what I know anecdotally to be true when I visit with Civic League members and talk to the guy who's at 7-Eleven, people in the schools, people I talk to in Walmart and Target, that they love living in Virginia Beach, and there's a lot of good things happening here, and there's a lot of reason for optimism. And we have some work to do, but overall, we're in really good shape, and I want to make sure the public has confidence in that, and confidence in the work that was done by all the people who came before those of us who were in this room. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Chris?
Just a general question. What would prohibit us from targeting a larger pool of respondents?
More than the 1,200 completed surveys?
The pool of 9,000? I think you mentioned you targeted 9,000
right.
homes.
The cost is the main thing. It would cost more, and it would not make the data much more accurate. So at some point, you're minimal improvement in accuracy, but just a lot more expensive, costly. Yeah, for a city of this size, 1,000 surveys is a very typical sample size. It's the same sample size we use for the city of Raleigh, which is similar sized. We just conducted a survey like this for the city of San Antonio, and we completed 1,000 surveys. Even if we had only 500 or 600, the data would be perfectly accurate. The main reason even to do this many, 1,000, is to ensure that we had at least 100 per city council district. And we could analyze the results, not just citywide, but at a more granular level.
Thank you.
Okay, Josh?
Thank you very much for your work. I had a question as to whether foreign language translation was available to any of the survey respondents.
Yeah, the cover letter had some, you could call a phone number if you wanted the survey translated into other languages, and that was available on the cover letter that was mailed along with the survey.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, if I could just comment, first of all, thank you for, the good results. And I think it's important to note that a lot of the satisfactions, recommendations of expectations for us are very much aligned about what we talked about this morning. So I think we're in congruity with what the public wants in terms of what we are determining to be, the factors going forward. And the other thing is, too, that any organization always has, in spite of its successes or failures, always has to be in a state of constant transition and updating. Yes, we got some good news here. Yes, we still have work to do. I'm sure we would all agree with that. But any organization adapts to what's going on. I can tell you, when I first got on council, stormwater was not a priority. Hurricane Matthew changed that, and the reality of what's going on. So once again, adapting to the priorities that as they come up, I think is important. But I think the other thing which gives your report a little bit more validity was the recent ODU report that came out, and that actually made an editorial in the pilot that we were the highest rated satisfaction city in the region at 86%. And, the other cities were, behind that. But once again, I think we're doing a lot of the right things. We have to continue to do what's right, and we still have to strive for that excellence that we all want to achieve. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, everyone.
One of the other topics that you all, or several of you, mentioned in your conversations leading up to the street retreat was about community engagement. You've had an opportunity through the survey to engage a statistically significant, that's always a hard thing to say, statistically significant number of residents, while the actual number may not feel like a lot in terms of your total population, but you have some really important results here. But I just open it up to conversation. Are there other ways that you all, based on what you've heard today, want to engage with the community?
Anybody? Jennifer?
So some feedback I've heard about community engagement is, I guess, gratitude and appreciation when it happens, and then questions about what's next. So where there's input, requests for input, community engagement, and then citizens feeling either unheard or that the responses have been ignored, or that there's continuous input, and then what? So I think it's matching that community engagement with also updating, here's where we are in the process, or here's how your input has been used, or here's, so it doesn't feel like a wasted effort.
I think that's a, very valid point. I think, Jennifer, a number of the problems, or dare I say, I don't want to say problems, but barriers to success with truly more effective community engagement is the fact that so many people communicate on a different level. The people that, a lot of the elderly folks and, some of the people in poor that don't have access to effective communication, the technology. We had a meeting yesterday with the Technology and Innovation Task Force that we have up and running. And one of the things they'd like to commit in going forward with the next year is what they're calling curing the digital divide, because not everybody has access to computers or the technology that everybody has. Some people get all their information from the Virginia Pilot, other people online sources or, whatever. There's a myriad of different avenues that people use to effectively communicate. And basically what I see our media communications with Tiffany are trying to do are to address the multiple sources on how people communicate. And, that's a challenge that we have, but be assured, I believe that we are striving in that direction. Barbara?
Well, it really concerns me that there are a lot of folks who feel like they don't have the opportunity to participate, and I wonder why, because for so many years it's been a high priority of the council. Going back to when I first went on the council, one of my earliest proposals that was adopted by the council was that we go to some night meetings, because it used to be they were all in the afternoon. And so, our striving for public participation has been going on for decades. But the reality is that people are busy, and they're so busy with their lives that they are not able to keep up with all that we're doing. Not everybody. We televised our council meetings many years ago, much sooner than anybody else did. What more can we do than to have all of our council meetings broadcast? Of course, there are the executive sessions, and unfortunately, some people have the impression that we make decisions there, which of course we don't. And so, I don't know. I think people are so busy with their lives that they don't really have a lot of time for what we are so involved in. And I don't know how we get people to take advantage of these things that we do offer. But I think the fact that we make them available is extremely important. And somehow or other, we just need to make it more interesting to people, I guess, so that they will follow things, because it always bothers me to hear people say, well, I didn't know about that. And I think of all the times and all the effort that we made to get people to know about that. But it's just that people are busy.
Yeah, Patrick?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Ms. Henley, you've hit the nail on the head, and you and I have talked about this quite a bit in our one-on-ones about how do we get information out. And for the past several months, I've been doing listening sessions, and I did about 9 with the different various civic leagues in the community to kind of find out what we're doing well in terms of communicating with the public and what we're not doing well. And then I think recently with your support, you all have given us the tools to separate constituent affairs and community engagement, because before we had Nancy Bloom doing both community affairs and constituency engagements. And as you know, you all end up, and I end up with so many different issues that we need to navigate that it became 99% of Nancy's job. So she's putting out flooding and different issues. So now what we're doing is we're trying to focus on building out an actual community engagement strategy versus I think we were allowed in the past to get away with whack-a-mole, but I think now because of where everybody's at now, we need to kind of come up with a more strategy and not necessarily tactics to kind of figure out what we're doing or how we can be better. What I've found is that a lot of times what's going on is the public doesn't know where to access the information, or the information that we have available, which is a myriad of information, and pretty much everything that the city does is available in one format, but we got to figure out a way to get that to the public so they can use it and access it. So we are right now trying to have those dialogues and conversations to kind of bring back something to you all, to kind of help you all figure out a better way to engage with the public, or at least for them to know where they can have access to this information. But I would love your input on what we can do on this front. But it is something that I think is paramount to us, because there's so much misinformation going out nowadays that we got to figure out the right way to kind of get out the information to our public.
And if I could also put, I think, with the broadband coming now, that hopefully, any area in the city that is lacking in the ability to get that type of information, we can certainly take care of. And the other thing is, we're finding out, even with what we're going to be doing with the HOPE project, there are certain advocacy groups that are supplying free tablets to people who are unable to, to afford them. And the idea is to marshal these resources to make sure at least people have access, to getting, to what's going on. But, this is a work in progress, and let's keep it going. Josh?
Yes, sir, thank you. Patrick, you and I have had at least some initial conversations around this. I think it's incredibly important, even though there is so much technology available, to remember that we've got to do a better job at meeting people where they are. And I mean, especially now that we're in a district system, we each, as council members, have opportunities and obligations to connect with our civic leagues. Civic leagues are going to become all the more important as a means of disseminating information and receiving feedback. I know I'm relatively younger, but I guess I'm kind of old school in the way that I would prefer to pick up the phone or go meet people where they're at. I can give you an anecdote. Recently, there was a neighborhood revitalization guidelines in commercial areas, SGA focus group work that came out of that resulted in a pattern book. And we had a public engagement session, but that public engagement session was at the planning department on Sabre Street, and half a dozen people showed up. So I think if we really want to engage people, we got to meet them where they're at.
No, I concur, and that's the path to go. Sabrina?
Thank you, Councilmember Shulman, for bringing that up, because that's what I was going to add to this conversation. I think we need to cast a wider net. I know we're not just using civic leagues. Certainly, civic leagues are very important. However, the majority of residents, in my experience, do not attend civic league meetings. And so if we really want to get a wider, broader picture of how the totality of our city feels, I think we need to cast a wider net. And as was mentioned, go to where the people are and hear what they have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, let's go with Chris and then Amelia.
To Councilman Shulman's first question about the survey, I think we do need to focus on the language barrier. I don't know the statistics, but I know we have a good size population that doesn't speak English, or maybe English is their second language, especially second generation residents. And then I think a good place to start is we do have a lot of data from the individuals and residents that are engaged in the voting process. We had roughly 100,000 people vote, and that does show they're engaged. And someone told me that's a great level of participation, even though it's roughly 24% of our population. And so I think if we can do a better job or look to improve on the language piece, because I didn't really get a clear answer on Josh's question. It said there was a question or a statement that they could fill out the survey in another language, but do we have the actual number of residents that chose that option to fill out the survey in another language?
So what was on the cover letter is that if they needed another language, they could call a number, and then ATC has a call center contract where they have folks who speak a variety of languages. I don't know how many. I can definitely get that data to see how many people needed that, that didn't feel comfortable answering it in English, but it was definitely part of the contract that they had to offer in multiple languages.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Amelia?
Well, this is some of the same thing why, when I ran, I had an interpreter. I had Olga Perez translate what I was doing into Spanish. And we went to the station, so that whole population, it's amazing. I went out and people now recognize who we were. So that part is important. But one thing I want to say also, as I talked with Melissa Sabuti, and I said to her, you have a way before where we could get the civic leagues and faith-based, And she says, we've divided it now. We have Nancy Bloom, who works on this part, getting that information, just like what you're saying, Patrick. So we have the capacity with Nancy for wherever in our different districts to find out that information, know all the civic leagues, because we may know only so many, but there are several of them. So I thank you for opening that door for us to be getting out there, because even though we had this survey and we still have some of the digital divide, we need the walk the talk, actually talking with these people, finding out what they have to say and adding that to the rest of the survey. Because like I said, my district has a dichotomy. We have the central business, highly intent, all of that. Then we have the historic, where some people may not even come out of their homes, but this way we get a feedback from both ends. So I thank you for having something like where you have now Nancy in that role.
Patrick?
All right, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I do think it's one thing to think about that really came out of the survey as well was the kind of community engagement it seemed the public was hinting at in the survey, and was development of policy and development of city policy and things like that. But it kind of makes me think of just when I first came here, interviewed for the job, the number of citizens, boards, and commissions that you all have was by far the most I've ever seen in any city. And being a city manager, you kind of study cities and stuff like that. So I wonder what we can do there in terms of getting more information out, because you all have a lot of advisory boards that advise you all. And to me, that's the way that you get the citizens to play a role in policy development, because you all lean on that to make the decisions that you make that move the city forward as well. So I think some of the infrastructure is there. And I think one of the things I'm going to take away from this is working with Amanda Shop, the city clerk, and also with communications to see, is there anything that we can do to enhance that in terms of getting the word out on the different ways that the public can participate in that. But the big part that they're focusing on, it seems like, is how can they be engaged in policy development or the big decisions that city council makes.
Patrick, what about the idea of, maybe putting out a semi-annual report on it, or even a brochure notifying of the number of different boards and commissions we got, and through that to solicit talent bank applications to come in for these, and let them know that talent bank applications are welcome?
Mayor, that's a good idea. And sorry if I'm pausing. I have to wait for the red light to turn green on my old microphone, so I don't have the new ones that you all have. Mayor, that's a good idea. And I think that's probably even one of the recommendations that came out of your committee that focused on how we can improve and enhance the board of commissions. I know the city clerk's office is taking the lead on that, and they're digesting that information and working with us to put together an action plan that will help in supporting them. But Mayor, that is a good idea.
Yeah, thank you. Barbara?
Well, I think it's important that, we get the word out to our citizens that not only can they serve on a board and commission by filling out a talent bank, but all of our boards and commissions have meetings, and they're all open to the public. And the ones that I am liaison with will have maybe 2 or 3 of the public there, but not any great amount. But I think we also need to let our people know that they have access to all of this information and can attend all of these meetings personally anytime they've got a particular interest, and maybe getting more word out that these boards and commissions are meeting on a regular basis. They are open to the public. They all take public comment if there's public there to comment. And I really think just letting our people know that all of this is available, maybe we haven't done a good enough job in doing that. So it's not just serving on the board and commission, but it's attending those meetings and having your input in that fashion, because if they're going to be an advisory board, they need to hear from the public as well. So I think maybe there's a connection there, or a link there, a possibility there that we haven't been using.
And, that goes back, to the idea of publishing, a very nice document through media and communications, which does a great job informing people of what boards and commissions are, what exactly they do and when and where they meet, and to let folks know that they are welcome not only to, put in a talent bank, but attend those and give input. So I think, I think we may be welcome, with this question with an action plan. Yep, Amelia?
Where I was at Transit yesterday in Richmond, and we had these different mayors in other cities for the Virginia. Some of them do not have what we have, like all of these policies, these committees, and we are serving on the set. We are council people. We don't go and serve Housing Advisory or Idea Commission. So we are ahead of the curve of having that and being able to report what's happened. This is where this hope is coming, because I work with the Idea Commission. We pulled everything together, talked, and then we presented it to council so then they can see. But a lot of cities, at least in our Virginia, as I noticed, they don't have the same situation we have. So we're a little ahead, which is good.
Yeah, Jennifer.
I think this is a great idea. This is one of the questions I had as a new person coming in, the process of boards and commissions and how nominations happen and whether the public knows about the boards and the talent banks and all of that. And so as part of that strategy, and we may have a conversation about this later, but to think about how that reflects the district makeup, I think the diversity of the representatives on the boards and all measures, in which people can be diverse, and also the timeline, because I know there's lots of reappointments and reappointments and reappointments where it might be hard for new people to get on, or so whether that board is expanded or whether, it's just to give more citizens an opportunity to serve, because I think right now it can be crowded and kind of clogged the pipeline to get on these boards. So I would like to include that as part of the strategy, if that's something we can discuss.
I think that's a very valid point. Yeah, Chris.
Just the last comment, it's a question maybe for a combination of Tiffany and our city manager. I have noticed it's just a couple of weeks with some of the meetings, there's kind of a pattern of short notice. And so I just got an inbox saying, sorry for the short notice, even about today's retreat. So the question is it a matter of, for security, but just for this meeting, how long kind of have we had this on the calendar?
So I think that's a combination question for the city clerk, because for your public meetings, we don't push out the notices. I think for the council, so typically what we do is whenever council has a meeting, and Terry, I'm going to speak, and Mark chime in, whenever council has a meeting the week before, Thursday before, the city publishes the agenda for the meeting. This meeting, it wasn't a typical workshop or a typical council meeting, so the workshop was pushed publicly on Friday. And then we also sent it out to a stakeholder group as well that typically gets agendas and things like that.
Because I did notice our lowest rating was for opportunities for resident participation in city policy development and decision-making. And so if you have children, if you're working, I was talking to Councilwoman Wooten, she took a couple days off of work to be here. It's very difficult with 72-hour notice to find childcare or to take off to come and engage. So I would be really interested and want to also support and actually contribute if there's ways we can look at maybe extending the lead time to give people a little additional time to even plan if they want to participate.
Yeah, Patrick.
One thing to follow up on that. So there is a calendar that lists out when your meetings are going to be, and that's probably listed out a year in advance, unless council calls a special meeting, which is a one-off. I think the difficulty is how quickly we can get the agenda out, right? And a lot of times, getting that agenda out depends on input from council members, input from the mayor and the vice mayor, things that you all might want to get an agenda, or things that come up just throughout the year. That'll be a difficult thing to do in terms of trying to figure out what the finalized agenda is. What we do is that we do put out a 3-month glimpse, right? And a 3-month glimpse kind of tells the public, this is what we generally expect to be on the agenda 3 months ahead of time. in terms of possible briefings and in terms of possible items that council will consider for a vote. However, it's hard to predict if that actually stays true once it actually comes to the date for vote, or a lot of times things just come up outside the blue. Like a lot of times prevailing issues may hit staff or hit the council members and they ask to add things to the agenda, and then we react to that accordingly. But it's duly noted and we'll look into it, sir.
Yeah, Chris, a lot of times, in government, it's a kind of a dynamic flow, and we have to be reactive of something that may pop up that, that'd be totally unexpected. But once again, I think in terms of trying to improve and, just get the process going, this is a healthy discussion. I think, the point of this discussion, there's a perception out there with the public that we're not doing enough. But in reality, we are. But in reality also, we're not getting the word out about what we're doing. Jennifer? Yes.
I don't know if can you hear me? The only thing I wanted to add is we do put it out on Thursday. We've always put it out for this meeting, the your call for special session was sent out on Thursday. The agenda is always posted on Thursday. We also email it out. And my only other comment about boards and commissions. So we do have it in the agenda, which boards and commissions have openings or vacancies. And we do have a pamphlet that lists all the boards and commissions, the times that they meet, where they meet. There's a talent bank in the back of that pamphlet. And those are provided to the rec centers and the libraries for the people who don't know to go online to find those. So right now they're not updated because I was waiting for everybody to kind of be assigned what liaisons, what boards they were going to be liaisons to. But those will be forthcoming and they'll be provided at city services where the public can find them.
Yeah, Jennifer, and then Michael.
Just real quick, is there a way to maybe make them more like user-friendly? So in terms of interpreting the chart for like the openings and the timeline, I don't know what it looks like, the citizen version that's in the rec center, but sometimes I have a hard time trying to figure out how to read the chart. So thinking about the user experience and making sure it's really just easy at a quick glance to see, oh, what is this board about? Oh, there's an opening in the next month. Here's how I put in my application, just so it's an easy experience for residents who might want to participate.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yep, Michael and then Barbara.
Thank you, Mayor. Two things on the boards and commissions. I completely agree with Councilmember Rouse. Not only in the citizens' understanding about what's available and when and how and what the process looks like, but also about the waiting list that exists for certain boards and commissions particularly. And so I'd like to request two things. The first one is that all members of council, new members, receive the report from the Citizens Committee on Boards and Commissions that council unanimously adopted, which really makes a lot of recommendations in this area. And if the new council members haven't had a chance to review that, we've had a committee of people, a wonderful committee of committed citizens with experience in this area, study it and make a set of recommendations that we've adopted and then are in the process of implementing. And I know Walter Camp is here, and I'm glad to see him, and he was certainly one of the leaders in that area. The other thing that I want to say is that, and this is a great opportunity to do it, because when we talk about appointments, we often have these conversations during closed session because they're personnel matters. But what the public doesn't always see is that we reappoint members for extended terms, time after time after time after time. And while I appreciate the service that those people have made to our community, there are many different ways to serve the community. And just because someone has been on a board for 8 years doesn't mean they're indispensable. It doesn't mean anyone is indispensable on this body or at city staff or anywhere. And we've made the mistake, I think, as a body of being too deferential to the experiences of citizens and leaving room for exclusion for other citizens and other voices. And that's a big mistake. And those of you who are on this body who have served previously have heard me talk about this before during closed session, but the public hasn't. And I want to use this retreat as an opportunity to affirm what Councilmember Rouse is saying to acknowledge we have a problem and to challenge the council to respectfully thank those members who have served for many years and decades, and encourage them to expand their portfolio of experiences and contributions by finding a new way to serve so that we can make room for new voices and also mentor young people into civic engagement. We're making a huge mistake by making the assumption that experience is the only thing that matters and that we can't lose that experience voice at the table. We have to take the responsibility that we've been entrusted with and make sure that we have the full range of experiences, that we're bringing people into the system who can be those experienced voices in the future. And to date, particularly with certain boards and commissions, we have a big problem with that. And I want the public to know just how big of a problem we have with that and how much, but unfortunately it never sees the light of day. So it's up to this new council to buck that trend and to bring new voices in and respect those who have served before. Thank you.
Barbara?
Well, I know that the city clerk's office sends us a list at the very beginning of the year, and I think we already have that, of exactly when all the appointments are coming throughout the year on every board and commission. And we have some boards and commissions who have had vacancies for a number of weeks that this body simply has not filled. And so it's not a fact that we don't give the opportunity, but sometimes we don't do what we're supposed to be doing either and coming up with these appointments. And so when I have my district forum Thursday, I will be putting out the availability for the entire year of when boards and commissions will be appointed so that people can make their applications. And I think this work that the boards and commissions study group spent over a year developing and the council has now adopted will allow us to make those appointments. And we only extend someone beyond what they have already filled if there is a specific need that they fill. And I think we have corrected that to a very large extent. And we also now have this policy about giving people the opportunity well in advance to let us know if they are not interested in being reappointed and so forth. But I think we've done a lot of work, and I think the work that the boards and commissions study group with Walter and Jimmy Wood and the others that did that have filled a great void here. And I know that Terry spends a lot of time trying to make sure we make our appointments, and be on the lookout for that packet. If you've missed it, we know when all of the appointments are going to come up, who's going to be, where there are going to be vacancies, and it's up to us to get the word out to people that there's a vacancy if they're interested in, and that talent bank is there for us to look at and to utilize. And I think that we have made great strides in making those issues known to people. And again, it's up to us as the council liaisons to get to those meetings as liaisons too, because when we're not there, it gives the impression that we're not taking it seriously. So we as liaisons need to be attending those meetings of the organizations that we are liaisons for and make sure we make this connection to them. And I think we have done a great job, and our boards and commissions are doing a great job, and we've got a lot of people on these boards and commissions, but we also have vacancies that we haven't filled, and that's up to us. That's our problem. We have not done our job if there's been a vacancy in our district for months that has not been filled. And so I think these boards and commissions are there. These people do a wonderful job. And it's our opportunity to give that outreach to a lot of people. A lot of people are stepping up to the plate. But then our citizens also need to attend these meetings if you've got a particular interest and have your input. So it's not just the people who are on the boards and commissions, but it's their outreach into that area that they're an advocacy for. And our citizens, all of our citizens, have the opportunity to attend those meetings and to give input. And I think that's a breakdown, too, that we need to overcome, letting people know that it's there. And this booklet that we have put out is an extremely good booklet. It's very specific to each board and commission, what their mission is, when they meet, how to get on it. And I know I gave away all of mine at my last forum, and I need another stack, Terry, for this week. But you all are doing a good job, and maybe we are falling down somewhat.
Yeah, Amelia?
I just wanted to say what I noticed with the Minority Business Council. They have, as they bring people on board, they have like an associate, like someone that mentors the new people. That maybe some of these board and commissions, some of the new people may shy away because they don't know the process, even though they've read it. That there could be one or two who've been there before, the seasoned people, to kind of do a hand-holding, mentoring them, and then they pull back so they can now take that new role. Just an idea.
That's some good
I've been to your
ideas.
meetings, and I know you're always there. It's important that we show up for our meetings because the people who are on that board are looking at if the liaisons are following through. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're going to be ready to move on. Go right ahead.
Great, thank you. This is some really good discussion, and the good news is you all were going to talk about this tomorrow, so you've already gotten one of your items checked off the list for tomorrow when it comes to boards and commissions. But I will let you know that lunch is here. It is about 12, almost 12:15. So we are going to pause for lunch at this point. I will invite you. I'm going to ask the council to please go first so that you all have an opportunity to eat. And then we will get started back here in 45 minutes at 1 o'clock.
All right. Lunch is on Amelia.
All had a good lunch. There will be some snacks here in the afternoon to help with that caffeine and sugar rush that we know will be needed sometime mid-afternoon. But we want to get started right back where we last left you. You all were talking about engaging residents and beginning to have some conversations around some of the priorities in those areas. Obviously, as we talked about earlier this morning, all of those priorities have to be prioritized, and part of that is because of constraints that you all have in terms of capacity, as well as funding capacity, not only human capacity. You, in many of the conversations that we had before the retreat, many of you talked about the upcoming budget process, the need to understand and be engaged with that process, and also have a good understanding of how to prioritize given some of the limitations that you have within the economy right now. And so I'm going to turn it over to Patrick, who's going to begin that conversation.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, before Kevin Chatelaire comes and give his overview, kind of the budget outlook and some of the key drivers and challenges and opportunities that will face you in this budget process coming up, I thought it would be good to kind of lay a groundwork for him. And I think, council, the past 3 budgets have been historic, right? They've either been navigating the initial shock of the pandemic, navigating through the pandemic, but then also coming out of the pandemic. And council was faced with a lot of challenges across the board, right? Across the board from what our constituents were faced with, what our taxpayers were faced with. They were seeing job loss. They were seeing loss of revenue. They were seeing uncertainty about their very future, their very existence. And it's one of those ones that it's kind of our Great Depression moment. It's like our World War II. It was a worldwide pandemic. It was never a worldwide pandemic as large as this one, at least in recorded history. And council and staff, we made a lot of key decisions through that period of time. And a lot of it was not to cause harm to our taxpayers while they were navigating all the different realities, right? Council basically made a decision to kind of hold the tax rate firm, and then as much as possible, whenever we saw increases in property tax assessment, defer that, right? One of the key decisions council made last year was after the public was gracious enough to pass the bond referendum, seeing the historic rise in property tax assessment, council said it was too much of a burden to put that on our taxpayers, seeing where everything was going. So we made a decision to incorporate the bond referendum inside the 99-cent tax rate. We're to a point now where over those years we made several decisions, and now we need to have an honest discussion about how we're going to pay for some of the priorities that we have, and we need to have a eyes wide open approach as we approach the budget. Prior to the retreat day today, we've been bringing forward to council some of the key needs that we've been seeing over the years to kind of get you all ready to start to have those conversations and those discussions. We don't need a decision today on those things. Basically, what we're looking for now is to have you all have a discussion, tell us what your priorities are, your priorities in line with our debt capacity and also in line with the budget priorities and needs are, so you can kind of tell us what you want us to explore so we can come back to you all at a later date with some options for you to consider. I don't think that's appropriate without Kevin giving you a general outlook of all the different trends, all the different factors that will account to that, so you can be eyes wide open, as I said before, in your decision making. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kevin Chatelaire, our esteemed budget director, and he's going to give you a quick overview of kind of what we're seeing and what we're seeing from the departments in terms of the budgetary needs that we're seeing right now.
Welcome, Kevin.
No, please no. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. As the city manager just did a great job of setting stage for it, I'm going to provide a presentation to council and the viewing public with kind of a snapshot and a high-level overview of what we're seeing as we're working through the development of the city manager's FY24 proposed budget. So it's really good to start, as the city manager was talking about, with a little bit of background. So the last several years, really since the beginning of the pandemic, have really been unprecedented times. I'll never forget when the reality of the pandemic set in was basically March 2020, and it really set hold with me whenever I was alone in a room, basically presenting the FY21 budget into a camera. They had just canceled the NCAA tournament, the NBA season had just been canceled, and the reality set in at that point in time of this is real, the economy shutting down, and there was a great deal of uncertainty, and we didn't know how to, it was unprecedented. So over the course of the next week or two, my staff and I worked with the city manager at that time, acting city manager Tom Leahy, to develop a revised city manager proposed budget. And in that, we reduced $67 million from the original proposed budget, cut 187 FTEs, and ultimately through the adoption, City Council agreed to establish another 49 FTE cut directive to the city manager, which we also implemented. Like I said, it was really unprecedented, didn't know where the revenues were going to land with shutting down the economy. So we also implemented a hiring freeze at that point in time, which lasted the better part of a year. And we also put a freeze on some CIP projects. One thing the city's very fortunate to have is a good amount of cash that we invest in the CIP each year. And what we were able to do is place a freeze on those projects pending and buy more times to see what the city's cash balance was going to be and whether we would move forward with those projects or end those projects. So in hindsight, at the end of the year, revenues actually overperformed. The economy continued to produce, revenues continued to be generated, largely stood up what we suspect is from the high level of federal stimulus dollars that were being pumped into the local economy or into the overall economy. And also, in hindsight, had we known what we know now back then, that employment was going to be a difficult thing to continue to get back at a future point in time, we might not have been as likely to implement a hiring freeze because it really became difficult to onboard those positions. We lost a lot of momentum. But overall, put us in a good position for the following fiscal year, FY22, which again brought its own set of unique circumstances and uncertainties. So we went into the operating budget anticipating a modest amount of revenue growth. We were seeing growth in the revenues, but again, we weren't certain if those revenues were in fact real or if it was just being held up by stimulus funding and the federal dollars flowing through the economy. Overall, the City Council's ultimate adopted budget, as the City Manager previously alluded to, decided that it, in fact, wanted to minimize the impact of the pandemic on the residents. And so the adopted budget reduced the real estate tax rate by 2.75 cents, equivalent of roughly $15 million, and also delayed the stormwater ERU rate that was previously approved to be increased. And it also deferred needed rate adjustment associated with the Waste Management Enterprise Fund and Public Utilities Water and Sewer Fund. At the conclusion of that year, again, revenues once again overperformed, so we were surprised to see that, in fact, it was rebounding much faster than everybody had anticipated. But again, unknown variable was put in the middle of that with a second round of stimulus funding that came from the federal government through the form of ARPA funding. So as that was working through the economy, we were suspecting that that could be holding up some of this. But it put us in a position for the following year. As we got into developing the FY23 operating budget, which we're currently in right now, we were able to continue to look at revenues over the last year. And we saw that the revenues were materializing, they were holding up. So we became aggressive and more confident in our revenue projections, which established the current year's operating budget. City Council also approved as a part of the budget a reduction in the business personal property tax rate for elderly and disabled, as well as qualifying businesses that also qualify for the BPOL exemption program. As the City Manager previously mentioned, City Council also gave direction to not raise the tax rate to support the $567 million bond referendum, which would have been the equivalent previously thought to be around 4.3 cents or 4.1 cents. Instead, that was something that was taken on and absorbed through the organic growth of the assessment base. So really, that was a unique opportunity, as the City Manager said. One thing that came about late in the budget process last year was, in working with the Real Estate Assessor's Office, it wasn't until February that we really got a good sense of where real estate was going to be. We had anticipated about 3% growth, and in reality it came in much higher, I believe about 9% in the current year. And so that's when the decision was made, as opposed to allocating that towards other resources and needs. City Council opted to redirect that as a sustainable bill payer for the bond referendum debt service. So once again, last year, feeling burdened not to negatively impact the residents of Virginia Beach, there was again a decision to freeze the stormwater ERU rate associated with the Stormwater Enterprise Fund. We delayed, again, a waste management fee adjustment, as well as Public Utilities had articulated during the budget process a need for rate adjustments on their end as well to support their enterprise fund. But again, we found a way, utilizing some one-time funding sources, to mitigate those immediate needs and buy more time. Taking a quick snapshot and look at where we're at to date. So revenues are trending in line with where we would expect them to be, maybe just a slightly, we're projecting them to be a little under what we had originally estimated. But one thing we are certain is there's no more necessarily stimulus funding that's going to be directly handed to localities across the Commonwealth. In fact, the Federal Reserve is going the opposite direction. Now they're trying to tamper and slow inflation. They're trying to adjust the monetary policies by increasing interest rates. So also worth noting is that progress is being made in filling some of these vacancies. City Council was clear that was a top priority going into the current fiscal year. HR has been working diligently to make efforts in recruitment, retention efforts, and as a result, we're seeing some progress in that. So I think for a quick snapshot reference, about a year ago at this point in time, we had about 1,000 vacancies, and right now we're down to about 700. So quick look at the budget timeline. Most everybody knows that the operating budget, yes, sir.
And before Kevin goes into the budget time, I'm going to give him some time to drink some water. I will say a couple of things to council as well. I think the prevailing thought that we want to get across the council right now is that significant increase in revenues associated with the CARES Act initially, the American Rescue Plan Act, and then the under execution of payroll due to hiring freezes and a significant amount of vacancies. That's no longer the calculus that we're faced with now. We do have some overperformance on revenue from the vacancy side, because we can't deny the fact that we do have a significant vacancy rate, but that's being measured and tapered off by a significant increase in inflation. So when we were making some of the decisions that we made the past 2 years, we're not going to be afforded that level of additional dollars, and council's going to be faced with some significant decision points to make as we navigate keeping the services in line that we currently provide, and also, but also the CIP. Kevin will have more, but I just wanted to kind of recap kind of what we're trying to show you all as the trends in terms of revenue.
Worth?
Kevin, do we have any unused ARPA or rescue funds unused in our budget for next year?
So unused in terms of they have been allocated out for various purposes, CIP projects, operational expenses. They've been programmed out and appropriated for that, and departments are working to execute those. The Finance Department is getting ready to do a report out on that of where we're at to date on those. So there are funds available, but they're appropriated for various purposes. All $136 million the city received directly was allocated and directed per approval by City Council for various purposes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. So, thank you for the water break, Mr. Manager. So, in looking at the budget timeline, everybody's familiar that the operating budget is basically a year-long process. So, it kicks off in September. We engage City Council with a 5-year forecast and a snapshot, early look at the revenues to baseline needs in November timeframe. So, where we're at today, in the January timeframe, we're currently engaged with every department in meetings with the city manager and departments to discuss our operating budget needs. And here we are at City Council's retreat. So we have a few more months left in the budget process. The city manager's proposed budget will come out the 3rd week of March. And the whole month of April will be the time for the public to engage, speak on, talk about the operating budget, give their response and feedback to City Council, for City Council to then take that information that they gather from that and go into the reconciliation process before ultimately adopting a budget in the month of May. So one of the things that we typically do, or we have done in the past within the Budget and Management Services Department and working with departments, is we've tried to explain away the myth of a $1 billion budget. So I know everybody might think that the budget office is the most loved department in the entire city, but I promise you that that is not true. We're very lonely. But so one of the things we try to communicate to the departments is whenever they go, hey, in years where we've had to make reductions, why can't there be a reduction somewhere else? Why aren't there any other buckets? We have a $1 billion budget. So in reality, so here's a snapshot of the FY23 general fund operating budget. It's actually about $1.3 billion. But whenever you break it down in this manner and you look at the kind of must-do categories, and I'm just going to take a second and kind of walk through this, you'll see that there's not as much money to grab that you might think just be it might be sitting in one of these unnecessary allocated buckets. So starting at the top there, so off the top, we got to meet our debt service obligation and needs. Then we have to implement City Council policy and directions, such as the school funding formula. That's one of the largest at $484 million. Tax relief for the elderly and disabled. This represents the local option of that. That's providing tax relief for qualifying individuals. It has an asterisk there because this is the local portion. The mandated portion is actually netted against the revenues. So of the overall growth in the assessments and real estate, right off the top comes about $20 million for the Disabled Veterans Program, which is not a part of this. Some of the other must-dos are investments and meeting the mandate requirements to fund our portions of the health department. City Council has grants and contributions, regional contributions to organizations that are priorities, so we have to allocate resources towards those. Then we get down to these this next lighter blue grouping, which is really, the kind of must-dos to keep the lights on in the city. So we have lease obligations throughout the city for lease spaces that grow at CPI or inflationary rates. Fuel and utilities, so we've got to put fuel in the vehicles, we've got to pay our utility bills, gas, electric. We also have to provide consistent maintenance to the city garage or the city fleet. We also have to replace vehicles, so it's important. The annual process we go through is work with Public Works and City Garage to make sure we've right-sized those resources and needs so Public Works can keep all the city fleet going, such as police cruisers, fire apparatus, et cetera. And then we have the risk management charges, right? So this is the equivalent of the city's insurance policy that has to pay. Then we have computer replacement needs and subscription costs. So this is a citywide, a subscriptions like the citywide contract that we have with Microsoft, where we have all the user license for all the city employees that utilize that. So there's a lot of needs, and those are tied to contract cost increases. Then we get to this next group with public transportation, right? So this is our contribution to HRT to provide mass transit services within Virginia Beach. Transfers, significant line item. This consists of basically primarily three buckets. One is about 30 million transfer that goes to the Sheriff's Special Revenue Fund to support their operations in a year. Another portion of this transfer, about $7 to $8 million, goes over the Parks and Rec Special Revenue Fund to support their operations and some programs that have been historically viewed as general fund needs, such as OST, or out of school time. And then the other component of that is PAYGO, or the cash contribution that goes into the CIP. Then we have compensation, right? One of the largest expenses of the city's general fund operating budget is about nearly $500 million in personnel costs. But this is total. That's not just salaries, but this is fringes, retirement, health insurance, et cetera. And then whenever you get down to this bottom group, this is kind of the, if you will, discretionary operating budget. And I call it discretionary, but these are the operating budgets for all the various departments. So if you dig down a little bit deeper, it's not so discretionary. So human services operating budget, for example, being at $35 million, and this is just their operating budget, not necessarily personnel, but their operating supplies. A lot of that's tied up in the CSB contract and, again, put towards mandated services. Public Works operating budget, about 27.6, but a lot of that's for the purposes of roadway maintenance, paving cycles, and other contracts like that, maintenance, and as well as the stormwater dedication. Public safety operating budgets total $26.7 million. And then you get to this kind of other non-public safety, right? The $29 million, or less than 2% of the total operating budget. And this is all of the operating budgets for all the other various departments, my department, city managers, city clerks, city attorney's office, and that's just their operating accounts for office supplies, equipment, et cetera. So we typically walk through this exercise, and that helps departments get a sense of, oh, okay, so there's not necessarily an easy grab. Yes, $1 billion seems like an overwhelming big number, and you can just find money anywhere, but it's allocated pretty carefully throughout the budget process. So in looking at the FY24 budget process and the needs that we're seeing to date, we're seeing some significant increases in kind of those must-do categories, such as the tax relief for the elderly, fuel, utility costs, subscription costs. I've mentioned Microsoft, but also the Axon contract. So the Axon contract is the police body-worn camera contracts. We're seeing some increases associated with those things. And we're also seeing some costs associated with the annualized overall cost of the compensation package approved by City Council on the adoption of the current year's budget. Total citywide estimated cost of that is about $40 million. That's the implementation of the STEP plan, as well as bringing all minimum wage positions up to the $15 minimum per hour minimum wage. So the thing as we're working in the FY24 operating budget is we're seeing this having a pretty significant impact on some of those enterprise funds that I mentioned that are dependent on their fee structure, such as waste collection and public utilities with the water and sewer fee, as well as Parks and Rec. In addition to that, so far communicated to date by all departments is that there's an additional need of $35 million above and beyond their baseline services that were approved in the current year's budget for them to implement their department mission to the best of their ability. This is what our one-on-one meetings with them are currently exploring and investigating as we work through these with the city manager. But, and you know, there's a lot of requests for personnel FTEs. And the kind of the misleading thing is you think, okay, well, if you're adding FTEs, that must be an expansion or a new program. Well, not necessarily. So, for example, one of the things we're seeing is the Commonwealth Attorney's Office. We just met with them recently, and they're requesting 12 FTEs to maintain services associated with the expansion of the body-worn camera project. So they have strict mandated requirements that they're to review all evidence and body-worn camera footage, and that's putting a strain on their staff and resources. And so it might require additional FTEs for them to be able to keep up with the services in need. So I had mentioned that one of the impacts, and the city manager did too, is inflation. Certainly something that City Council is well aware of and heard plenty about at this point in time. But here's a snapshot of looking what inflation's done, basically pre-pandemic to the current inflationary rates to date. So that yellow line going across represents a long-term historical average of inflation, or CPI, on all goods. You can see the red line there represents the month-to-month as what's actually being reported out. So you can see it was basically in line with the Federal Reserve's guideline of about 2% is a healthy amount of inflation pre-pandemic. Pandemic took place and it went down to near zero. And then with the opening of the economy, when everything's really picked back up in January of 21, all the pent-up demand for services, a lot of discretionary disposable income that individuals had, likely as a result of federal stimulus dollars floating through the economy. It created a significant demand for those services and goods, basically driving up the cost of those. So you can see that inflation has been growing at a pretty rapid rate, with the high point being in June 2022 at 9.06%. The good news is it's coming back down. It's down to about just under 7%, but I do want to point out that this is cumulative, right? So it would take several years of negative inflation rates for the city or the cost of goods to return back to the pre-pandemic level. So I'll point this out because just like all entities, the city's also negatively impacted by inflation. In fact, as part of the operating budget process each year, one of the things that we're mindful of is what's the city's growth, operating budget growth in relation to inflation. So what this visual here does, this graph, provides a comparison of the nominal budget and the change over time if you were to adjust it in constant dollars. So in other words, in 2010, the city had a budget of $1.7 billion, and it had a true buying power of that snapshot in time of $1.7 billion. Over time, the orange line represents the nominal growth, or the number that gets reported out in the annual operating budget, right? So in FY23, $2.4 billion. The blue line takes that and controls it for inflation, says, hey, look, yep, it might be $2.4 billion, but it hasn't grown at the same rate of inflation. And so therefore, if you take inflation aside, you're actually operating at a level less than your 2010 operating budget at that buying power dollar. So again, just something that we're trying to be mindful of and are each year as part of the operating budget process to see what our overall growth in the budget is. Switching to talk about capital improvement program needs at this point in time. So just for background, we're seeing construction bids all over the place. They've exceeded budget in some instances by as much as 48%. And the reason that it hasn't brought it to a grinding halt is city staff had requested City Council as part of the FY23 operating budget to provide some flexibility as there was some unknowns with inflation. So City Council heard that and they approved, and so per the budget ordinance, we have some flexibility to administratively transfer funds to keep projects going. If a project goes out to bid and to get the item to construction, additional resources are needed. There's administrative flexibility to allow a transfer to occur within that CIP section to keep that project going. This goes out.
Yeah, and I think Mayor and council members, if you notice in the monthly transfer reports, we report out to you whenever this is happening. So it's not something that is not happening transparently. So what we're reporting out to you is whenever we need to transfer money from programmed CIPs to kind of keep a project moving forward as well. And that's one of the things that we're navigating right now as we put together the recommended budget for you, is coming up with the best possible way to maintain the current CIP that you all have funded and also that you have programmed. But I didn't want you to be blindsided by this. You all approved this in the last budget when we requested it, but we are reporting it out to the council and also to the public whenever it's happening.
And so one of the stipulations or requirements is it can't put a hole in a budget that, or in another CIP project that delays that project from going to construction based on its current schedule. But what it does do is if that project's not to move forward until the out years of the CIP, it does put a hole in that budget for the time being that we will need to reconvene and address in future budget. So similar to CPI for all goods, this graph here represents the inflation on construction materials. So you can see that this is pretty dramatic compared to the other visual where we're seeing double-digit growths in recent months, with the high point being an increase of 47.25% in the month of March. So, March. So as you can see, the long-term trend being the yellow line there going across, we're actually getting back down to that level. But similar to last, this is the last slide, this is a cumulative measure. So we would, again, need to see negative inflationary rates for a period of time to get back down to the pre-pandemic construction costs that we were seeing and estimating and banking on in developing the budget. So City Council was provided a report, staff report on this in the month of November, to which they were provided on city projects that were known at that point in time to be experiencing negative impacts associated with the inflationary rates we were seeing. That total package, if you accumulated all those projects, was about $194 million in additional funding needs to address the existing CIP projects. Something's important to note is that those are just the projects associated with the inflationary impacts, as the total request for additional funding needs for existing CIP projects for all city sections is about $435 million. And something else that's important to note is, I've said this is for city sections. This doesn't include schools yet. We just received schools information late on Friday, and we're sorting through that. But that's likely also going to result in a significant need for additional resources to maintain their CIP. Vice Mayor Wilson and Councilmember Taylor were privy to some of this information, as we recently had a joint city school board joint modernization committee meeting, and where schools communicated that they're experiencing 30 to 40% inflationary impacts on their CIP. And at that point, they didn't know exactly the amount to articulate in terms of the overall impact on their CIP, but since then, they've communicated to it, so we're sorting through that certainly right now.
Excuse me, Kevin?
Yes, sir.
Can you give us the abbreviations? The RDW, BLD, EV?
Yes. So roadways, buildings, economic vitality, and parks and recreation.
Okay, any other thing at this point? Okay.
Yep. So as the city manager said, as we're trying to juggle this and all these competing needs for resources, we're kind of going at it with the approach of establishing a first-tier priority of projects that are near fully funded and near construction date start times. We're going to try to allocate resources to ensure that those are remain on schedule. The second priority is we're going to try to ensure that funding that was previously allocated and fully funded projects in the out years CIP, we're going to try to ensure that those remain fully funded based on this updated information. And the third priority and goal is to ensure that maintenance and existing ongoing projects continue to get the resources they need to sustain those operations. A good example of this is fire apparatus. So in working with Public Works and the fire department, we're now understanding that there's a significant lead time in the construction of these fire trucks, 800-day lead time. So we're certainly trying to be mindful of that as we're developing the operating budget and make sure that there's no gap in services. Fire trucks have also gone up, just like everything else, ranging between 40 and 60%. So current CIP is about $1.4 million each year, the CIP. That purchases 3 replacement trucks a year on average. But, you know, an additional $800,000 a year would be needed in the CIP to ensure that those 3 vehicles are able to be purchased and delivered in a timely manner. But again, these are things we're sorting through as we're working on the operating budget. That was just an example. So those are the existing priorities, but so leading to the next conversation is there's some additional new initiatives that we've heard discussion from and interest in City Council to talk about. The first one being Parks and Rec modernization. I had presented with Parks and Rec Director Michael Kirschman some options for consideration to Council as we had were notified that this is an interest in what City Council might like to move forward in the future. So for context, the additional need to implement that could range depending on the options and decisions made between $120 and $164 million a year. For reference, that debt service impact, which the operating budget would need to pick up, is between $11 million and an additional $15.6 million. LEDA, or the Law Enforcement Training Academy, this is also a briefing City Council received in which the cost is not absolutely known at this point in time. There will still be some future decisions that need to be made. I think LJ had said that the last time the deep dive occurred on this was 2020, and so we would need to ensure if we were to move forward with this that we revisit it more thoroughly. Estimated, but for context here, a $40 to $50 million project would be in between $3.8 and $4.75 million in debt service. And then another one that City Council heard about recently was the potential expansion of the Virginia Aquarium. So it's a 4-phase project, with the first phase being for a parking structure to free up capacity of surface lot parking across the street for additional phases to come online. In total, all 4 phases, the total cost ranges between $207 and $275 million. And the debt service associated with that would range between $20 and $27 million. Something City Council also heard was that the facility in Virginia Aquarium is a revenue-generating facility, which is true, it is. So it generates revenue and supports most of its own operations, but it's not net neutral. There is still a general fund contribution required to support the annual operating budget. So I think in FY23 it's about $2 million, and then folding in the CIP it's an additional $2 million, so about $4 million. And for that reason, even though the new facility might generate additional revenues or will likely generate additional revenues as a result of being a bigger facility, it's not anticipated that it would completely offset that debt service number. So I'm just putting that out there for that additional context. Yes.
Before Kevin continue, I just need to articulate as well, is that when we present this slide, this is absence any possible grants the city may receive or any other things that could possibly bring costs down. But we just wanted to kind of give just a eyes wide open example of what it could look like from a debt service standpoint and also a cost standpoint to the city.
It's freezing in here. Can we?
Noted. I'm going to cut the budget for electricity and utilities here at CVB. I'll solve it. So one of the last couple of slides I have is I just want to talk about the $250 million debt capacity that's been referenced. So previously or recently, Davenport provided a presentation to City Council where this $250 million debt capacity number was referenced. So the city manager did a really good job caveating that this debt capacity number is not necessarily a true ceiling. There's a lot of assumptions and fluidity that goes into that estimate. So it's really predicated on growth. Even that $250 million, there's a baseline of assumed growth in baseline revenues and operating budget expenditures and future debt issuances that'll result in creating that $250 million capacity. So, even though it's referenced as a starting point for the conversation, I just want to kind of level set that it's not necessarily a real ceiling that is a barrier that can't be overcome, and with additional resources or growth in the operating budget. But at the same time, it's not necessarily a floor. Should some of those assumptions not necessarily come true and the operating budget grow, for example, the debt service as a percentage of general government operations. It's just a numerator-denominator calculation. And without growth in the operating budget, that debt service budget is going to naturally squeeze that metric out over time. And so, Mr.
Kevin, can I ask?
Yes, sir.
So can you speak to the assumed growth? Is it 3% a year? Or?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to talk about as well. The assumed growth of it is 3%, but obviously if growth is less than that, then you'd have less than $250 million worth of capacity. If growth is more than that, and if growth is more than that, council takes that additional growth, you may have additional capacity beyond the $250 million. It's a moving target, right? For example, if property tax assessment comes in February after we talk to Sue, and Sue says the property tax assessment is 7%, and if council opts to take the 7% rather than bring us down, then you may have additional capacity for other needs. What we're trying to articulate to you is that that's a fluid narrative, and we're just trying to give a conceptual vision of what it could like based on some assumptions. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yep.
I think Kevin has one more slide, and then we can open up for council questions and comments.
Just with the last statement, I know we're going to open it up, but can you make it plain, just correlate reference capacity is predicated on continued growth with slide 4, which the projection is revenues are projected to come in just at or a little under budget. So revenues are projected to be flat or come in under?
Taylor, and then Kevin or Letitia, correct me if I'm wrong. This looked at capacity over a 10, 15-year period of time, right? So this one is not just looking at what the current fiscal year revenue looks like. This is looking at a projected 10 to 15-year outlook, and based on historic assumptions, a 3% increase in property tax assessment and revenues in Virginia Beach is a good estimate. That could change. Like, for example, we may end up in another pandemic-like situation or some other situation that brings us down less than 3% or something negative, or we may continue to see some of the historic rise we've been seeing in real estate taxes or real estate property assessments, which will bring us beyond the 3%. But the debt capacity scenario that Davenport looked at a 10 to 15-year horizon versus what's going on right now is what we're saying for this year. Okay. Go ahead.
Yep. So last slide in closing, and then be glad to turn it over for questions or for the conversation. So as a city manager set the stage for before I got up here, we don't anticipate the FY 23-24 operating budget or reconciliation process to be like it has been in the last several years. For those various reasons that were previously mentioned, it was just a catch-up. Revenue grew at a rate that we weren't anticipating because we had level set and cut the budget so much at the very beginning of the pandemic, and then with stimulus funding, and then last year with the uptick in the real estate that we weren't anticipating, that really created those once in certainly my career unprecedented time, and I've never seen 3 consecutive budget processes like that, and I don't expect that to be the norm going forward. So we are expecting that the additional resources that we're anticipating or estimating in our revenue projections will be needed likely just to simply maintain current services. And even though maintaining current services, I'd mentioned the body-worn camera program earlier, another good example of that is EMS. City Council approved the establishment of additional FTEs in EMS in the current year's operating budget as a result of volunteerism in the post-pandemic environment being on the decline. EMS is having trouble staffing ambulances with that volunteer base. So we're continuing to see a decline in volunteerism as a current reality. And as a result, we're trying to sort through okay, well, what's it going to take to maintain staffing these ambulances to maintain and meet current level services and expectations of the public. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to the city manager.
And there again, to clarify, the issue with EMS is that we saw a volunteer decline last year. EMS right now, we're developing a volunteer pipeline, right? And the pipeline is looking like the horizon for the pipeline is getting better, but that pipeline won't be realized for a significant period of time because it takes a significant period of time to train a volunteer so they're ready to staff an ambulance. So we're still seeing increased call responses and the ability to fill all the ambulances. So that's probably why there's maybe a need to maintain service by adding additional career staff while we work on building the volunteer pipeline.
Okay, anybody else question-wise? Yep, Worth?
Yeah, Kevin, can you speak to the R word, recession, potential recession? Some economists predict that a light one, third and fourth quarter this year.
So, yes, economists and budget people have a tendency to be the gloom and doom people whenever asked to come up to the front of the room. There is that conversation going on. A lot of people think that we are headed towards a light recession. The good thing about being a government entity is that the recessions typically have a delayed impact on government, especially in the revenue projections. So we experienced that in the 2010 recession, for example. So the budget was established, assessments were what assessments were, and that was a steady source of revenue. It took a while for the housing market, the impact of the housing market, to impact the following year's operating budget. And we had a whole year to plan for that and anticipate that. And then as those foreclosures worked their way through, it slowly brought down the assessment rate, but then it slowly crept back up over time. So governments are fortunate in that sense where they typically have a little bit of a buffer in between when the recession actually happens and the felt impacts from the recession.
Okay, anybody else? Chris?
Can you give us a little bit more insight into economic vitality with the 16,809,000, page 13? I have two questions, but that's the first question.
Oh, okay, Councilmember, I can break out the report that was provided. It was provided, I believe, by section in that report that was provided to City Council in the November timeframe. I can get that routed to you through an email or in a future Friday packet. I don't have the specific projects in my mind off the top of my head as to what that 16 million is, but I do know there are existing projects in the CIP, and that's the requested funding need by the section manager.
Yeah, Councilmember Taylor, we can get you the CIP listing of what comprises economic vitality, but basically it's the projects that support tourism, CVB, and/or economic development. For example, like Corporate Landing, there was expansions needed for various roads and things like that, and also different tourism-related projects as well. But we can get you all a list out on that. Right. It's in the CIP, but we can get it for you specifically.
I don't think we were seated yet when that report came out. Would an example of economic vitality be Atlantic Park?
Yes, that's within that CIP section.
Okay. And then my second question, within the P&R modernization that you discussed, is that the rec centers?
Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, Atlantic Park would not necessarily be listed in the bucket that you gave because it's not necessarily in our CIP funded right now. Is Atlantic Park in that one?
So I don't believe that there's any additional funding increase for Atlantic Park at this point in time that we've seen that's been resulting in that 16 million. As the Atlantic Park project is reflected as fully funded, and we have not been received communication of additional funding need or request in our development process at this point in time. And to answer that about the Parks and Rec, the modernization, I'm sorry, Councilmember, can you ask that one more time?
Does that include the report we received on, or the presentation for the rec centers?
The plus up that you're seeing for. Go back to this. Are you talking about this slide right here? Or the one?
Yes.
Yes.
This 120 to 164 would be a plus up associated with the modernization efforts if City Council gave that direction to go forward and modernize the existing rec centers. And then the variation of the range is depending on if direction were to come through for a increased footprint to the CTAC rec center, or if the desire came through for the full construction of the Centerville.
And then also make a note on this as well. If council decided not to only modernize one, modernize two, but do a combination of some, that changes that price frame as well, right? So council could say instead of modernizing three, do one, and then that could probably be a third of what it is right now. So this is just kind of giving a full picture of what it would look like if council took different options.
And the reason I ask that is when reviewing the statistics from the survey, one of our biggest opportunities is for resident participation in city policy. And so I just want those watching to understand we're talking about modernizing our rec centers in the various districts. And so if that is a priority from the public, you know, it's going to be important to hear that input because this is a big decision.
Okay, Barbara, then Rosemary.
On slide 13, when you talk about CIP program requests, you've got roadways and buildings and economic vitality and parks and rec. Which of those includes the bond referendum questions? And if it's not here, where is it? And what are we doing about the inflation and those costs?
So the stormwater CIP is not reflected here. This is the other sections. City Council had, at this point in time, had also received that stormwater briefing and presentation where it was referenced that some of those project costs could be upwards of $800 million for those projects. One of the things that we're doing is we're continuing to monitor that and keep an eye on that. We have a dedicated bill payer in place for that. I think, as LJ had said that day, one of the things we're trying not to do is panic. At this point in time, as there's still a lot of time to implement that, there is a dedicated bill payer. We'll be working with Davenport and other entities to ensure that we have a good, sound financial plan for that. At a future point in time, if we do continue to see those, and if those costs do materialize to be accurate and in future years, then we would certainly address that on a case-by-case basis in the operating or in the CIP process.
Yeah. I think Councilmember Henley, we're monitoring this 24/7, 365, right? What we're saying is the bond referendum, 21 projects over 10 years. That's a long horizon to deliver those projects. Right now, we're seeing concerns about the inflation, but we're also seeing significant grant dollars, and we're seeing grant dollars on our roadway projects as well that is allowing us to continue doing the projects. We report out to you all bi-monthly as we see issues that needs council decision in terms of reorienting projects or finding additional dollars and revenues to meet that commitment we had to the public. We will let you know. We're saying don't panic right now. We're able to deliver the projects that we're putting out to bid now, but we're planning and designing those other projects. If we get to a place where we're seeing a fiscal cliff, that there is additional funds needed or additional council decisions need to be made on how we pay for that, we will get that to you as early as we possibly can. But we're concerned, but we're not saying we're to a point now that we need to reorient or really make a decision at this time. We're just really reporting out to just let you know what the trends look like.
And now that question, I framed it to be the bond referendum questions. But we also, at that point, promised the public that we were going to increase the maintenance with what we were saving because these projects had been moved from CIP. So how are we doing with the maintenance dollars? And are we really on track to be able to say to the public, we are doing what we said we were going to do with increased maintenance?
Councilmember Henley, we are increasing maintenance. We'll let you know if we need to get to, but maintenance costs are increasing as well. But I think with the work that council did by adding the BMP crew and also adding the storm sewer cleaning crew and also adding the different vac trucks and things like that, and also putting that substantial money, I think it was around $40 million in American Rescue Plan Act money. Yep, we are increasing our maintenance and our repair capabilities for our stormwater projects. It's not going as far as we thought it would have. We're still in the process of preparing to see if we're going to have to change the expectation, but we are increasing demonstrably our maintenance capabilities for the stormwater system.
I'm sure you're going to be fully able to address all of that with the budget because you know that's going to be a question that comes from the people, you know, as us. And when we froze the stormwater fee for a few years, we're still in line to be able to make sure we're keeping that commitment.
Councilmember Henley, it's still frozen. If we need to talk to council about unfreezing it because we're seeing inflationary cost increases, we will bring that to you all probably during the budget process. I don't necessarily think that's something that we're managing right now, but it's something that we're monitoring. You know, so if we see that we're getting to a place, we will definitely bring that to the forefront of the city council.
And I know that in the early part of the presentations, when you were talking about the previous years and our conservative funding, that we did not address, we just delayed increases for waste management and public utilities. I think that was for 2 years, but these things catch up after a while. Are we looking to say that this is the year it's going to catch up?
Councilmember Henley, we discussed that at the 5-year forecast, and specifically Bob Montague, the Director of Public Utilities, and LJ Hansen, the Director of Public Works, had a separate presentation outside the 5-year forecast process at that meeting, where they articulated that there looks like there's a need for, and they're going through rate studies as well, that it looks like there's a need now to add additional revenue for public utilities and waste management. So we are trying to figure out what is that appropriate amount to consider, to bring forward for consideration for City Council. So that is something that we are actively looking into, is we're to the point now where we may need to increase those fees.
So they're both enterprise funds, so we're going to be looking to those to the fee, not the general tax rate.
We plan to continue council's policy is doing those as enterprise funds and doing fee increases on those and not doing a general fund contribution to those.
Thank you.
Rosemary and then Josh.
I just wanted to comment on one thing and then ask the manager a question as well. Last time we had this huge spike in real estate assessments, we were doing assessments that they would calculate them up through June, and we wanted them to be much more accurate, so we stretched it out until December so that the assessments would be more in line of a true picture when we got ready to do the budgets. So I think we do from January to December is when we gather the assessments to figure out what's going to, what each homeowner is going to have to pay. I will say that the real estate market has really flattened. It's definitely not very robust right now, and mortgage companies are laying off people, and title companies are laying off people, and the realtors who just came in to make a quick buck, they're going to be leaving because the quick buck's not there anymore. However, the inventory is extraordinarily low. There's, I think in Virginia Beach, only about 350 houses for sale right now, which is a pretty low number. So that's keeping the prices up. Sellers are giving concessions, but the prices are staying pretty steady. So that's a good news thing. But when the interest rates start coming back down again, if the market doesn't come back, which the interest rates are starting to come down, we may start seeing decreases in prices, which is going to affect our assessments. So anyway, the Davenport report had some recommendations with it. Are you going to be coming forward with those recommendations, or do you want to go over them one more time? Or?
I don't think I have them off the top of my head to remember to go off of them one more time, but we do plan to bring forward a resolution or ordinance for council's consideration. I think we're drafting with the law department now to adopt the recommendations that, to recommend the adoption of the recommendations that Davenport presented to City Council. We plan to bring that to you at your February 7th council meeting.
Anybody wanted to talk about those, it might be a good time to do it now.
Okay, right now, Josh.
Thank you. Just two questions. One quick one. I remember from the 5-year forecast there was, I guess, we've got something coming at us in terms of the recycling rates, and is that paid for out of the enterprise fund as well? So would that be kind of subject to?
Yeah, Councilmember Schulman, yes, those are paid for from the enterprise funds, and that's one of the factors that's leading to possibly us recommending a fee increase, which is pretty likely. Increased costs for vehicles, equipment, and some of the fees are going up as well. And then we do project that our recycling contract is going to go up significantly right? So for example, I think LJ Hansen in that November briefing mentioned when the city entered its recycling contract, it was right before the recycling cliff fell off and it was no longer profitable, before it became no longer profitable to do recycling. And we got in probably 6 months before that. So our recycling rates is significantly lower than anybody else's in Hampton Roads. Where you look at what the other cities are paying for recycling, we anticipate we're going to see a significant increase, and we are taking that into account of possibly where that can go as we evaluate the need for possible increase to the waste management fee.
Okay, and just to follow up on the capital improvement program new initiatives, just quick math. If we, not saying that we will, but if we did all of these, we're looking at somewhere between $367 to $490 million. And then on the other side of that, I'm looking at $250 million in notional capacity, depending on a lot of different variables. It looks like we've got some difficult choices in terms of these new initiatives and priorities.
Yes, council does, but it's an eyes wide open picture assessment that we want you to have. But it doesn't necessarily say the council can't do anything. We have a myriad of options. What I like out of this conversation is if you have a priority that you want us to do, let us know that. We're not making decisions today, right? What you're telling me, if you tell me you want me to look at something, is you want us to explore it and then work with our budget and finance team to identify possible paths on how it could be done that will be submitted to you all for future review and consideration, right? And we will always do everything we make sure to maintain that we can always give you a balanced budget and always maintain our bond rating. You know, so it's an eyes wide open approach. Things could be, and how you use your cash flow and how you decide when to do things, you could possibly accommodate a lot of different projects, maybe some or even all of this. What I want out of this is just let me know what you want us to prioritize, and we'll bring the information back for you. And it may end up meaning that we can't do all six of the things that we said we might want to do. We might only be able to do 3, 4, 5, or 6. And if we do 6, it may mean that you have to accept some risk on some things as well. You know, but to me, the best thing for this is kind of lay out your priorities with an eyes wide open approach from debt capacity, cash flow standpoint, and then we'll work on submitting options to you all for consideration.
Okay, Chris and Barbara.
In looking at kind of the whiteboard that we started with, it was strive for consensus and be bold. So, you know, this is a great discussion, but I want to encourage the other council members on page 14. You know, Patrick is very clear. Without our additional direction, you know, this is the direction and the guidelines that are kind of the way we're going to go. And so I think it is incumbent upon us to really come to an agreement on how we want to move forward. Otherwise, they've indicated this is the direction we're going to go in.
And I could say this as well. That's where we're going in terms of recommending the budget for you. Some of these conversations on your priorities may fall outside of that. That could be addressed in the next budget, or it could be addressed in mid-year or whenever council decides they want to make that policy decision, right? We're glimpsing kind of where we're going, you know, but if these conversations, when we get to your priorities, some of these priorities are going to take a 10, 4, 5-year horizon lens. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to impact this budget or may not even impact the next budget. Don't confine yourselves to those realities, right? You know, tell staff what you want from us and what you want us to deliver for your citizens, and then we will look at the city's capacity, financial systems, or policy and see what we can do and give you all options for you to consider. You know.
Okay, Barbara.
Well, I really appreciate those qualifying remarks from the city manager, because we can't do this piecemeal. We have to look at the total picture. We can't look at just one component of that, because we've got to know what we're doing with all of the fees and with all of the other things. We can't just look at one aspect of it. Otherwise, we're not being totally honest with the public of what we can do and what we can't do. We have to do it as a totality. It can't just be piecemeal. And we have to see how everything fits in, including the fees, because I think the public is almost more jealous of their amount that they have to pay in fees as they are with the general tax rate. And we really have to be careful that we're not doing this without seeing the total package. It's got to be holistic.
Okay, anybody else at this point? Any comment about, germane to Rosemary's comment about, the debt limit? My personal view is, given the fact that Davenport said it would not have any negative impact at all on our bond rating, and if we look at the reality, and, Kevin has given us, and the manager, this is reality. This is what we're dealing with. This is the environment. There are certain things out of our control that were unforeseen that are true this year that haven't been true in years past. And once again, I guess the cut in revenue sources from the CARES Act and all the other things that kind of got us by and kept us floating are no longer here. But the telling thing to me was the lack of discretion that we're going to have at reconciliation time. I think that was the telling sign of what we're looking here. It is, in fact, a confrontation with reality. So with the permission of council, open it up to allow the manager to at least bring forward the ordinance for February 7th. But once again, that'll be another opportunity for public input, and it would also be opportunities for council discussion. Does anybody object to that direction?
Could I add on something?
Yeah.
Bobby, thank you for bringing that back up again. I think it's important to know that this debt limit is self-imposed. It doesn't have any effect on our bond rating. And how long has it been in existence? I mean, it's been, what, since 2016?
The actual debt.
That number?
It's been in place since the 90s, but that number was amended in 2016.
Yeah,
right?
2016. So, I mean, a lot has happened, and the worth of $1 has changed a lot since 2016.
So the metric being referenced is the debt per capita, correct?
The one that,
the one that we're currently projected to trip if that one were to stay in place.
Yeah, I think as Kevin articulated, I was gonna get to that. So thank you, Kevin, for saying that. On some models, and we always knew that on some models we looked like this because of the bond referendum. That self-imposed metric that the vice mayor is talking about, again, it's self-imposed, and Davenport told us the rating agencies don't even care for it. But if you have it and you impose it on yourselves, they're going to hold you accountable to it. But that self-imposed one on some models, not all models, it shows us tripping it in some of the out years as we do the bond referendum work. Right, so what we're proposing now is to modernize our debt policies responsibly in line with what the rating agencies cares for, and by doing that, it removes that in some of our models, that perception that we are tripping our metrics.
At the same time, we've been notoriously famous for being a very conservative city with our finances. That's why we do have a AAA bond rating by all the rating agencies, not just one. So we have to keep that in mind, that we still should have conservative policies because we never want to get into financial trouble. And so moving forward, and I think that's what this is all about, that we're getting some crazy, crazy numbers. And Chris and I, when we sat with the school modernization committee, I made a statement I don't think I've ever made when I heard numbers coming from them. I said, this is really scary. Because the numbers that we were hearing, I mean, they went for those three schools from $428 million to $718 million now. And Kevin said, that's $70 or $80 million. That's $70 or $80 million a year in debt service that would have to come out of their formula. Now, that was scary to me. So I think going into this, like Barbara said, it's going to be interesting to see what you come back when the manager comes out of this budget. But I think this is going to be a year that we're going to have to really tighten our belts and not being able to add some of the new things. And remember, we also have to take care of our employees. You know, we've made great strides with cutting 1,000 vacancies down to 700, but there's still 700 vacancies. And our employees, they have to pay their bills too, and they have inflation, so we've got to make sure that our employees are taken care of. So it's going to be quite an interesting year, and I really appreciate this presentation, and thank you for letting me pipe in. Thank you, Bobby.
Yeah, Worth.
Yes, it's a great, robust discussion, and I think we should consider the debt capacity limit, but also in consequence or in concert is revenue, how we're going to pay for it. And I think that's really important because, I mean, taxes or user fees or otherwise, you got to pay for the debt. So I think it's a healthy discussion, but the other side needs to be completed as well, revenue.
Right. Okay, once again, does anybody really object to at least allowing management to move forward with an ordinance that, but once again, understand, this is coming for a vote, and that is going to have the opportunity for public input, and also more, once we have it in hand, the council will be able to discuss. So if it's okay, we can direct the manager to move forward.
Mayor Dyer?
And bring it to us. Yes.
I just keep hearing transparency, be bold. I agree with Councilwoman Henley about the holistic approach, and then Councilman Worth's last comment. As the liaison to the Housing Advisory Board, there was a report that came out in 2016. It's been approved to perform a new report. In that report, it encourages the city to really take a hard look at the real estate values. And I don't know how many of you have read that report. And their recommendation is that we need it to actually increase those rates based on the property values going up. And that's a revenue piece. And so if there's a consensus to allow this ordinance to go forward today, I do want to be the sole member that opposes that without having a full understanding of what we're talking about.
Okay, that'd be great. But, understand that at least once it's brought forward, as with anything else, we could discuss it, and if there's more information needed, we can act appropriately. But, I think, once again, as we start getting into the budget, and, Chris, I really agree with you. I wish we had the luxury of time, but as we find out once we get into our budget deliberations, there's actually a finite window because we have to vote by a certain day for the school board and things. But at least if we move the discussion forward, but once again, to maybe take into consideration your concerns, at least going forward and into the project, I think your points were well taken. Okay, so Patrick, okay, Barbara?
So you're just asking that we put this on the agenda for discussion and public input. You're not asking us to make any commitment that we're going to support this.
So the previous communication we had with council was that on February 7th, we'll bring forward the resolution or ordinance to change the city's debt policies in line with Davenport's recommendation for council to vote and consider it. If council just wants it for public comment, we could do it for public comment.
So we're saying
So-
we'll take the public comment into consideration, and then we may or may not move it forward, or.
If that's desired by council,
Yeah,
but
okay. Just so it's
Yeah,
understood that we're
I
not
t-
committing to support it at this time. We're just
No, I
committing
think
to
we're.
consider it. Okay.
No, my understanding, Barbara, is just to bring it forward.
Okay.
Put it on the agenda, have the public, we have our discussion on it, the public has the opportunity to weigh in. And what has happened in the past, if we don't feel comfortable voting on it that night, or require more information, but at least we get the process moving.
so just to clarify, it sounds like Councilmember Henley and the Mayor, you're saying something different. Is it coming on the agenda to vote or just on the agenda for public comment?
Okay, I think, if we put it up at least for a vote, but if the problems do come up, that we can certainly defer.
Okay.
Would that be okay?
Yeah, well, we
Yeah.
we have had a
In other
policy.
words, we're not tacitly endorsing anything here today. The only thing we're agreeing is to at least move forward with it, given the, considerations and, what's going forward.
Well, just, our past policy has been for something as a major issue, which I think this would be, that we have a public briefing at one meeting, which I guess this could count as that since we're live streaming, but then we would have a public hearing, and then the following meeting we would vote, but we wouldn't necessarily vote the night of the public hearing. So we may or may not, I suppose is the answer.
Yeah, Council, I defer to the council, but Davenport's briefed council on this 2 times already. We briefed you all on this in December, and then we briefed you all on this your last meeting as well.
Yep.
And the PPEA from the schools is coming back February 21st. Well,
Yeah.
Not only is it a lot at once, I don't know how we support in a positive way the PPEA without raising our debt capacity. So I don't think you can do we always vote to defer it, but I don't know how you could, if you wanted to vote positively for the PPEA, you could do it without having changed the debt capacity, because it's going to confine us. So I think that was one of the reasons that the manager wanted to do it on the 7th. So the decision on the debt capacity could be made before we had to make the decision on the PPEA for the schools.
And Vice
I'm not
Mayor,
saying we're going to do the PPA for sure, but I don't think I could support the PPA with the debt capacity being changed.
and we both had the privilege of being in that meeting. I'm not sure our fellow council members have a full understanding of what we were briefed on that day. I mean, the memo was just sent out. And so again, we talk about this being an opportunity to have a discussion. Does everyone understand what the request was from? And so here we are getting ready to start making decisions, and we don't have a consensus, and many of our fellow council members don't have a basic understanding of what we were briefed on.
Barbara?
Well, this is a difficulty in our going forward now with a discussion of our priorities. I mean, we can't talk about our priorities for what we're going to do with the aquarium if we don't know what we're going to do with the schools. I mean, we may very well not be able to do both. So I think we can have general conversations at this point, but we certainly can't make any hard and fast, even though we're not voting, but even indications unless we know, because the schools amount is astronomical. And there may not be anything left for the city side if that's what we go with. So, we've got some tough decisions here to make, and that's why I say we really can't do it piecemeal. We've really got to see everything before we can firm up any priorities we might have.
But, I think, the important thing is that we have an insurance. All we're asking for at this point is for the manager to generate an ordinance for us that we could look at. We'll have it in, obviously, we will have the opportunity for discussion among ourselves. We will have the opportunity for public input. And for any reasons, any questions or clarifications are required, there is no absolute necessity that we have to vote on it that night. Because once again, we have had number of opportunities where people just request for a deferral and then even, bring in subject matter experts or whatever, to get the clarifications we need. I think one of the frustrations that we have at times are, when our back's to the wall on a time limit. And, that happens, once again, like I said, in a budget cycle. And what's the date that we have to have the budget voted on for the schools?
May 15th?
Okay. And, I apologize, it's an imposed limit that's put on us. But I think, Chris, and I tell you what, I agree with you wholeheartedly. But the other thing is, when we're talking about the ultimate, other various CIP projects and all the other things that we have to take into consideration as part of the loop, it would allow us to condition. Once again, it was the inflation and supply chain problems and everything, escalating costs that are compelling us to do this. But once again, I think we're just being reactive, but be assured we will be transparent, and but at least we're moving positively.
So let me ask a process question. You all have had some conversation about the potential of directing staff to bring back to you at your meeting on February 7th a resolution or ordinance that revises your debt policy for consideration and perhaps public comment. Is there other information that you all need or that you want to have by that time in order to have a full, robust discussion? I've heard making sure that all of the council has a better understanding of what the school's requests may look like. Is there other information that you all think will be helpful so that staff has some clear direction of what they need to bring back to you all?
Rosemary.
So Patrick and I talked about the school's request, and you were going to do a briefing on what, what the request is, and then we also had an extensive conversation about if we pass this PPEA, there's got to be a whole lot of caveats put in place because of the rising costs, and we don't want all of a sudden that 428 to go to 718, and then they're going to look at us and say, well, you gave us permission when they can't afford $80 million in debt service. So do you want to do that any earlier, Patrick, or?
I defer to council, so we can do it whenever council wants to do it. You guys vote, the council votes on the 21st on the PPA. You could vote to approve, deny, or defer it for another date if council so desires. We could, what I was thinking, Vice Mayor, when we talked last was invite the schools to come present before council on either the 7th or the 14th to give council the briefing that more or less staff and Mr. Taylor and you, Vice Mayor, received, so they can understand from a more clarity on what the schools are experiencing. And it's not different, it's not akin, it's not different to what we're experiencing from inflationary increase of our CIP standpoint. It focused on their modernization, just on their the buildings that they programmed out as part of their modernization plan. And they talked a little bit about what it's doing overall to their CIP as well. So I do think that's beneficial for council, to have that conversation before it comes back before you. That could either be on the 7th or the 14th. So we'll work with staff to introduce this, invite the schools to come present that to you all.
If I could recommend a compromise that I think that would satisfy, the concerns here. If we, in a, informal session in the afternoon, have that, presentation and input from the school board. And that would leave us time to discuss it. But then we could also make a disposition on the actual ordinance during the consent part of the thing in terms of how we want to move forward.
Yes, I was looking at it the same way, because even though you had 2 presentations on this, we've only had one. You had one in December, and we have had the next one. And then what you mentioned today, education, like I said, is important. We need to all be briefed on that, because that's a huge jump that you just mentioned. I think before, in some way, we go to the 7th decision. We all need to be on one page, and right now we're not.
So what do you think, Patrick? You going to have a presentation for us on the informal on the 7th?
I'll invite the schools. So it won't be staff, it won't be city staff doing that. It'll have to be the schools giving that presentation.
Okay.
We'll invite the schools to give that presentation.
Yeah, if we can make that thing, and that way we make a more informed choice. And like I said, that option, when we go to the consent agenda, we could get the will of council, whether to vote on it or, maybe if necessary, defer. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I will clarify to council that the recommendations from Davenport are separate and apart from the school's decision, right? The recommendation from Davenport is to modernize our debt policies that helps us fund overall, right? And it's separate and apart, so like even if council doesn't get on board with the school's PPPA desire, there's still a need to modernize our debt policies. And as we mentioned before, some projections are showing that we are tripping our debt metrics, so as we continue to work our CIP and go to market, that's something that council really needs to consider. That's separate and apart, and absence what we're seeing now with inflationary stuff going on and the schools stuff, that's going to be something that we're going to need to make a decision on.
Yeah, yeah, but, let me say this to that, I think at least the council will have a better sense of comfort seeing, we were talking about seeing the whole picture. And the thing is, if we get that, clarifications to that piece, but then as part of our deliberations after the presentation, I concur with what you are, but I am hopefully confident that at least we would move forward with the vote. But if a real red flag did arise, it would arise anyway, but, let's get it fixed. Okay? Okay, thank you.
Any other comments on this topic? Obviously, it drives a lot of what you all have to decide over these next short months. They'll feel shorter. Any other comments about that? Do you all need a break? Do you need to stretch your legs for a quick 5 minutes, or are you ready to keep going?
What?
All right,
5 minutes?
I heard 5 minutes.
Okay.
All right, a 5-minute break.
The city clerk's timer only goes to 3 minutes.
There's snacks happening in about 23 minutes. I can smell something that tells me that's probably true. So we are going to work to that point, and then we'll see if we can get some tableside service, perhaps, that may allow you all to continue to work through and enjoy what you all are smelling, and will be subjected to smelling for a while.
Yeah, the city's maitre d' will be here, so it'll work out, yeah.
I'm really flexible. I serve all kinds of roles, and maitre d' is one of them, too. So next on our agenda is really moving into some of the key topic areas that you all said you wanted to spend some time discussing. So if you look at your agenda on page 2, you have a list of potential priority topics that are items that over the course of the last year, the council may have mentioned that were good topics, that you all had said were good topics to be discussed at the retreat. Staff diligently keeps a list of those items throughout the year. And then during the conversations leading up to this retreat, these are some of the items that were added to that list based on the feedback that you all had provided. They're listed here in alphabetical order, so they're done so in a way that it gives you all the opportunity to really engage in some conversation around each of these topics. In your notebook that came along with your agenda includes some background information that staff has prepared, or perhaps is giving you copies of things that may have been prepared or provided in the past. And obviously staff is here to answer any questions or to help you in those conversations that you may want to have under each of these category areas. So unless there's something, Mayor, that you wanted to take out of order, we will just start with the first on the list. And I'd invite those of you who suggested this item or are interested in having conversation, that perhaps you'd be the one to begin the conversation to help kick it off. So the first one on the list is collective bargaining.
Anybody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm interested in exploring what this looks like for our city. So this is, I've heard from residents and different stakeholder groups on this issue, and I'd like the city to look at and have discussion with my colleagues as well, but explore what possibilities there are for this in our city.
Okay. Any comment or openness? Okay, Amelia and then Michael.
In fact, I was just talking to someone about this a few seconds ago, because I know from what I'm learning with the collective bargaining, one of the things the mention was in unity, there's strength. Now, what I'm hearing is the police, the regular workers, firefighters are all looking at this. I want to make sure that part is solid. The second part is to mention that the schools are still going through their process. They're not on board yet because they have to be approved through us. The General Assembly approved moving, okay for people to do that based on their individual cities. So, for example, I know Richmond, I know LaVar, and they have chosen to do this. But yet I'm hearing also the right to work, and that's ours. So, like you're saying, we need to make a decision. If we see the value of having this for all our workers, and then we need the schools to talk with us, because they seem to support, but we know they cannot wholeheartedly unless they hear from their mom and dad. That's us. So if anybody else want to add a little bit on that, because we do have some of these supporters for this collective bargaining here.
Yeah, anybody else? Michael?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, as Councilmember Ross Hammond noted, there are a number of representatives from the city workforce who are here to advocate for this position. And I think we need to have a conversation as a council and as a community about what this concept could look like for Virginia Beach and if it's the right fit for the city of Virginia Beach and our workforce and our citizens. To date, we have not had that conversation. A couple of years ago, the General Assembly authorized municipalities to engage in this conversation, and we haven't had it. And I have more to learn about it. I think the community has more to learn about it. I think the council has more to learn about it. But I don't think we've given a fair hearing to the merits or potential drawbacks of implementing the system of collective bargaining. And I think we owe it to the workforce and to the citizens to at least have the conversation, and then we can make a determination based on the merits of that conversation. I think it's also worth noting that the private sector has the right to engage in collective bargaining, and the public sector in Virginia Beach does not. Now, if that's a deliberate choice that this body chooses to entertain, then that's well within the rights of the body. But I think we should be cognizant of whether or not it's a wise decision to deny the public workforce the same benefits that the private workforce enjoys. So those are just some of the things that have been on my mind. I think as a council, we've kind of slow-rolled the discussion, and I think we at least need, we owe it to the workforce and to the community to have a robust dialogue about, just as Councilmember Rouse mentioned, what it could mean for the city.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, Sabrina?
I'm glad to see this conversation come back up again. I think the last time I remember mentioning it was last retreat, and we have not had a full discussion. I'm certainly a supporter, definitely support it. I think, though, from the feedback that I have heard in terms of what may be a barrier to moving forward is the price tag. So I'd like to know if there is a price tag, how much it is, because that's something that certainly we'll have to consider. But again, I'm certainly for it. I do support it.
Okay, Josh, and then Worth.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I couldn't agree more with Councilman Berlucci's remarks and the remarks made by Councilwoman Rouse. We say how much we value our employees, and our employees are asking us to take an honest look at something. And I think we owe it to them to have a receptive ear, to have a conversation as a body, to educate ourselves what it would mean for the workforce and for management. I think management is a key component to this conversation as well. And I think we need to hear them, and we need to have an honest discussion about it and then make a decision. But simply talking about it, I think would help educate everybody a little bit more in terms of what it would entail, what it would cost, and how it would work, because I understand there's a lot of different variables. We just received this April 2nd, 21 memo from the city manager, or from the mayor, I guess. But I think it deserves some analysis, and I think we need to hear our employees on this.
Good. Worth?
I can't agree anymore with what everyone said so far, all 6 council men and women. I just saw this as well, Councilman Schulman, April 2nd, 2021. I think we owe it all to our workers, just like in the private sector. In my opinion, the world is going through a labor crisis right now in terms of management and supporters in labor. It's not new to us. It's not new in the private sector. And at a minimum, we do hold in high esteem our workforce. You've heard me speak about it. I think it's a great team that we have here, but we need to sit down and talk with everybody about it. So I think we full discussion in the weeks and months ahead. Thanks.
Yeah, Michael.
I'd like to add something else that I forgot to mention, and I want to make clear that I think we have more analysis to do, and I don't want anyone to, misinterpret my comments of as being anything other than we owe it to the workforce to entertain this conversation, to entertain this dialogue and the concept. And to add to that point, I wanted to share one of the benefits of having been around for a few years is that I can remember some of the briefings that we had previously. And one of the briefings that we had during the workforce crisis that we were experiencing as a city indicated that there were particular areas and departments within our city that were experiencing the greatest hardships in terms of employee satisfaction and recruitment and retention. And those areas exist in public works, public utilities, public safety, and human services. And those are the very departments that have come to us specifically to ask us to entertain in this conversation. And I think it would be a mistake to think about how we can plus up those areas, support those particular workforce areas, and at the same time ignore the principal requests that they've been sharing with us as a body, which is an important part of their workplace satisfaction. And I think that correlation, I made note of it last year when we received that report, and I think it's important that we consider that when we have these discussions and deliberations about whether or not to have the discussion.
Anybody else? Okay, if I could, just make a couple comments, and I concur. It's a necessity as a body that we do go forward and have the discussions. But if I can say, once again, with any proposal, that it's going to wind up, there may be some pluses and there's going to be some minuses that got to take into consideration. So the kind of thing is, as we go forward, is that we gather the information and do a SWOT analysis on it to weigh the benefits against the risks. Just to let you know, since I got elected to council, I've been meeting frequently with our friends in public safety for a long time. And, the fact is that a lot of the decisions, we took a lot of heat as a body last year when we implemented the STEP system to put in. And, as a matter of fact, Rouse was also insistent that we included public works within that, and that was listened to. But then we also figured we've got to think about how it impacts all employees. And the other thing is putting in, I think Rocky, the sheriffs are not included in this type of thing because they're constitutional, correct? So once again, there's kind of pluses and minuses. And I did meet, with the 2 fine representatives from police and fire just a week ago. And the thing I said, hey, look, once again, I had a little preview about what's going to be going on with the budget process and everything. So there are items that we have to call and some of the barriers to success. And basically, I just said, hey, could we get through the budget process, wait about 6 months, and then, have a conversation and see where we are fiscally. And I think part of the ask is, it might be wrong, but they're asking for a commitment from us 3 years from now. That is part of some, usual negotiations. So they can be predictable, but once again, as we found out, our budget situation changed from the last year or two to what it is today. So, the thing is, so I asked them for a little leniency that let's get through the budget cycle. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what the projections are. Let's see what we have going on in the realm of economic development that'll increase our revenue streams and things of that nature. The other thing is, some of the unions I'm aware of, and, coming from New Jersey, I worked at a hospital that had a union. And, some of the requests that they make are in terms of, dare I say, Patrick, you can help me out here. You come from Cincinnati, with them wanting, some input with management type decisions and things of that nature. And I think it would be important not only to hear from the manager, but I said, look, we have a relatively new police chief and we got a brand new fire chief. And the thing is, one of the, compelling situations that public safety had over the years, we addressed in a long way last year with the step system. And there are still some other, for lack of better terms, collateral issues on the side, one of which we heard from the fire chief, last week on the sick time and things like that. So the point is that not only are we maybe just delaying, at least the conversation, but the ability to find out what the other nagging issues that are out there that are of concern. Rosemary and I, a couple of months ago, met at the Hive, with a group from Public Works. And, a lot of times active listening is a good thing when it comes to employees. And we were there the better part of an hour. And by, getting them the step system too and raising the minimum wage, it was a start. But I think, with the type of management that we have, if we're able to identify the issues that are our concern and work, concurrently and collaboratively, with the principals, we can stem a lot of, the problems that we're encountering. So basically I say, yeah, let's have the conversations. Let's listen to both sides of the thing. Let's listen to management and let's listen to the appropriate chiefs. Let's find out historically in terms of best practices, why collective bargaining is effective in some places, maybe not in others, but, by all means, have the conversation. Mr. Dehaney?
Yeah, so, Mr. Mayor and members of council, just to kind of recap what it is I think I'm hearing. I think basically, and we provided a report we sent to council probably almost 2 years ago now. It wasn't with the expectation that once we saw that this was an item that council wanted to talk about, wanted to give you some background information. Understanding that you probably weren't able to read it because you just now got it today, and some of the council members that were with us in 2021 probably have already saw it. This is really something you could take home and kind of get more familiar with as well. But what I'm hearing from the council is you want us to work on possibly having a briefing to initiate a discussion amongst the council and probably one of your future workshops about the various options in collective bargaining so that you all can give us a general sense of guidance as it relates to next steps, if this is something that you want us to move forward with in terms of bringing something for consideration, but not to bring something forward to consideration next time. It's really just to kind of brief and educate the council and also the public. One thing I would mention as well is that we'll also touch on possible real or perceived impacts to parity with collective bargaining as well, because I think as you may have mentioned, Mayor, the sheriff's office is probably not permitted to participate in that as well, but council has a policy with parity amongst public safety as well, including the sheriff's office. So I think it'll be prudent whenever we have that conversation for council to visit that as part of that conversation as well, to kind of give us any guidance on next steps. But what I got is that from this, we'll take this as guidance to prepare a future briefing based on some of the stuff we provided before. And from that future briefing, we'll look for council to give us guidance on what to do next with that. Is it something where you want us to explore putting together ordinances for consideration or other kind of reports or information council would need?
Rosemary?
I think so, but would anybody mind if we can put this post-budget a lot of you have not been through our budget process before, and it's every week. It's pretty heavy duty until we get past the budget, which is May 15th. Would it be okay if we can start this once we get the budget passed?
Yeah.
Like Bobby suggested?
Absolutely, and I'm looking forward to getting through that budget process for the first
Yeah.
time. But what I would like to do, and I would just put to the rest of you, is maybe we put a date certain so that we don't, so that it doesn't slide on us. So somewhere in that late June timeframe.
I requested when I had my meeting with, and let me tell you, fire and police have two magnificent ambassadors representing their people. But the thing is, let me just say that, since I've been on council, we have been pro-public safety, we have been pro-employee in a lot of ways. And I think when we had discussions on the budget and personnel last time, the decision was made to include everybody on the step system. And that was a big financial ask, and at a time we were being pressured. But once again, we had to take care of the folks in public works and waste management. And, the other thing is, too, we are in a battle for qualified engineers that, were, in high demand and being attracted to other things, that we really have to take a look at, personnel overall. And, to make sure that, and the other thing is too, working in a hospital healthcare system where some folks were unionized and other folks weren't, you got to think about some inherent conflicts. But that being said, we got to talking about it is indeed a good thing, but this way we'll be able to prepare and, but once again, hear from all the principals concerned about the, the potential benefits or consequences to any action that we as a council. But I think June would be pretty much in line of what I, requested the gentleman. Let's wait, let's give the new fire chief time to break in. And let me just say, our new fire chief, when I was elected to city council, was the union rep, back in 2004. But, it'd be interesting, but, once again, I think, management has concerns that have to be raised. But, let's raise the concerns, let's do a SWOT analysis on it and make a good decision. Okay?
So what I hear is have a future workshop in June, the purpose of which really is to brief and to educate, not to take action, to discuss your options, impacts to parity, and to begin that conversation that would happen after the budget process, so you get through that, but it would be sometime in June. Is that?
Are we in agreement on that as an action item going forward? Okay.
The next item on your list, any other conversation about that? I think that's a good next step.
No, we're good.
The next item on your list of topics is disparity study.
Okay.
Before we go into that topic, I just wanted to remember council in the last budget approved some funds for us to update the disparity study, because I think the disparity study was done about 4 years ago. And best practice from a legal standpoint is to update it every 5 years so it can meet the Croson standard, which was a court case in the Supreme Court. So council approved some funding for us to work on putting together RFP. We're in the process of drafting that RFP, and we're going to put it out and with the hopes of finding a contractor to update for a new disparity study. Yeah.
Okay. Any comments on that? But, let me just say that, we as a city can be very, very proud. I have had the privilege of being the liaison to the Minority Business Council for 14 years, as well as the Human Rights. And about 7 years ago, a young guy by the name of Taylor Adams came to work for us as our procurement officer. And, since then, we had a dedication to work forward to move the dial on, moving minority interest and leveling the playing field in this city. And one of the things, just so everybody knows, that we actually contracted with Hampton University to do an analysis on what the barriers to work. And we found that a lot of folks, had difficulty with the capacity to do the work. And as a result, we started programs like Taylor the Contractors Institute. We started bundling where people could jointly put things together. Now that we have a hive, we are making progress. But the point is, we got to continue to make progress, and then to remove any barriers that people have. And as a matter of fact, when we get into the discussion on the HOPE project, toward the end of, the session here, hopefully you're going to see that we are providing a path of opportunity. And I think that one of the things we're trying to do is, that we become a city of community, unity, and prosperity, with the cup theory for everybody. And I think that's the direction we have been trying to move on for a while. But we certainly welcome updating the disparity study and whatever means possible that we can do to, continue to move our city forward. Amelia?
Yes, I'm just validating what our mayor's saying. I was on council then, and we brought in Bill Thomas.
Bill Thomas.
And I talked, and we were able to secure $50,000 for him to do some of this study. Thank you.
Thank you. Sabrina?
So I just wanted to know, in terms of that new study, will you be able to, or will the council as a body get more information on that in terms of why is it needed to update it, where we are with the numbers? I think that's an important piece, and also in terms of the community, I'm sure they're going to want to know what this entails as well. So we really do need to make sure that we're transparent in that respect as well.
Yeah, Councilmember. So the next steps on that, so basically, I talked to the finance team, and the finance team is getting ready to prepare for their annual update on the disparity study numbers. So they did one last year, and they're finalizing the past fiscal year to come before council to give them an update. What it looks like is that every year we've been getting demonstrably better in terms of meeting our goals. We'll get out a FYI on why we need to update the RFP. And basically the RFP process, once we get that result back, like the previous disparity study, council will be involved in that process, and then they will also weigh in and also approve whatever the new disparity goals will be for the municipal corporation as it relates to the goals that we have on our contracts and our projects. So this will be a very involved process where the council is making the decisions on where we go.
Okay, Jennifer.
I don't know if you have this answer yet. Do you know a timeline, like about how long this will take from the RFP to data collection to input from us and whomever else?
So it typically, when we first did it, it was our first time starting, right? So it took a longer period of time because we never had the data collected in a way that, collated in a way that they can actually use it. There probably is some time savings now that we've already had a previous disparity study. It depends on the vendor's timeline. Once we get that information, we can share that with you, but sometimes it typically takes 6 months to a year. But while we're refreshing it, it doesn't mean that the previous goals already adopted from the current disparity study goes away. We'll still be working on those as well. So there's still project goals, inclusion goals, SWAM goals going on. This is to refresh, update, and or amend it so that it can withstand any legal scrutiny. So we'll still be operating on the current modus operandi while we go through that process.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, thank you.
I'm feeling a lot of pressure to make sure that you all get your snacks. So I've been told the snacks are available, and if you feel so compelled, please don't hesitate to get up. It is a little after 3, and we're scheduled to go to 5 today. So if you all want to take a break, you are welcome to do that. If you all want to keep going, This is your time.
Let's do two more,
Okay.
and then we'll take a break.
And if anybody needs to get up and stretch their legs, please feel free to do so. So the next one on your list is economic development.
Okay, any comments there? I tell you, I think a lot of the things that we have on the plate, I think our economic development department is really moving forward and taking our city to the next level in a lot of ways in terms of developing business opportunities and things of that nature. Now, Josh, I agree with you 100% that, regional involvement is very important, what we're doing. And yeah, we did have a little conversation with the Alliance recently that we didn't feel like we were getting our fair share. We were spending like $550,000. And we really weren't gaining any true tangible benefits, but we were a regional player. And, we considered the fact that we were opening up development offices in Spain and, other places. We're saying, okay, what's the tangible benefit for us staying? But as a result of even the discussions about the potential of us, pulling out, which did not happen, because I think as a result of the discussions, the Alliance got together and correct me if I'm wrong, improved the process, improved the way that we were looking at Virginia Beach. The amount of money that we were paying were proportionate to population. And we were paying a disproportionate amount of, what was going on. And the Alliance not only includes cities, they include a number of corporations, Huntington Ingalls, Cox Communications, and things of that nature. But that being said, Portsmouth dropped out. A couple months ago. But I can tell you right now that by us, how shall I put it, setting up a caution flag, I think our relationship with the Alliance now is a lot stronger than it was before. I think we're better appreciated as partners going forward. And, as I said before, one of the things that those who have been on council for a while have been saying, the biggest problem that we had going forward was the brain drain, where your children would not be able to find jobs here. That's going to be changing. When we think about the broadband and the cables coming in, I know I'm repeating myself, it's going to bring business here. It's going to bring industry. It's going to bring high tech. With the wind turbines, I think we got another 180 coming. And we were able to sign an agreement with Tidewater Community College, for people to come in and, become technicians and get high-paying jobs. And as a result of our economic development, we're now really focusing on things like affordable housing, because if we're going to have families move here, we're going to make sure that they have an affordable place to live. The other part that we're talking about with our economic development, you got to think about this. You got to think about workforce development. We have to come up with a labor force. With all this stuff that we got going on, and if I could take, an example here to bring up a company, there was a startup company here 5 years ago, DroneUp. They started here, as, a startup company 5 years ago. And right now, I think they're the 34th largest growing company in the country. And they recently agreed to hire 500 more people. They are right now got a $400 million contract with Walmart, and they're working in Alabama, working on delivery methods. They're building drones for military uses. And what's the drone technology that is out there is going to be mind-blowing. I was at a conference a couple of years ago, and they were talking about using drones to transport people from Hampton to Pembroke, on a shuttle. The opportunities there with a startup company that we have, but they need a workforce. So that being combined too, and even with Project Hope and what we're doing with the Hampton Roads Workforce Alliance, Dulcino Miles is on that. And then we also have a manufacturers roundtable. But people like Steel, IMS Gear, and those folks, they're having trouble finding works. And, they have apprentice programs and people go through them and move on. So once again, our economic development is going to be dependent. If you think about a lot of the goals that we have been talking about with workforce development, with affordable housing, with things like that, all these are going to be independent for our success going forward. And the more independent economic development we have, those are more of those revenue sources that we're going to need to help us pay the massive amount of bills we have going forward. So forgive me, that was my diatribe. Okay? Yeah.
Well, Mr. Mayor, having been in this industry now for 38 years, economic development, I can go for hours, but I agree with everything you said. We're so interlaced in our discussions about workforce housing and affordable housing, workforce development, education, low tax environment. But I want to say a couple things. Number one, our existing businesses also drive new jobs. 3 out of 4 new jobs are created from our existing businesses. And as you pointed out, Drone Up is a fine example. 500 new jobs is a lot of jobs. But it goes all the way down to the small insurance offices and clerks and staff. So our existing businesses are as important as new business coming to town. I will say a couple more things. In my experience, Hampton Roads has set itself up very well for offshore wind opportunities. It's the best I've seen our region work together on offshore wind. It's all of us. I think we, as a city, it's off our beach. We need to take it and brand it as off of the coast of Virginia Beach, off the beaches of Virginia Beach. 176 turbines, $9.8 billion project to start construction 2024 and open in 2026. A lot of jobs, a lot of entrepreneurs can be coming to our market. But it does go back to workforce development, available housing, educational opportunities, and I think we're in pretty good position, and I'm liking all the discussion.
And thank you. And the other thing is, too, we got to point our value out to what we have, the small businesses that start up. We have a point of pride in our city that we did, I believe, 60-plus ribbon cuttings during the height of COVID, where a lot of small business entrepreneurs, I remember doing a ribbon cutting at one of your places, or 2 places actually. The courage to take your time and talent and treasure and open a business during a time, I'm just saying, I speak highly, but once again, we value the small businesses as much as we do steel. And I think that's important going forward. Because when you think about the plethora of small businesses, the small business we have community, hey, listen, we don't want the small businesses just to survive. We want them to thrive. We want them to grow and to expand and to franchise. And, so I think when it comes to economic development, kudos goes to our management, to Taylor and his magnificent staff. They're going to take us to the next level. Josh?
Yes, sir, thank you. Just one thing that I wanted to, emphasize is, and something I'd like to learn more about is opportunities for partnerships between high schools, higher ed, and our existing business community, in particular advanced manufacturing, some of the opportunities that may exist on the horizon with vocational in our schools. And I know a lot of that work is going on, but I have a sense that businesses know what they want and need, and that we can kind of take a little bit of direction from them as well. Another thing that I've heard, and I'm sure we all did during the campaign process and from our constituents is, sometimes it seems harder than it needs to be to do business in Virginia Beach. And it is harder than it needs to be to get site plans through. And I know a lot of that has to do with, personnel and COVID-related hiring challenges. But I believe our planning department is only open 3 days a week is that still the case? For site review or site plan review, or is that no longer the case?
Taylor, it took a while, but you're up there.
I was hoping to make it through a day, Mayor, but no. Councilmember, thank you for the question. That is a present condition as it relates to the front desk and planning on Monday and Thursday. However, as we are speaking, our interim director, Kathy Warren, as well as deputy director, Carrie Buchholz, are working to remedy that situation very quickly. I can tell you that is first and foremost on our list of things to solve right away. We understand and have heard from the development community that we have an obligation to basically that the pandemic is over for our business community. It's time that our facilities fully reopened as well. We anticipate that'll happen in the coming weeks.
All right, thank you. Sabrina?
So I wanted to talk about in terms of small businesses, because you mentioned something about expansion. And while oftentimes I see programs and opportunities available for our larger companies and organizations, and oftentimes those who come into Virginia Beach, our local small businesses, oftentimes they struggle. And there are some good candidates out there, working with a young lady now who's taking over an iconic bakery that's been in our city for over 20 years, has dreams of growing and expanding. And in the journey with her, working to make sure she had capital, working to make sure there were programs available for her, and then some difficulties she's had. I have noticed that we can do more for our small businesses in terms of one way, some of the programs we have for funding, relaxing some of those standards in terms of, I think it was a 2-year standard. She had been in business or taken over the business maybe just a little under 2 years, and it was very difficult to help her get through the process of actually applying for a loan or grant or whatever it was. And so it's very difficult, but she has dreams of expanding her business in Virginia Beach. And through the process, we've talked about things that could help her, but it's not easy for our small local businesses. And coming out of a pandemic, we want to make sure they're able, as was mentioned, to thrive. But that comes in the form of being intentional and providing access to programs, making it simplistic to apply, and expanding some programs that will help them. Because as I said, I often see quite a bit of opportunities for the larger organizations and companies, but our small businesses, not so much. So I hope that we can, I really like to sit down and talk with Economic Development, Taylor Adams, about coming up with a program specifically to help our local small businesses expand in our city. Thank you.
Patrick.
Mayor, members of council, that is something that I think the city council has made deliberate steps towards moving from a resource and education standpoint, but it has not, we have not really went into an incentive standpoint for small businesses. So I think with the disparity study and then also with the creation of the Hive, we've been doing a lot to kind of curate a incubation hub for small businesses. But the next steps on that, if council would like for us to look into, is to try to see if there's any incentives similar to like, and I'm not saying that this is exactly how it would be, but just throwing out examples like a EDIP, like support mechanism or some kind of like loan or grant programs for small businesses tied to certain tangibles or certain requirements like with the EDIP. If that's something that council desires, staff can work and put together some proposals for council to consider as part of the budget and or as part of a separate retreat towards like the summertime, not a separate workshop towards the summertime.
I think that might be a prudent approach. And Patrick, what about the other possibility of, having ombudsman to help people guide through the process? I think a lot of people, when, they want to start a business, they may be very expert at that business, but in terms of startup, implementation, financing, and all that stuff, would it be worthwhile to have an ombudsman type person?
Yeah, Mayor, you're exactly right, and that's one of the things that we do at the Hive now, partnering with SCORE, which SCORE is the retired CEOs, and they assist startup businesses navigate the different obstacles and challenges and the opportunities to create in a small business. You're exactly right, and that's one of the spaces that we're in right now. I think what we're hearing from some council members, or even some of our small business folks, is that we've helped them with capacity, we've helped them get educated, they're eager to start a business, they need assistance with getting access to capital so that they can take those steps towards growing, expanding, or creating a business in Virginia Beach. That's what I would like to see if we could possibly explore to bring back some options for your future approval and consideration.
Okay, that was great. Okay, good discussion on that. Rosemary?
I can't let this discussion go. I can't let this discussion go on without saying how fantastic our Economic Development Department is. I mean, they are second to none. And Jennifer and I had the opportunity to see them in action in a foreign land. And, we have offices in England and Spain, and they have connections and relationships. I mean, they built relationships so companies there are talking to their other companies and saying, you need to come to Virginia Beach. And we had 8 companies come and explore our borders last September, I believe, because of the work that they've been doing overseas. And then if you ever just want to really get excited about what's going on in your city, just have a conversation with Taylor Adams. I mean, we have so many awesome things happening and so many companies that want to come here and creating jobs, and we're really, really doing a super job, and so I want to thank you that. And I also am so happy to hear the interest in the vocational education. I know, Taylor, you're working on getting a meeting set up with Vice Chair Carolyn Weems. Do we have anything on that yet? Oh, I didn't mean for you to get up. It was just...
This may be the time, just move your chair there.
Sorry.
So Vice Mayor, we could not agree more that I'm so grateful to council for bringing this up. The two things that are critical for our continued economic growth are basically a workforce that is ready and trained for the broad use of employment opportunities in our community, both current and future, but also the need for improved and increased housing options in the community to accommodate the future workforce. So thank you for taking both of those on today. Pam is working to schedule the meeting specifically with Ms. Weems on of course, our colleagues at the school board, and then also, as you know, the mayor and I serve on the Regional Workforce Council, and we're working on a subsequent initiative that we hope to have back in front of you in the coming weeks that could utilize some of the Good Jobs Challenge funding that the Workforce Council just received to make a real acceleration on training in our community, which we think makes that meeting with Ms. Weems a lot more, a lot more timely. And we think that happens in the next 10 days.
And since we've been having this discussion, so many great ideas are starting to pop up that it'll be a wonderful time to start putting them all into perspective and working, because there's never any one answer to these kind of things. We're a big city, we need multiple avenues. So we're actually really chomping at the bit to get started. So we'll look forward to when we can get that first meeting going. Thank you so much, Taylor.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank our city manager for not just pushing me in this direction, but making sure that we had the resources to deliver on these initiatives. So thank you, Vice Mayor. We're eager to get started as well.
And at the School Modernization Committee meeting, we talked about some funding for this task force. And Dr. Robertson, who was there representing the superintendent, said the superintendent was very enthusiastic about it, and that they are going to earmark some money for us in case we need it for this task force. And I told him that you said we probably needed $500,000, but we may not need that much. But anyway, he didn't seem to think it was going to be a problem.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, Worth.
So if I could put you on the spot, Mr. Adams, some vacancies right now. So a third part of the reason why we can be successful is product. So if we have a regional retail vacancy rate of like 4.2%.
Yes, sir.
In my industry, industrial, it's less than 1%. So we really need product for existing businesses as well as new business.
Thank you for that, Councilmember. You're absolutely right. We're, as Councilmember mentioned, just over 4% region-wide vacancy in retail space. Virginia Beach a touch lower than that. Region-wide vacancy in industrial space is 0.07%. The Virginia Beach vacancy is at 0.02% right now. We effectively have no product to market. Anything, all of the deals that we're working right now are basically build to suit options on what limited real estate that we have remaining. We would, one of the things that we, as you all know, we've been working on over the last 4 years is creating an inventory of speculative industrial space. The problem is, as soon as we break ground on it, it's full, which is a testament to the work that you all have done as it relates to creating an environment in which business can grow and thrive. Vice Mayor, I thank you so much for your comments on that point. That said, Councilmember, you're absolutely right to continue growing. It's critically important that we have available real estate.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, how about Oceana and pushing the fences back? Can you speak to that possibility?
Yes, sir. We know I think it's no secret that that there is an RFP coming from the installation. We know that will focus around the horse stable area unless you all tell us not to. The current plan carrying over from the last council is still for us to respond to that RFP, but
via the Development Authority, right?
Via the Development Authority, yes, sir. So that we, in the hopes of having a hand on pretty rapid development of some industrial space that we could get to. I have not looked. We had hoped that we hope that document will drop this week. That said, we are in constant communication with our colleagues at the Navy to ensure that we are ready, willing, and able to give them as strong a proposal as possible. Important to note, and this is if our colleagues from the Navy were here, it would be very important that I note at this point that the city's Development Authority anticipates no preferential treatment in this. This is an open and fair solicitation that the entire market can respond to, and that we have no advanced knowledge of what specifically will be in this solicitation. We will be responding just like the rest of the business community will. We'll have to put a team together to ensure that we can deliver the best possible means of development.
Okay. All right. Thanks a bunch.
So just to clarify, that action item under economic development was a future workshop on opportunities or options related to small business incentives. I wanted to make sure that was clear and then ask staff if they had any questions for clarity on
I think the other thing is that as well as, I think the Vice Mayor mentioned the work that Taylor's navigating with the Workforce Council and also with the possible school board as well.
All righty.
And that workshop would be until after June.
For the small business stuff,
Correct.
I think, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell you what, at this point, it's right at 3:30. Why don't we take a 5-minute break, because I am told by people that we got snacks and we better have some.
Snack time.
You got it. Snack time, not nap time.
Is one that you had a little bit of conversation about this morning. Flooding, stormwater management, and stormwater maintenance.
Any comments on that? Yeah, Michael.
Hold on.
Michael's chewing away. We got to give him a chewing break.
I'm so excited about this topic, I had to eat that pretzel down fast and be the first one to speak about it.
That's all right. I'm expert at the Heimlich, no problem.
Mr. Mayor, I realize and want to acknowledge the really interesting budget presentation that we had about the CIP and about the stormwater projects. And I just want to talk a little bit about how this impacts District 3 and the neighborhoods of Windsor Woods and Princess Anne Plaza particularly, but of course the whole city as well. The city's in the process of bundling a number of stormwater flood control projects that will service the district that principally I represent, and that was the area that was also, I don't want to discount, of course, Councilmember Rouse represents part of that neighborhood as well, of course. And these projects are meant to work as a system. So there's the Bow Creek Stormwater Park, there's the Tide Gate at Lake Windsor, North Lynnhaven Tide Gate, and a number of other projects. And these projects are going to be impacted by the inflationary measures, and they're going to be impacted by the environment, the economic environment that we're going to face. But I just want to emphasize that not being engineers, not being experts in public works, what I'm hearing from residents loud and clear is that they expect this project to be complete as designed and on schedule. And as a body, we have to make sure that we do everything we can to ensure that that promise is delivered. And at the same time, they have an expectation, and I appreciate Councilmember Henley's comments and the insight we gleaned from the manager about maintenance and operations. I used to say that many members of our community would feel just much better, more assured knowing that just the systems that were presently in place were operating at the capacity for which they were designed. And we still have a little bit of ways to go until we get to full capacity and operation. But then, of course, we have to expand capacity, and that's what this more than $400 million project is all about. And much of that investment, and I thank the council for that investment, is within District 3 and District 10, and right in the center, in the heartbeat of Virginia Beach, working families, people who make this city work, and we owe it to them to deliver this project on time and on schedule. And it may not be on budget, and that's the concern that we all have, but we need to know right off the top if there are budgetary concerns that will delay the implementation of the project. And I'm really concerned about it, and I know the residents are too. And if we don't deliver this promise, we're going to lose their trust, and we can't afford to do that. So
Okay.
that's the message I really want to
Patrick.
deliver about the importance of that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Bellucci specifically, just to reiterate again, as we presented in December, and we got another presentation to give probably in February or March on the bond referendum based on your resolution directing the briefing cadence. Across the board, on all of our CIPs, including stormwater bond referendum projects and our repair and maintenance ditch work, we're seeing significant dollar value increases. Specifically for the bond referendum, we're seeing them. We've been able to hold the line in terms of meeting the goals and expectations of the project because we've got a significant amount of grant dollars. We're not seeing an issue right now that's preventing us from executing your plan right now. We do anticipate, and as we said it before, and Kevin alluded to it, and we alluded to it in December, it's going to be 33-40% more expensive than 567. But that's what we look at today, right? I mean, this is a 10-year project, 21 projects in 10 years. We may see different things, and what we're seeing 2 to 3 years down the road, we get on another side of a more rationalizing, normalizing sense of what the cost will be something more normal. But right now, we got to bid those projects and execute those projects because we can't delay them. We told the public 10 years, 21 projects. But also, like you said, it's a system, so it's a critical path. We can't push something off because it's just going to increase our risk of flooding if we delay it any longer. We're committed. We're looking at it 24/7, 365. We don't see a reason right now to bring something to council for council to make a policy decision to increase the amount of funding for it right at this time. We probably will need to have that conversation, but right now we're able to meet the expectations. Specifically for maintenance work, again, we're doing a much better job with maintenance. We're doing more miles, more ditch, more feet in maintenance as well. It's not going as far as we originally intended when we first approved these programs in 21 and 22 and sometimes in 2020, but we are doing more than what we previously did before based on the fund allocation that council's made previously.
Good. Anybody else? Barbara?
Well, as I sit here and reread this resolution that council passed, we made some pretty strong promises. And, you know, when we said within 10 years, and I'm beginning to think, oh my gosh, some of these that we haven't even designed yet, and they're going to be really difficult to build, are we going to be able to get them done in 10 years? That's just from the time frame. But then the cost. And of course, we always know that there's a possibility of inflation, but we really got hit hard by an inflation, and thank goodness it's moderating a little bit, and we'll hope that it will. But I think that when we're looking at priorities, this one has to be at the top because we promised the voters and they acted on our promises. And when we say, too, that within this 10 years, we're also going to eliminate the backlog in the maintenance with our ditches, canals, and ponds, that's pretty heavy, too. But I think that's even more doable, though, than building those referendum projects that we now, once we design them, might find out they were even harder to do than we had anticipated. But anyway, we've got a heavy promise on the line. And it's very difficult. I mean, we can say we're not going to panic, but we also have to make sure that we know that we've got this promise there first when we're talking about some of our other more non-discretionary possible uses. I think this is one that before we go getting ourselves into some other projects that maybe aren't quite the highest priority as this, we better make sure we're firmer on this before we do that. It might be that this is just not the year that we can do much else until we really find out where we are with this, with these projects and with this commitment we made, because this is a commitment that was pretty daggone strong. And the voters took us up on it. So we're committed, as I see it.
Anybody else? Worth?
Ms. Henley, I totally agree. This is a big commitment. I voted for this. I was not in this body, but $567.5 million is a lot of money. I think going back to our conversation earlier this morning about public engagement and transparency, I think it's absolutely critical that we, as leaders of this community, communicate with the public about the timing as much as the money, because I don't think, and Mr. Hansen's back there, I want to look to him for this, but 10 years is a big promise, and right now, I agree with you, not all of it will be done in 10 years, but we'll see. That being said, as a part of the Bond Commission Oversight Review Board, we were given a briefing on the Eastern Shore Drive project, which is in Councilman Taylor's district, and so I encourage everyone to engage our city staff to go back and look at the projects in your respective districts, as I have at least one in mine, and engage staff to come to a Civic League meeting or your town hall. They are very good. They've got great graphics and schedule and costs, so they can help us communicate this to the public. Thanks.
Okay, Josh.
Just want to echo Councilman Remick's comments and also just say thank you to L.J. Hansen, who was very generous with his time. And I I accompanied him on a tour of the capital projects and stormwater projects in District 9, and I would encourage anybody who's not, been able to see some of this stuff firsthand. I'm not an engineer, I'm not a technician, so it is very helpful to see it firsthand, and I thank you very much, Mr. Hanson, for your time. I enjoyed it and look forward to the next time.
Okay, anybody else? Barbara?
I know I've already spoken, but now that we've gotten past that part, there was another paragraph in this resolution that we passed that we haven't acted on, and this is really totally under our purview, and that's that we would amend the city's comprehensive land use plan to recommend denial for any project or development that generates a net increase in water discharge demand in any watershed or in any drainage system in the watershed over the capacity of the net of margin to meet the modeled discharged baseline at the drainage system at build out. And that we deferred. And I guess it's time that we're going to be talking about that again too, but I think the basic promise is that we're not going to turn around and develop more than the system can handle, because I think that's what folks said. Well, we're going to approve all of these projects, and all that means is that you're going to go out and keep on developing in a way that's not responsible, and that we can't do either. I just say that as a caution because this is still out there. And maybe we worded this a little differently than maybe we should have, but this is what was in the agreement. And so I think our development standards are going to be very scrutinized by the public. And I know that there are issues because it is making it difficult for the development community. But I think we have to find another way. We've got to make sure the standards are met, and it may be that we have to do more cost participation with developers if they can show that they're handling public water or something of that nature. But I really don't think we ought to even consider reducing our standards, because that's not going to be accepted by the public.
Okay, anybody else? I think Barbara Henley mentioned this morning, making sure that we accomplish things at these retreats. And I remember a couple years ago, especially after Hurricane Matthew and some other things, we set two top priorities: stormwater management and public safety. And I think we've done a pretty good job of getting the ball rolling on both. I think the referendum was a great accomplishment at 72%, but I think, and then, taking care of public safety, we were still regarded as a, safest city, so, we're honoring a lot of these, commitments and priorities we're making. That being said, I think we had a discussion recently where the bond referendum money is only a start. I think with stormwater, that given our logistics and geography that we have here, this is going to be a problem in perpetuity that we're going to have to be dealing with. And so just realize as we look forward to a lot of other CIP projects and things that we're going to be doing over time, I think the commitment and resolve is going to be there, but I certainly appreciate all the discussion we have, and, I have a degree of confidence we're moving in the right direction. Okay?
Next topic on your list is housing affordability.
Anybody on this one? I think we've been talking about it. I think, once again, it's tied into economic development. I think it's timed in terms of quality of life. I think it's, it's giving people a higher standard. Yes, Patrick.
So, Mayor, just to recap, I think before the new council got on, and we did reshare the documentation that we got approval from the previous council. But before the new council got on, staff came to council and asked for permission to authorize funding to renew the housing affordable housing recommendation that we got back around 2016, 2017. And I think council back then made pretty much demonstrable efforts to move towards that direction, but then was blindsided by Hurricane Matthew, and then focused on taking care of resiliency from a stormwater standpoint. And knowing that's high of mind, we brought this back to council and asked council permission to get that updated. Where we are with that process is the consultant, which is a component of Virginia Tech, will be working to start to do some community engagement meetings to get a general sense of what affordable housing means for Virginia Beach. And the goal with that is to also include some council feedback as well, with the mindset to come back to council towards the middle or towards the end of summer with recommendations that council can then either approve or amend, or to give us direction on how we want to do affordable housing for Virginia Beach in a more demonstrable way. So just want to level set with council where we are with that before you all engage further in this conversation.
And I think we can move forward today with the understanding from all concerned that this is a high council priority. Rosemary?
So, a while back, when the housing prices were going skyrocketing, it was just really crazy. I've had the belief that if you worked in Virginia Beach, you had a right to live in Virginia Beach. And I started the Workforce Housing Advisory Board then. And then things kind of went haywire with the economy, and actually, we had the recession, everything dropped, and it just didn't work out too well at that time. But the premise was to give incentives, maybe an increased density, if developers would include a workforce housing component in their project. And it was to give, like, if you would do like 25%, that was the number at the time. That's a number that could change, where you couldn't tell on the outside it was any different than any of the other houses or apartments or condos. You couldn't tell on the outside, but maybe the finishes would be different on the inside. And make it 25% of workforce housing, you could get increased density. Well, it didn't go very well. Neighborhoods would come out and say, I think they would think workforce housing meant Section 8 or something along those lines, and the whole connotation of, what's affordable housing, what's workforce housing. The lines just got very, very convoluted. And I don't know what the right term for it is, but people seem to hear that, and they don't want it in their backyard. Now, it's something that we all have to overcome. Now, I've never seen such a commitment to workforce housing as I do from this council, so my spirits are very uplifted by that. Now, we have a lot of developers coming forward, especially with apartments and all, that it's not fair to do this at the end of their, it's like they're ready to cross the finish line, and we say, you need to have that workforce housing component. But we really should work on something where at the very beginning of their process, that if they do a workforce housing component, that we're going to look upon it favorably and maybe have some incentives and they can, of some sort, to get them to do it. And you need to do it at the beginning of the process, not the end. And I think that this is a council who could actually make this happen, so that when it does get to the finish line and the people say, I don't want that in my backyard, we have to have the fortitude to say, this is an important issue. If you work in Virginia Beach, you should be able to live in Virginia Beach. And I still think that's a really good slogan. So that's my 2 cents worth of one way we could work towards this goal. And again, have it at the beginning of these conversations with projects going forward.
Okay, anybody else? Amelia?
Yes, I was there with Rosemary when they workforce housing, and we ended up in off Baker, where we have the Baker Street, Steve Lawson, and the Summer Haven that we have up there. And besides that, right now in Burton Station, the affordable housing, at least they have some component, over 400 units are going up on Tolliver Road, which you wouldn't even know until you happen to go down there and you can see that's happening. But still, that is not enough. So it is important, like you're saying, having something before, because a lot of people look at it differently. And Franklin Johnson, another group that are working on. But if you go and see their product, it really looks great and is well maintained. And another thing, because I serve on the Housing Advisory Board now, we ask them how are things going, and they're having some problem getting as many houses, even the older stock, to repurpose, because that's one way they can help as well. We're short on land, so we're looking more vertical, but if we can talk with them so they can start, like you were saying at the beginning, so they know, because when I talked with one of the groups from Franklin, I said, what's the whiffing factor? And they said, well, yeah, we do get something through the tax credit, which helps us go along to do some more. So we've got Breeden coming up. Maybe we can talk with them about, what they're putting up along Cleveland. So these groups are important not only in District 4, but in other pockets that we can include, because I agree, if you work here, you need to live here.
Thank you. Okay, Michael, then Worth, and then Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this issue, and also I've learned a lot about this issue since I've served on council. And I think I'm very excited to learn more about the study and the project that Mr. Duhaney referenced, because I think if you talk about workforce housing and housing affordability, the answer or the topic really depends on the person you're talking to, because there are many different definitions that members of our community possess. And just to name a few, we could talk about workforce housing, and that's to Vice Mayor Wilson's point that people who live here should be able to work here, teachers, firefighters, public utilities workers, people who work for the city and people who don't work for the city, people who work in all different manner of jobs at Virginia Beach, should be able to afford to live here. Thinking about seniors, both retired people who live independently and also people who are in assisted living and nursing care facilities. If you talk to any family who is responsible for taking care of seniors, they'll tell you about the extraordinary burden that's placed on families because of the cost associated with that care. And that's absolutely a housing issue. It's absolutely a care issue. And as a side note, I'd like to schedule a time to talk about how we can better address those policies, particularly around group homes. I know Councilman Taylor recently has one in his district that brought to light a little bit of illumination about the issue itself and how we can possibly make improvements, not only on the zoning categories, but on how those facilities operate and provide care for our loved ones. So apologize for the digression. But workforce affordability also means people who are on some kind of assistance, some kind of government support. Also, people with disabilities. And this city has a terrible record when it comes to creating housing opportunities and services and affordability for people with disabilities. And for the moment, I'll spare you the going down too far down that road, but by any objective standard, we have done a terrible job of supporting people with disabilities in our community, by omission and by bad decisions. And we're also should be talking about affordability for families, affordability for homeowners, affordability for the middle class. Each of these particular categories requires a different policy approach. And so one of the things I'm really hopeful about the report and about the conversation that Mr. Duhaney indicated will be led with the Virginia Tech folks is how we can incorporate all of these issues to address the comprehensive need about affordability, because we can't just talk about a generic housing affordability issue without really becoming more granular about what the specific issues of a housing affordability are and what different policy adjustments need to be made in order to make progress in addressing those issues. And so that's what I hope we'll do one by one. And I also want to just really emphasize what Vice Mayor Wilson said about the importance of addressing these concerns on the staff side, because when it comes to council on Tuesdays and we start asking questions about in the planning briefing or at the dais, where's the affordable housing? That's our fault. That's our fault for not having policies that address the seriousness of this issue while the application is being formulated and when the application comes to staff from the developer and from the builder. So if we get to that point, council has failed. Council has failed our community if we're asking those questions every single time there's a multifamily development coming forward. So it's my hope that we can address each of these in an independent and unique way to create those policy solutions, and that we're also building the importance of affordable housing into the system so that our staff knows that we have tools at our disposal to incentivize affordability in the applications that come forward where it makes sense. And where it doesn't, we can lean on the market, and that's good too, and that has a role. So thank you. Those are just some of my thoughts.
Patrick.
Mr. Mayor, I want to ask I'm going to say something, and I'm asking our housing director to let me know if I'm inaccurate, and if I am inaccurate, then maybe we can amend the scope to be more inclusive of what Mr. Bellucci said. But from my understanding, Ruthie, that the scope is pretty comprehensive, and it's not just to look at affordable housing for our for those people who workforce housing or even low-income affordable housing, but it's to look for housing affordability across the spectrum of experiences that our citizens and residents of Virginia Beach experience. Is that accurate, Ruthie? Ruthie's nodding her head saying that's accurate. Okay. All right, and Ruthie, if there's anything else that you heard from this dialogue amongst council, I'm sure you have the video. Please forward it along to our consultants so as they think about recommendations and they think about their community engagement, that they take in some of this dialogue into thought as they put together their recommendations to the city.
Okay. Worth.
Yes,
and then
so
Jennifer.
I think the Housing Commission report last week reported 4% vacancy citywide for apartments, 4% vacancy, which is very low, I believe. And then Vice Mayor Wilson, I think you spoke about how many houses were currently on the market. So no question about it. I think everyone here agrees about this situation. It also impacts economic development and attracting young people to come to our city. So we do need to formulate policies that address all levels like we were just talking about. So I think whether it's density or parts of the city where you're a little bit more aggressive or liberal in the standards versus other parts of the city, do we have land in our inventory as a city? I think we own 6,000 parcels of land throughout the city. I just think we got to be creative and think out of the box on this subject. Thanks.
Thank you. Jennifer.
A lot of what I was thinking has been said. I'm really excited about this study, and I think that to reiterate to the public how important it is to participate in these sessions, and it goes back to the policy recommendations, like that community engagement, because as we're trying to figure out policy or process around affordable housing, we really do need to break down what that looks like, because it affects all categories of people. And then just as it's beyond our scope, but thinking about, all the connotations with affordability. And I would love to destigmatize or, demystify the idea of Section 8 housing is, I don't want that near me, because what does that mean about someone who needs Section 8 for a period of time in their life, and that people are hardworking individuals who sometimes need assistance, and that's what we're here to help support. So that affordability doesn't have to be like a scary thing or whatever, stereotypes are attached to that. But I really encourage the public to lean into these sessions. The public at Virginia Beach Housing and Neighborhood Preservation, their Facebook page, there's a section on the city website that has all the dates. Some are virtual, some are in person, and it's really an opportunity to share from whatever your background, your definition of affordability and your challenges with affordability. So I encourage the public to pay attention to this.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Well, I think it's pretty clear we got a new high priority among us, and I think it's going to be very well received, and we're going to be working on it. And, you know, I don't want to keep on expounding, but it, you know, even as part of the HOPE project, I asked Chris to, you know, we're going to put together a group of people that also includes Todd Walker from the Judeo-Christian Outreach Center, you know, talking about, they're getting ready to do a major expansion. We have a single room occupancy place in the Centerville district on, believe it or not, right on Military Highway between Providence and Military Highway. It's an old skating rink that was built there. You know, so believe it or not, we have been doing stuff, but I agree with Michael, we got to do a lot more. And I think we all agree that. You know, it's important for a lot of reasons. Okay, what's next?
Law Enforcement Training Center.
Oh, yeah. Patrick.
Mayor and Council, before you all start to deliberate on this one, we gave a briefing to Council a couple weeks ago on this need. And then also in your, inside the package, one of the questions Council asked was possible locations. And in the packet, we've updated a presentation slide deck on possible locations and some of the identifying issues with some of those locations as well. I would say with this one, we had a lot of conversations about debt and about the city's capacity to take on new projects. The conversation today, just to clarify again, is just to say, is this something that you want staff to expend its time to explore for future consideration? Understanding that this fits into the whole picture of schools, CIP, city CIP, flood protection bond referendum, CIP. All we're looking for today is just some guidance on, is this something that you want us to look into? I would say the prevailing issue with this one is that we're in a space that the lease expires in, correct me if I'm wrong, Director Hanson, 2025. Right, yeah, 2025. It's with the schools. I'm sure the schools would extend it if we want to, because they do get school resource officers for free from the city. So we do have a partnership with the schools. So I don't think the schools is in the process of kicking this out now, but as LJ mentioned, the building's been well past its useful life for about 5-10 years now, and it's not necessarily it's not serving our law enforcement folks well on the sheriff and the PD side. You know, but again, when council deliberates this, it's not asking for funding this project today. It's not even asking for funding this project in this CIP. It's really just a discussion. Is this something that you want us to start to make demonstrable steps for? Probably the first step that's what this would look like if this was to move forward is starting some funding to start the design process as it relates to that. But again, we're just want to level set before council entered into this. That decision today doesn't mean that we're going to ask for $50 to $60 million or try to borrow $50 to $60 million in this budget or next budget. Even if council gave us design money, it'll probably take us 18 months, 24 months before we even get to the place where we would even think about funding this project.
So the two variables are location and design at this point.
And location is, LG, you want to come up? Location is,
Okay.
we could still work that out over time.
Okay, Rosemary,
Well,
and then Barbara.
you put it so clearly that this, even though we've really got to tighten our belts, which we are going to have to, this one has a timeline on it because it's in a place that our lease is getting ready to run out. And it's a deplorable building. I go there probably at least once a month, and it's in really, really bad shape. So in case we're able to add anything new, I think this would be a really important one, especially, we pride ourselves on having the finest police department probably in the country, and we've been putting a lot of resources into giving them the tools that they need, and this is something else that would enforce that. So that's how I would feel about it.
Okay, Barbara?
Well, I agree with Rosemary that this is one of those things that's really not discretionary. because I know training of our police officers is something that is extremely important, and I think it was an issue in a recent one of our court challenges. So we have to make certain that our police have the best training possible, and that includes the site to make it work. But as I think I sent an email after the presentation that we had suggesting another site, and that would be, well, when we did the ITA study, one of the things that we were asked to do was to identify a very large site that would be acceptable for waste management and for a lot of things. And the issues that were required for that seem to be the same issues that are required for this site. And I think we identified an excess of even the waste management requirement. I think we identified something over 150 acres, kind of right in the center, which means it's away from all neighborhoods, so there shouldn't be the neighborhood conflicts that we might have in some other places with noise and so forth. And it also had to be a place that was available to infrastructure, and it's right at the place where the new Lansdowne Road would be built. And I just strongly suggest looking at that as a possible site, plus the fact that we already own it would certainly help with the cost. I would hope that that would be a good plus. But whether that site works out or not, I feel like this is one of those things that's got to be a priority, because we do have to have the best training possible for our law enforcement people.
Okay, Patrick, and then Rocky, and then Amelia, and then Josh.
Mr. Mayor, LJ got up, so I'm thinking LJ probably wants to correct something I said, so LJ, go on.
No, sir, but
I'm used to that. So.
No, sir, I don't. Other than I would just say that we've been talking about this since 2014, and at this point, your Public Works Facilities Group cannot move forward because we haven't identified the funding, and we haven't identified the direction that we want to go. And we're okay with that, but it really is something that we're needing to have just a little bit of an understanding before we can move forward. If I can ask one question, Councilmember Henley, in the original proposal, it was suggested to move the waste operations facility off of Holland Road to the ITA and then put the LITA facility on Holland Road. Is that your current proposal, or are you suggesting putting LITA in the ITA?
I don't think that this was a consideration with that at all at that time, a suggestion. I think it was that we would consolidate all of the solid waste things, the Holland Road, plus the transfer station that's there at Dam Neck, and then a very large site that would be available, for debris after a hurricane, and so that's why it got so large. But I think we weren't really even talking about this site as a part of any of that. I see that that replacing the Holland Road site with this law enforcement training center is something that you've got in this data today. That's the first time I've seen that. So that really wasn't a consideration before. I'm just saying it looks like we could do both at the ITA site, because we did include even more land than had been suggested. So I think there's room there to do both. And I think the Holland Road site and the transfer station site eventually, if they get to be vacated, are great for economic development, much better. And we were looking for a place that, was away from impacts with neighborhoods, but also had the infrastructure for the solid waste. And I think that answers this concern as well as the solid waste concern. So I'm just saying that I think that site that we identified with that study might accommodate both. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you.
Okay, Rocky?
Thank you. And let me just clear up one thing when we talk about this training center. And we're not just talking about a building that was built in 1951. The building speaks for itself, and it's certainly doing its job. But we heard testimony from the chief that his officers are losing up to 2 hours every training evolution because they have to go to North Carolina. They have to go to North Carolina to fire their guns and certify with their weapons. So we have a contract with Academy or Blackwater. It's had several names. And so they're taking that time out of their schedule, but they're getting reimbursed to drive down there. And it's wear and tear on vehicles, and there's a lot of issues with law enforcement officers having to go all the way down to, I think it's called Pudding Ridge Road in North Carolina somewhere. So you got folks that need training, and it might be an hour and a half. And if that's in the summertime, if you catch it on a Saturday when they got some Moyock traffic, then it could be an hour and a half to get there and an hour and a half to get home. So this is a holistic approach, not just to a classroom where our public safety officials and law enforcement officers sit in a classroom. This has some moving pieces where if you're in the classroom and you do some training on how to fire a weapon, well, you can't do that then until you drive an hour down the road to clear out a range to go there and do that. So there's a gap there. So I think that what we need to do is sit down with the law enforcement officials and find out what suits their training and their needs best. And when we take our shot at this, we take a good shot to make sure that we get it right so that we don't have any of these gaps. And that's my position on it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Amelia and then Josh, right?
I have no more comments.
See, very effective. Okay, Josh.
Yeah, my opinion on the matter really mirrors Councilman Holcomb's. I'd be interested in working with law enforcement to try and identify a site that suits their needs as well. And, you know, I was having a bit of a sidebar conversation with Mr. Camp over there, and I must not have a very good poker face in the informal session because he saw my eyes widen when I saw the presentation, with the conditions in this building right now. Recruitment, retention, those are things that are important we talk about. We need to make sure we have a 21st century facility to train our law enforcement personnel, just like we shouldn't be placed in a position to have to choose between spending, $80 or $100 million to renovate an aquarium or spend $200 and some million to build a new one and, stand to lose up to $257 million by kicking the can. It surprised me to hear just now that, I guess this council's known about this issue since 2014. And I think I know we do have a lot of competing priorities in terms of infrastructure and facilities needs, but it would be nice not to have to be hit with all of these things at once and have to make big consequential decisions involving this level of facilities renewal and renovation. So, but
Okay,
I guess
thank you.
welcome to the job, right?
Work.
Just one last comment, to keep in mind that the site that later could be leaving could be very valuable, of course, for the school system who owns it, so it might help the bottom line there if you sell that site or do something with it.
Yep. Patrick.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, just to qualify for the new members, because I had similar questions when I first got here as well. But I'd say Hurricane Matthew, as the mayor said, I think LJ and Kevin and I talk about this at the time. Before Hurricane Matthew, stormwater flood protection was 4 or 5% of the city's budget, CIP standpoint. And then after Hurricane Matthew, it became 30%, right? So after that existential threat, council redirected all the resources to take care of its existential threat, right? So that's one of the reasons why you're still seeing some of those things. The same thing with the housing study. Council made demonstrable steps to do something on that, but then Hurricane Matthew happened. So they said, okay, let's pause that because we got to make sure people can actually live in their homes in Virginia Beach. The other component of it is COVID happened. A lot of these things were programmed in that $67 million reduction that Kevin mentioned that happened in the 2021 budget. That council was taking demonstrable steps towards moving a lot of these projects forward, but then COVID happened, and that delayed it for another 3 years. And the other part, I'll say this as well, is that LJ and Michael are doing conditions assessments to get a better sense of how we can actually articulate when we're going to have these needs the big thing I found in Virginia Beach is, and Ms. Henley talked about it, in the 80s, we were the fastest growing city west of the Mississippi, or east of the Mississippi, Ms. Henley? East of the Mississippi. We're the fastest growing city. A lot of our stuff got built around that time frame. It's 45 years, 50 years now down the road. It's coming to a point now where we got to make some significant overhauls or possibly redo them. So unfortunately, this council and the future iteration of this council that comes in 2024 are going to be left with making these policy decisions. And it's not even just us, it's the same thing with the schools as well. The schools really started building out and building a lot of those things in the 80s as well, and beyond that as well. A lot of that bill and stuff is getting due. That's one of the reasons why when we talked about, when Davenport talked about different financial tools that you can use that can still responsibly allow you to do some of your CIP stuff, we're going to have a lot of big needs that's going to come before you, and it's going to be a significant dollar value on it, and we're going to need some policy guidance and direction on how best to go about that, while at the same time you have to balance the needs of the community, and a lot of that times is affordability, not just from a housing standpoint, but the affordability of government in terms of taxation. So council has that enviable position of trying to figure out the right balance on doing all of that. But I just want to level set to let you know kind of why some of these decisions feel like they've been delayed, but also let you know more decisions are coming. Yeah.
Okay, I think we can put a wrap on this one. If I could make a recommendation that we talk about the master urban design and then perhaps adjourn for the day. You know, as a former college professor, I can read body language, and we've been here a while. And I think we got some wiggle room tomorrow, correct? Patrick?
Yes. So, Mayor, I do think there's wiggle room tomorrow. If council desires, there is a council priority to continue with this conversation, and Mayor, we'll be halfway through. For the LEDA, I just want to get a sense on what the guidance is for LEDA. So I think what I got from a majority of you all is go ahead and start to explore what that possibly looks like.
I think ultimately this is going to be, it is a necessity, and ultimately will continue to be a necessity if we could at least agree to go forward with design and location.
Okay.
That would be the way to go.
So I know one of the things that the Public Works Facilities team is probably going to propose is for us to look to see what starting to fund design looks like. Not necessarily saying it's this year, but starting to think about what design will look like. We'll look to see what that looks like as part of the budget process. Understanding there's several conversations that need to happen with council before we move forward. As Mr. Holcomb said, get a sense of what the public safety needs are. Come back to council, let you know what those needs are. And then to talk about, in particular as well, are we trying to do training academy and also a shooting range? And if you do shooting range, it changes the dynamic a little bit as well, because geography standpoint, you cannot be in certain particular areas if you're doing a shooting range. So the hope is that we'll be able to get to that level of information and get back to you so we can get more definitive decisions from you as it relates to this project.
I think that's the direction we should go, correct? Okay.
Then the last item for today is master urban design plan for the resort area.
So this was my request. Would be land essentially around the sports center, going from Mocha to the north, including the visitor center on Interstate 264, around by the convention center, again around the sports center. I don't know exactly the amount of land, but there's no question, I think everyone agrees that the sports center has been a booming success. Congratulations on that decision in April 2020 when it opened. And there's further study, what's called the Victus Advisor Study that Taylor, you might want to come up in a minute and help me with this one. But the property around the sports center, and this also could be called the 17th Street Gateway, which would be Virginia Beach Boulevard, and it would be west of Atlantic Park. So this potentially could unleash $500 to $1 billion in multi-use property, whether it be housing, affordable or otherwise, commercial, potentially a headquarters hotel around the convention center. So Taylor, you want to enhance that?
Be happy to, Councilmember. Thank you so much for bringing this forward. And in short, you're absolutely right. What we're finding is not just as it relates to industrial uses, but across the city, real estate is becoming more and more constrained. And Councilmember, referencing your own comments a moment ago regarding density as it relates to housing and other uses, we recognize that we'll face increasing pressures across the city to deal with this, and that wherever possible, it's prudent for us to be informed as it relates to what the full range of possibilities are for all of our real estate. You rightly defined the sort of the area in question as it came to us, and there are two things in play. One, we have 4 resort stakeholder groups that all sort of touch or interact specifically with this group. But then if you add in the community impact of the residential uses to the south, specifically in the parts of the city, the neighborhoods that make up SeaTac. If you look north at the what is often known as Resort Beach Civic League area, there's also broad community impact to all of this area, and so we appreciate the opportunity to be prudent in the land use around it. You mentioned the Victus study. Victus is a consulting firm that did the analysis of our community around sports tourism. For those of you that were here then, you'll remember our now Convention and Visitors Bureau Director, Nancy Hellman, was then the leader of our sports tourism, specifically youth sports tourism, but also really all sports tourism division within the CVB that she built very successfully. It was the Victus study that led us to the development of your sports center, which has been a resounding success across the community. I mean, when you consider that we opened it in the middle of a pandemic, and fast forward 2 years, it's generating conservatively 140,000 room nights per year. It's more than delivering on the expectation that you all had when we broke ground on it. We're in the process of updating the Victus study to find out what is, and this is at the urging of all of our resort stakeholders, and just to understand where we are. We're in the process of updating that study to understand what the next major investment in sports might be, and to understand what the best return on the investment on any potential public investment for the community would look like. We anticipate that study will come in the coming weeks. As we've seen an initial look at it. I will admit there were a couple of outcomes that were assumptions based. We did not understand the assumptions and asked for additional detail from Victus on what led to those assumptions, because we want to make sure that whatever we bring you is something we can defend. We anticipate we'll have that back and would love to bring it to you. I would think, Nancy, in the next 8 weeks, probably? 8 weeks.
Okay, Amelia.
I would just like to ask you, with all of these extra development and lands and funding, how is it impacting SeaTac? Because that's the longest ongoing community in the nation. And each time I go down there, I'm trying to find out where's SeaTac. So it sounds good for the community. Which community?
So yes, ma'am, and thank you for the question. And that's where I would, coming back to what obviously we go wherever you send us, but it's our recommendation that we do fully engage the residents around the resort area as opposed to just the stakeholder groups as we move forward. I don't mind telling you that I or a member of my team meet frequently with either representatives of the SeaTac Civic League or more recently, I have a team member of mine has a standing meeting with pastors of the largest churches in the area, in the SeaTac area, and I come to that on a quarterly basis so that I'm updated on what's going on. That said, we hear you loud and clear on the need to ensure that whatever action we take in this space is to the benefit of all of the surrounding residential uses and not at their expense. And so that's the reason we think that it's prudent to do some planning around the land use here.
Okay, Michael?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Adams, I have a question for you. Not want to put you on the spot.
Yes, sir.
No.
But are you aware of any other master urban design plan for the resort area in the past?
Oh, yes, sir. So you would be hard-pressed to find a portion of the city that has had more planning around it than your resort area has. As recently as a year ago, when you all adopted the most recent version of the RACAP plan, but beyond that, so you had the ramp plan, which is an extension of RACAP.
Wait, sorry, just for the public, could we just define what those terms are?
Yes.
So
Yes,
what's
sir.
RACAP, what's ramp?
So
How many?
Yes, sir.
Let's go back a little ways. I'm going to ask you a few questions here.
Yes, sir. So RAMP is Resort Area Mobility Plan. Kathy, help me if RACAP is Resort Area Strategic Action Plan. And prior to that, you had basically what we call the OR, which is effectively a form-based code overlay of the resort. And so yes, sir. There's been considerable planning around land use here in the resort.
So just to make sure I understand clearly, we've got RACAP, which has been updated approximately how many times?
One update, but it's a year old.
So there's been only one iteration of RACAP and then one update?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. And then what existed before RACAP in terms of planning, the comprehensive plan and the OR zoning?
So, yes, sir. So the comp plan, of course, is updated on a pre-program basis. OR predates that. Yeah, Kathy? Yeah. Yeah.
So the OR form-based code actually came out of the RACAP plan. But prior to that, there have been several plans. We'd have to give you a list of them for the resort area over the years.
I would like to see that list. I'd be very interested in just see the different iterations of them. And I'm not asking you to go back to the, 60 years of Virginia Beach history, but I think that the point was made clear through the questions that I asked that there's been a tremendous amount of strategic planning around the resort area. So,
yes, sir.
That leads to my question. First of all, I'd like to know is there a request here? So the request would be to entertain the study, and what would be the cost of the study?
So as I understand it, there was a letter that was submitted by the Resort Advisory Committee, which of course are your appointees, asking us to go through a master planning effort for these blocks. And so yes, sir, that is where this request is coming from. The cost of that study this is not something you all have asked us to do yet, so we've not put any cost around this study. But generally, studies for a confined area like this, for it to be of a quality that we would bring to you, I would anticipate a number between probably $40,000 and $75,000 would be what we would typically see for a study in this area.
And that will be funded through the TIP fund?
That would
to be determined.
Yes, sir. To be determined. That's the most likely source, but obviously we would bring that to you for an option.
So in spite of the questions I've asked, you may not come through. That I'm a big proponent for strategic planning, and I think it's really important that we do. And of course, the resort is a really important part of our economy and culture, and we welcome so many people in Virginia Beach, and we want residents to enjoy the resort. I guess one question that I have that we don't have to answer today, it's a rhetorical question, is why now? What's different about this master plan that wasn't covered in RACAP? And then I want to make a really affirmative statement.
So,
part of why I believe this might have been generated is because the city received an unsolicited proposal. Am I allowed to talk about that?
So actually, yes, sir. And if I can offer a quick clarification.
Just to make sure.
Yeah, we would not categorize that as an unsolicited proposal because the prior council directed us to put out a request for information in tandem with the Rudy Loop request for information. And so it's important to know the proposal that we received was solicited on behalf of the city at the direction of council at the time. So it was not unsolicited. It was a solicited action and advertised twice in the paper, published on bid lists. So this was a solicited action. I can't speak to the motivation for RAC in this space. It is likely that that proposal was a driving force in the document you received, but I can't speak to that conclusively. What we can say though is it's interesting. We in evaluating, and I don't know this having not had this conversation with the developer, but in reading the proposal, it appears that the developer used our own RACEP plan as the basis for their proposal. So what was submitted in that document is consistent with your adopted RACEP plan as it's currently laid out.
Which was advanced by the various stakeholder groups who are requesting this study.
That's an accurate statement, yes, sir.
Yeah, and so the reason I'm asking these questions isn't that I'm not supportive of this strategic planning. I am. However, I'm concerned, and I'll just be laid on the table. I don't want the advancement of this study or plan to provide a basis for exclusion of a potentially good idea. And whether it is a good idea or it isn't a good idea is yet to be determined. But we've got to be very, I think, set the tone to be open for business, to be responsive to new ideas, and to be a place that is welcoming, a welcoming business environment for all people. Not a place that when we receive a proposal that we asked for that was based on a strategic plan that was developed for the resort, that we potentially, and I'm not assuming any motivations either, throw up another roadblock to create an exclusionary environment. And I'm not suggesting that's could be the case, but I don't want to even have the perception that that's the case. And I think strategic planning is important, but strategic planning that either intentionally or unintentionally is exclusionary is the wrong policy for Virginia Beach. And I think we need to be mindful of that and careful about it.
Thank you, Councilmember. And if I may add one point to that, one of the things that we have not done as it relates to the proposal that you received, because we didn't really know where we were going next. There would be real value for us in engaging the stakeholder groups in the area and in engaging the neighborhoods to the north and south of the area. Now, whether that's full master planning or not, if you were, I'll leave for you all to decide. But if you were asking us for a road 2 master planning or something to that effect, we would welcome an opportunity to at least speak with constituent groups in the area and understand what their desires for the project might be, or for the area might be.
Okay. Josh?
I'll just make it brief and say that I wholeheartedly agree with Councilman Berlucci and his comments.
Good deal. Okay, anybody else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Okay, at this point, I'll tell you what a great first day. Great to getting together with everybody. And I'll tell you what, we're going to take this city to the next level. See you in the morning. Amelia's buying breakfast.